Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. A few years ago, when I was 12 years old, I lived with my family in a house that had once been my father's office. It was later changed into a home, but it never really felt like an ordinary house to me. Even now, after so many years, when I think back to that place, I do not remember comfort first. I remember the strange silence around it. I remember the long stretch between our house and the nearby factory. I remember the thick bushes, the lonely path, and the uneasy feeling that always seemed to hang in the air. I am 30 now, and even after all this time, those memories have never faded. Some things from childhood grow dim with age, but this did not. This stayed sharp in my mind. The house belonged to my father's boss. My father was allowed to stay there, and that was where we lived at the time. It was not like most homes. It stood in a place that felt cut off from everything else. It was quiet in a way that did not feel peaceful. It felt watched. Behind the house was a Muslim cemetery, and even as a child, that detail alone was enough to make the place feel heavy. During the day, the area looked ordinary enough if you did not think too much about it. But in the evening, and especially at night, everything changed. Shadows seemed deeper there. The trees looked bigger. The silence felt too still. Even the wind sounded different. One of the biggest problems with that house was the water supply. We did not have water coming directly into the home the way most people do. Whenever we needed water, it had to come from the factory nearby. The distance from the factory to the house was around 800 meters. It may not sound like much when someone says it quickly, but carrying water that far again and again was tiring and frustrating. It was a headache for all of us. We had to fill buckets and walk that whole distance whenever we needed water, and after some time, my parents became tired of doing that. To make life easier, they came up with another way. They decided to use a long plastic hose. One end was fixed to the water tap at the factory, and the other end was connected all the way to our house. It was a simple solution, but it helped us a lot. Instead of carrying heavy buckets back and forth every time, we could turn on the tap and wait for the water to come through the hose into the house. At least, that was the idea. It did not always work perfectly, but it was still better than carrying water by hand over and over again. One Saturday afternoon, something happened that changed the way I looked at the world. It was around 2 o'clock. The day itself did not begin in any unusual way. It felt like any other day. My mother went alone to the factory first, as she often did, and turned on the water. Then she came back home expecting the water to come through the hose. But nothing came. She waited, checked the tap, and still nothing happened. She thought maybe the hose was leaking somewhere, or perhaps something had gone wrong along the way. She was annoyed and wanted it checked immediately. My sister and I were told to go and investigate why the water was not reaching the house. We did not want to go. We were lazy, like many children are when they are told to do something unpleasant. Walking all the way there did not appeal to us at all, especially because that area already made us uncomfortable. But we had bicycles, so we decided to use them instead. We thought it would be quicker, easier, and we could get the job over with fast. Even before that day, that path had always felt frightening to us. There was something about it that never felt right. The way the bushes grew thick on both sides. The way some places along the path seemed darker than they should, even in daylight. The cemetery behind our house added to that fear. We were children, and children notice certain feelings even when they cannot explain them. We did not always say it out loud, but we both felt uneasy in that area. Still, because our mother had insisted, we got on our bicycles and went. As we rode toward the factory, I remember trying not to think too much. I just wanted to reach the place, check the hose, and go home. The sun was out, and since it was the afternoon, I kept telling myself there was nothing to be afraid of. Daytime makes people feel safe. It makes them believe nothing strange can happen. But sometimes the strangest things happen in full daylight, when you least expect them. There was a big tree near the factory, and between that tree and the factory there was a wide drain. The area around it was bushy, thick, and difficult to enter. It was not a place where people normally stood around. In fact, I would say no one could easily get there without effort because of how overgrown the place was. That is why what we saw felt impossible from the very first second. As we were riding, we saw a woman standing near that big tree. To this day, I can still picture her clearly. She was dressed in an Indian costume, and she looked very beautiful. There was nothing vague about what I saw. It was not a shadow. It was not a shape in the distance that could have been mistaken for something else. She was there. She was standing at the corner of the office building, right beside the factory, in a place where no normal person should have been. My sister saw her too. We were not imagining the same thing separately. We both saw the same woman at the same time. What made it even more shocking was this: we were the only Indians living there. That alone made her presence strange. But the location made it even stranger. That area was not easy to reach, and there was no reason for any woman dressed like that to be standing there in silence. She did not look like someone passing through. She did not seem to belong to the ordinary world around her. She was just there, still and calm, as if she had always been standing there waiting. For a moment, both of us were stunned. We did not speak. We did not question it. Fear arrived so quickly that it took over everything else. We slammed our bicycles down and ran. I do not even remember whether the bicycles fell properly or hit the ground hard. I only remember the panic. I remember running all the way home with my sister, our hearts pounding, our breaths short, and the feeling that if we looked back, we might see her following us. When we reached home, we told our mother what we had seen. We were frightened and speaking in that broken, rushed way people do when they are trying to explain something they can barely believe themselves. I expected my mother to dismiss it, to tell us we had imagined it, or to calm us down with some simple explanation. Instead, she went silent. She became speechless. That frightened me almost as much as the sight itself. Then she told us that she too had gone through something strange at the factory before. She said that when she entered the factory, she had heard someone calling, "Ma, ma, ma." It was not a woman's voice. It was a male voice. Hearing that from her made everything worse. Until that moment, part of me wanted to believe that maybe my sister and I had misunderstood what we saw. But when my mother shared her own experience, that hope disappeared. The fear became real. It was no longer just one strange moment. It was something deeper than that. I want to be clear about this. This is a true story. I swear upon God that I saw that young woman standing there. I did not make it up then, and I am not changing it now. I never believed in ghosts before that incident. I had heard stories, of course. People talk about strange things all the time. But I always kept a distance from such beliefs. I did not truly believe. After that day, I began to believe not only in ghosts but also in strange happenings that cannot be explained by normal logic. There are moments in life that divide your thinking into two parts, before and after. That afternoon became one of those moments for me. Before it happened, I believed that everything must have a clear and practical explanation. After it happened, I was no longer so sure. Once you see something with your own eyes, something that should not be there and yet is standing right in front of you, your thinking changes. People can argue with stories they hear from others. They can laugh, doubt, and explain things away. But it is much harder to argue with your own memory when the image remains clear for years. After that day, the area around the house felt even more unsettling. The cemetery behind our home no longer felt like a simple detail of the landscape. It felt connected somehow to the heaviness that always surrounded the place. The path to the factory became even more frightening. Every trip there carried a different feeling after that, as though the ordinary world had opened just enough for us to glimpse something hidden. Even during the day, I no longer felt completely at ease. As time passed, I had another encounter that only deepened my belief that there are things in this world we do not understand. This one happened when I was returning from the temple. It was around 2 in the morning. We had special prayers that night, and the temple was within walking distance, so I was heading back on foot. The roads were quiet in the way roads can be only at that hour. There were no crowds, no noise, no movement except the occasional sound of the night itself. While I was walking, I noticed a man about 500 meters in front of me. At first, he did not seem unusual. From a distance, he was just a figure ahead on the road. But as I watched him, I began to feel something was wrong. He looked very old, and he was unusually tall. Not just tall in a normal way, but strangely tall, enough that it caught my attention even from far away. There was something about his shape, the way he moved, the way he seemed to belong to the darkness more than to the road itself. I cannot fully explain why that sight disturbed me. Sometimes fear comes from a clear cause. Other times it comes from something your mind notices before your logic can name it. I only know that seeing him filled me with the same kind of cold unease I had felt when I saw the woman near the factory. It was the feeling of facing something that did not seem right. Something not fully human, or at least not fully ordinary. I kept my distance. I did not want to go closer. I did not call out. I did not try to catch up. At that hour, after special prayers, one wants only to return home safely, and my whole being told me to stay away from that figure. Even now, when I remember him, I remember the length of the road between us and the strange discomfort that settled in my chest. I had already had one experience I could not explain, and because of that, I could no longer look at such moments as simple misunderstandings. Once your belief changes, the world itself changes with it. Things you once ignored begin to stand out. Feelings you once dismissed begin to matter. Years passed, and I moved into another house. You might think that leaving the old place behind would have ended such experiences, but that was not the case. The house I live in now has also been considered haunted. When I first heard people say that, I did not know what to think. Part of me did not want to accept it. No one wants to believe their home carries that kind of presence. But slowly, night after night, certain things began to happen. I often heard noises in the middle of the night. Not the ordinary sounds a house makes as wood settles or as the wind touches a window. I mean sounds that made no sense. Sounds that seemed to happen without any visible reason. Small noises can be easy to ignore once or twice. A creak, a soft movement, a faint sound in another room. But when it keeps happening, when the timing feels wrong, when the silence around it feels too deep, those sounds begin to wear on your mind. My dog made it even harder to dismiss. He would bark at night for no clear reason. Not the kind of barking dogs do when they hear another animal or when someone passes outside. It was the kind of barking that comes from sensing something. He would become alert and focused, barking into the darkness, as if reacting to a presence I could not see. Anyone who has lived with a dog knows that they notice things we miss. Their reactions can tell you when something is wrong, even before you understand it yourself. There were many nights when his sudden barking filled the house and made my skin crawl. Then there was the white smoke around my kitchen. That is not something I can easily explain away. I saw white smoke there, and there was no reason for it. It was not steam from cooking. It was not smoke from a fire. It did not come with a smell or with any normal cause I could point to later. It was simply there, a pale presence in the kitchen, appearing in a way that felt unnatural. Kitchens are supposed to be ordinary places, full of life and routine. They are where meals are prepared, where people gather, where familiar things happen. Seeing something so strange in such a normal part of the house was deeply unsettling. It felt like the unnatural had entered the middle of daily life and made itself known. One of the most shocking incidents happened only yesterday. I was in the bathroom taking a shower. It was an ordinary moment. The kind of private, everyday moment when your mind is not prepared for fear. The bathroom door was nearly open, and I was just standing there under the water when suddenly the door was pulled by someone. Not pushed by wind. Not moving gently on its own. Pulled. In that instant my whole body went cold. Fear came so fast that I did not even think before reacting. I grabbed my clothes and shouted at my niece, assuming she must be playing a prank on me. That was the only explanation my mind reached for at first, because it was the only explanation that felt possible. I was startled, angry, and shaken all at once. But when I stepped out and looked, my niece was in the living room, quietly playing with her little doll. There was no one else at home. Only me and her. That moment stayed with me in a way that is hard to describe. Some experiences frighten you while they are happening and then lose their power later. This was not like that. The more I thought about it afterward, the more unsettling it became. If my niece had not been near the bathroom, then who had pulled the door? The house was not full of people. There was no confusion about who was home. There was no one hiding, no one passing by, no easy explanation to hold on to. It was one of those moments when the mind searches desperately for something sensible and finds nothing. When things like this happen once, a person can try to forget them. When they happen again and again in different places, over many years, forgetting becomes harder. It becomes impossible, really. You begin to carry the memories with you. They gather inside you, one beside another, and slowly they build a quiet certainty. Not the certainty of science, not the certainty of proof you can hand to someone else, but the certainty that comes from repeated experience. The certainty of having felt fear when nothing visible was there. The certainty of hearing, seeing, and sensing things that should not happen and yet do. Some people may hear stories like mine and think there must be simple answers. They may say the woman near the factory was just a person passing by. They may say the old man on the road was just a tall stranger. They may say the noises in the house are natural, that the dog barked for no reason, that the smoke was only imagination, that the bathroom door moved because of air pressure. People always look for explanations, and sometimes that is reasonable. But there are moments when explanations do not fit. There are details that remain. There are feelings that do not leave. There is the weight of being there and knowing what you saw. What affected me most was not just the fear, but the way these events changed my understanding of what is possible. Before all this, I would not have spoken confidently about ghosts or unseen beings. I would have listened politely if others told such stories, but I would not have accepted them fully. Now I cannot say the same. I have lived through too many moments that pulled me beyond ordinary belief. The memory of that woman near the big tree still comes back to me most strongly. Perhaps it is because it was my first true encounter. Perhaps it is because she appeared in daylight, beautiful and still, in a place where no one should have been. Or perhaps it is because of how instantly she changed everything. Childhood is often the time when beliefs are formed, and that day formed mine in a way nothing else could. I did not come to this belief through stories told by others. I came to it through my own eyes. What frightened me about her was not that she was ugly or wild-looking. In fact, it was the opposite. She looked beautiful. That made it stranger. There was no horror in her face the way horror is shown in movies. She did not rush toward us. She did not scream. She simply stood there. But sometimes stillness can be more terrifying than violence. Sometimes the calmness of something unexplained is what makes it unforgettable. If she had looked like a monster, perhaps my mind could have treated the memory like a nightmare. But she looked real, composed, and almost peaceful. That made her impossible to dismiss. My mother's experience also stayed with me. The fact that she heard a male voice calling out, "Ma," inside the factory made the whole place feel charged with something beyond us. A factory is supposed to be a place of work, machinery, and practical life. Yet there too, in that ordinary setting, something unseen made itself known. It is strange how these things often happen in the middle of normal life. They do not wait for dramatic moments. They arrive when people are fetching water, walking home from prayer, standing in a kitchen, taking a shower. They enter the plainest parts of life, and that is part of what makes them so disturbing. Even now, I believe that ghosts exist. I believe we can feel their existence, even if we cannot always see them. There are moments when the air itself feels different, when a room changes for no visible reason, when an animal reacts before any sound is heard, when a person simply knows they are not alone. Not every strange feeling means a ghost is present, of course, but some feelings are too strong, too clear, and too repeated to ignore. At the same time, I do not believe they are stronger than God. That is something I hold firmly in my heart. Fear is real, yes. These encounters are real too, at least to those who experience them. But no matter how frightening they are, I believe that God is greater than all of it. That belief gives me strength. It reminds me that even if unseen things exist, they do not stand above the one who created all things. Because of that, I try not to live in constant fear. I respect what I have experienced, but I do not want to be ruled by it. If someone ever goes through such an incident, my advice is this: trust God and be brave. Fear will come naturally. It is impossible not to feel fear when something strange happens around you. But do not let that fear take over your whole spirit. There are things in this world we do not understand, but that does not mean we are helpless. Faith matters in those moments. Courage matters too. When I look back on my life, these encounters remain some of the clearest memories I have. Not because I wanted them to stay, but because some experiences leave marks that do not fade. The old house behind the cemetery, the hose stretching from the factory, the bicycle ride on that Saturday afternoon, the beautiful woman standing near the tree, my mother's silence after hearing what we saw, the strange voice calling, "Ma!" The tall old man on the road at 2 in the morning, the white smoke in my kitchen, my dog barking into the dark, the bathroom door pulled by an unseen hand. Each memory lives in me like a scene preserved in time. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I know what I felt. Others may doubt, and that is their right. But my belief was not built from imagination. It was built from experience. And because of that, I cannot deny what my life has shown me. Ghosts exist. We may not always see them clearly, and we may never fully understand what they are or why they appear. But I believe they are there. I believe some places hold things we cannot explain. I believe some moments open a door, just for a second, into a part of reality most people never notice. And when that happens, a person is changed. This is my true story. I have carried it for years, and I still carry it now. I do not tell it to frighten people for no reason. I tell it because it happened, because it changed me, and because somewhere out there, someone else may have gone through something similar, and wondered if they were alone. They are not. And through all of it, I still hold on to what matters most. No matter what strange presence may exist, no matter what dark silence may surround a place, no matter what unseen hand may touch a door in the night, God is greater. That is what I believe. That is what gives me peace. And that is why, even after everything I have experienced, I continue to stand firm. It was last Saturday, a day that should have felt ordinary but instead became one of the most terrifying days of my life. Even now, when I think back to it, I can still feel the fear pressing down on my chest the same way it did that afternoon. It is not the kind of fear that disappears once the moment passes. It is the kind that stays behind, like a cold shadow in the back of the mind. I have been scared before, the way anyone gets scared by strange sounds or lonely nights, but this was different. This felt real in a way I cannot easily explain. It felt as if something unseen had stepped close enough for us to notice it, and once that happens, it becomes very hard to pretend that nothing is there. That afternoon, it was around 2:30 p.m. when my sister came home to have lunch with me. The house was quiet, and I was glad to have someone with me for a while. There is something comforting about ordinary family moments. We sat together in the living room, eating and talking, doing the kind of simple things people do every day without thinking much about them. My sister sat facing the walkway that led toward the kitchen, while I sat facing the wall. From where I was sitting, I could not really see the kitchen walkway the way she could. At first, everything seemed normal. We chatted for a few moments, speaking casually, with no reason to expect that anything strange was about to happen. Then, without warning, I noticed something change in my sister's face. She turned her head toward the kitchen walkway and stared. At first, I did not think much of it. I was in the middle of talking, and I assumed something small had caught her attention. Maybe she had heard a sound, Maybe she had seen movement outside. It is easy to dismiss such things when you do not yet know that fear has already entered the room. But she kept looking. Her attention stayed fixed on that walkway, and the expression on her face began to change in a way that made me uneasy. She was no longer listening to me properly. I could tell that whatever she was looking at had unsettled her. There was something in her face that I cannot fully put into words even now. It was confusion, fear, and disbelief all mixed together. It was the expression of someone trying to understand something that should not be there. Still, she did not say anything right away. Maybe she did not want to alarm me. Maybe she was trying to convince herself she had seen it wrong. Maybe when people face something strange, silence feels safer than speaking it out loud. The back door of the house was open that day. I had been doing some cleaning in the kitchen and in my bedroom, and that was why I had left it open. Usually, we do not open that back door. Everyone in the house knows the back way is not a good place. It is known to be haunted, not only by my family but by the neighbors as well. It is one of those things people mention quietly, with the kind of serious tone that tells you they are not joking. Some places carry a certain feeling, and that area behind the house has always carried one. For that reason, the back door usually stays shut. But that afternoon, while cleaning, I had opened it without really thinking about the fear attached to that part of the house. My sister finally asked me why I had opened the back door. I told her simply that I was cleaning. That should have been the end of it, but she did not relax after hearing my answer. She still kept quiet, still held something back. Looking at her then, I could tell she was choosing her words carefully, perhaps wondering whether she should say anything at all. Sometimes people stay silent because speaking a frightening thing out loud makes it feel even more real. After a few moments, she finally told me what she had seen with her own eyes. She said she had seen a shadow walking toward my father's room, which was the last room in the house. But it was not a complete figure. That was what made it so terrifying. She said she only saw the legs. Human legs, but only up to the knees. Nothing above them. No body. No face. No upper half. Just the lower part, as if a person had been cut off at the knees of the world and was still somehow walking through the house. When she said this, I felt fear rush through me so suddenly that it almost made me sick. There are some things that frighten you because they sound strange, and then there are things that frighten you because they sound impossible. This belonged to the second kind. I could not even picture it properly without feeling my skin go cold. Legs walking by themselves toward the last room in the house. A shadow shaped like a person, but not a full person. Something incomplete, unnatural, and yet moving with purpose. That image alone was enough to shake me. I was very, very scared. There is no softer way to say it. I felt completely freaked out. My sister's face had already warned me before her words did, but hearing the details made it worse. Once fear enters your mind, it begins to spread into every corner. Suddenly the house feels different. The rooms feel farther apart. The hallways seem darker, even in daylight. Every sound becomes something to notice. Every shadow becomes suspicious. I started imagining that last room, my father's room, and wondering what had gone there. I wondered whether it was still inside the house even while we were speaking about it. After some time, my sister left home, and that made everything worse. Fear is heavy enough when you share it with someone else, but once you are alone, it grows. It was still daytime, but being alone in that house after hearing what my sister had seen felt unbearable. I did not know what to do with myself. I could not simply sit in silence and act as if nothing had happened. I turned on the radio and raised the volume high, as if filling the house with sound would somehow protect me from whatever might still be there. Loud sound can make a person feel less alone. It can push back against the silence, and sometimes silence is what scares us most. I kept doing my housework, trying to move through the remaining hours of the afternoon like everything was normal. By 5 o'clock I had finished, and nothing else had happened. No more shadows, no strange sounds, no visible sign of anything unnatural. But the fear remained inside me. That is what people do not always understand. Sometimes nothing else needs to happen for fear to stay alive. Once your mind has been open to a terrifying possibility, the absence of more events does not calm you. It only makes you wait. That night passed, and then came Sunday. In the afternoon, I went out with my nephew. He was not feeling well, so I took him to a clinic. He seemed weak and tired, and all I was thinking about was helping him feel better. Illness has a way of narrowing your focus. You stop thinking about your own fear for a while because someone you care about needs your attention more. After he got his medicine, he fell asleep. That seemed like a good sign. I brought him back home at around 7 in the evening. The day was fading into night, and I remember hoping the worst of it was over, both for him and for me. When we got back to the house, I went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for him and for myself. It was a small, ordinary task. I wanted to make something simple and comforting, especially because he was still not well. He was asleep when we returned, and the house seemed calm. Nothing felt strange in that moment. No warning signs stood out to me. I was in the kitchen, busy with food and routine, trying to carry on as people do after a disturbing day. But sometimes the most frightening moments come just after a brief calm. A few minutes passed. Then suddenly, everything changed. My nephew woke up screaming. It was not the kind of cry a child lets out from a bad dream or from being startled awake. It was much worse than that. It sounded like pure terror. He screamed as if he were being haunted, as if someone or something had disturbed him in a way no child should ever experience. The sound of it tore through the house and through me. I dropped everything and rushed to him. Even now, when I think about those screams, I can still hear the desperation in them. It did not sound natural. It sounded as though fear had taken hold of him completely. When I reached him, his face looked wrong. That was one of the most terrifying parts of all. His face had turned black, dark in a way that frightened me deeply, as though something evil had taken over him. I know how unbelievable that sounds, but that is what I saw. He did not look like himself in that moment. He looked disturbed, occupied by something beyond his own fear. It was as if some dark force had found a way to show itself through him. I tried to calm him, but he kept screaming. Nothing I said reached him. It was as though he was somewhere far away, trapped in terror that I could not pull him out of. My father arrived home at that time, and together we both tried to calm my nephew down. We spoke to him, held him, tried to steady him, but nothing worked. He would not stop. The screaming continued, loud and desperate, and I felt helpless in a way I had never felt before. There is something deeply frightening about not being able to comfort a child who is clearly in extreme distress. Then, through his screams, he began to say something that froze my blood. He kept saying, "Wait, he will show off! Wait, he will show off!" Those words terrified me more than I can explain. A sick child screaming is already frightening enough, but hearing him repeat those words in that state felt unbearable. He sounded as though he was seeing something we could not see, something about to reveal itself. It was not random crying. It was not ordinary panic. It was as though he was reacting to a presence in the room, something that frightened him so badly that all he could do was scream and warn us in broken phrases. My fear and tears in that moment were beyond anything I had felt before. I could not control my crying. Watching my nephew like that, hearing those words, feeling the house itself around us, it all became too much. There are times when fear feels private, something inside only your own body. But this was bigger than that. It filled the room. It moved between all of us. My father was there, trying to help, but even with both of us beside the child, we could do nothing. Helplessness is one of the darkest kinds of fear. Thankfully, my brother, who had recently gotten married and lived only a few doors away from my house, heard the screams. He rushed over immediately. The fact that he heard them from his own house says enough about how terrible those screams were. When he entered and saw what was happening, he did not waste time. He picked up my nephew, who was only 6 years old, and carried him to his own house. The change was almost immediate. Once my nephew was taken out of my house and brought to my brother's place, he stopped screaming. That alone was enough to send another wave of fear through me. If his distress had been only from illness, if it had been just a fever or a nightmare, why would the screaming stop the moment he was removed from that house? That question struck all of us, whether we said it aloud or not. The sudden calm felt as strange as the terror that had come before it. We gave him plain water and let him relax. Slowly he settled down. His breathing eased. The terrible screaming was gone. The child who had looked so disturbed only moments earlier now seemed more like himself again. But none of us felt relief in a simple way, because the obvious thought remained between us all. Whatever had affected him seemed tied to the house. While he was recovering, I made a decision quickly. I called a medium and asked him to come. In moments like that, people reach for whatever help they believe might work. I was too frightened, too shaken, and too desperate to sit and wait. I needed answers, or at least I needed someone who understood such things better than I did. When the medium came, he did something for my nephew. I cannot explain every step of what he did, but after that, my nephew seemed much better. He looked freer, as if something had been lifted from him. His face became bright again, more normal, more like the child I knew. Seeing that change brought some relief, but it also deepened the mystery of what had happened. Then the medium asked us to go into separate rooms. There was something serious in the way he spoke, something that made me feel afraid even before he said the words. He told us that there was a very dangerous demon in my house, and that it had shown itself to my little nephew. That, he said, was why the child had screamed like that. The most shocking part was this: I had not told the medium what my nephew had said while screaming. I had not repeated those words to him. Yet the medium still described the situation as if he already understood the kind of presence involved. Hearing him say that made my heart sink. Part of me wanted help, but part of me feared the answer. It is one thing to suspect your house may be haunted. It is another thing entirely to be told that something dangerous is living there. A ghost is frightening enough in story and imagination. But a demon, something dark and harmful, feels far worse. The word itself carries weight. Once spoken, it changes how you look at every room, every doorway, every quiet hour of the night. After that, I could not stop thinking about everything that had happened in just 2 days. My sister seeing those shadow legs walking toward my father's room. The back door being open to the haunted way behind the house. My nephew returning home ill but asleep, only to wake up screaming as though something had reached for him. The words he repeated. His face changing. The screaming stopping when he was taken out of the house. The medium's warning. Each moment connected itself to the next until the whole house began to feel like a place holding something dark inside it. The image that returned to me most often was what my sister had seen. Only the legs, walking toward the last room. There is something especially disturbing about incomplete things. A full figure at least belongs to the world of the living, even if it is frightening. But just the lower half, only up to the knees, is something else entirely. It suggests a shape that does not follow natural rules. It suggests a presence that does not need to appear fully to make itself known. And the fact that it moved toward my father's room made me wonder what its purpose was. Was it wandering? Was it searching? Was it showing itself on purpose? Those questions have no simple answers, and that is part of what makes them so haunting. I also kept thinking about the back door. We usually keep it shut for a reason. Everyone at home knows the back way carries a bad feeling, and even neighbors speak of it in the same way. There are places around certain houses that feel wrong, not because of what you can see with your eyes, but because of what people experience there over time. Maybe the open back door gave that presence a way in, or maybe it only gave it a chance to show itself more clearly. I do not know. But after that day, I could not think of that door as just a door anymore. It became part of the fear itself. And then there was my nephew. Children are sensitive in ways adults do not always understand. They notice things differently. They react without the layers of doubt that adults build over years. Seeing a 6-year-old scream as though he were looking at something terrible was almost too much for me to bear. Adults can sometimes hide fear, even when they are deeply disturbed. A child cannot. Their terror is open and honest, and that is why it feels so powerful. when my nephew screamed and said, "Wait, he will show off." It did not sound like made-up words or confused talk. It sounded like a child trying to describe something he did not have the language to explain. The memory of his face troubles me too. I wish I could forget it, but I cannot. It was not just fear in his expression. It was something darker, something that made me feel as though another force was pressing through him. That was the moment when my own fears shifted into something closer to horror. Before that, I was frightened by the possibility of unseen things in the house. After that, I became frightened by what those things could do. For the rest of that night, I could not relax. Every sound in the house made me tense. Every shadow at the edge of my vision made me look twice. Even when nothing happened, I did not feel safe. Sometimes what breaks a person's sense of peace is not the event itself, but the way it changes the hours after. Once the mind accepts that something dangerous may be near, there is no easy return to normal. The walls of the house feel thinner. The silence feels deeper. Night feels longer. I tried to think logically, the way people are often told to do. Could my nephew's illness have caused him to act strangely? Could the medicine have affected him? Could fear from the house have influenced how we saw things? These questions came to me, but none of them erased what happened. Even when the mind searches for practical explanations, the emotional truth of the event remains. The timing, the intensity, the change in him, the immediate calm after leaving the house, and the medium's words all pulled me back toward the same conclusion. Something was wrong in that house, something more than ordinary. What frightened me most was the idea that such a presence had chosen to show itself to a child. If what the medium said was true, then it was not simply existing there quietly. It had revealed itself, almost as if it wanted us to know it was there. That thought made me feel helpless and angry at once. Fear for yourself is one thing, but fear for a child is something much deeper. It touches a different place in the heart. The thought that my nephew had to experience that, even for a moment, filled me with sadness and guilt. I kept wondering if I should have recognized something earlier, if I should have protected him better somehow, if I should have known the house was not safe. Even after he seemed better, I watched him closely. I listened to his voice, studied his face, and paid attention to every little movement, afraid that the screaming might return. But once he was away from the house and had calmed down, he seemed much more like himself. That contrast was impossible to ignore. It was almost as if the house had held one version of him, and outside it another. That difference is what stayed with me the most. It was not only that something terrible happened there. It was that stepping away from the place seemed to free him. From that day on, the house no longer felt simply haunted in the vague way people sometimes say about old or uneasy places. It felt occupied. It felt active. It felt dangerous. Before, even if stories were told about the house, some part of me could keep a distance from them. But after what my sister saw and what happened to my nephew, that distance was gone. The fear became personal. It entered family life. It sat at our table and moved through our rooms. I found myself replaying every second, wondering whether there had been signs before. Had there been strange noises I ignored? Had there been small feelings of discomfort that I brushed aside? Had the house tried to show us, little by little, that something was there? Often it is only after a terrifying event that people begin to connect the smaller ones. A sound here, a feeling there, a room that never felt right, a door that always stayed shut for reasons no one fully explained. Once something dramatic happens, all those scattered details begin to gather into a single shadow. The medium's words echoed in my mind longer than anything else, a very dangerous demon. I do not use such words lightly, and I do not repeat them for drama. I repeat them because that is what he told us. Whether others believe it or not, those words shaped how I understood everything that followed. When you are told something dark lives in your home, home itself changes. A home is supposed to be shelter. It is supposed to be the place where fear stays outside. But when fear settles inside your home, nowhere feels fully safe. Still, through all of it, I tried to hold on to strength. Fear can shake you deeply, but if you let it take over completely, it begins to own your life. I cried, yes. I panicked. I felt helpless. But after the first shock passed, I knew I had to think not only about fear but about protection, about prayer, about what could be done to keep my family safe. In moments like these, people cling to what gives them strength. For some it is faith. For some it is ritual. For some it is the support of family. In truth, I needed all of those things. What I learned from that weekend is something I will never forget. Unseen things are most frightening when they touch ordinary life. Lunch in the living room with a sister. Cleaning the house on a quiet afternoon. Cooking dinner for a sick child. These are small, human moments. They are soft moments, familiar ones. That is why what happened around them felt so terrible. Fear did not come in the middle of a storm or on some strange deserted road. It came into the house during the simplest acts of daily life. It stepped into the ordinary and broke it. I know there will always be people who doubt stories like this. Some will say shadows can be misunderstood. Some will say a child who is sick can behave in strange ways. Some will say mediums say many things. I understand that doubt. I truly do. But I also know what I lived through that weekend. I know my sister's face when she looked toward the kitchen walkway. I know the fear in my own body when she told me what she saw. I know the sound of my nephew's screaming. I know how his face looked. I know how quickly he settled once he left the house. These things belong to experience, and experience changes belief. Even now, when the house grows quiet, I think of those 2 days. I think of the open back door. I think of the last room in the house. I think of the living room where we sat, eating lunch while something unexplainable moved through the walkway beyond us. I think of the kitchen where I stood preparing dinner, unaware that terror was only minutes away. The house is the same in shape, the same in walls and rooms, and yet after what happened, it does not feel the same to me at all. Some places hold memories. Some places hold fear. And some places, I believe, hold things that do not belong among the living. I do not say this carelessly. I say it because of what I have seen in that house, because of what my family has felt there, and because of what happened to my nephew right in front of us. That weekend left a mark on me. It taught me that fear is not always imagination, that warning signs should not always be ignored, and that the unseen world may come closer than we like to admit. I wish I could say the experience ended there in a simple way, that once the medium came and my nephew became calm again, all fear vanished. But that is not how fear works. It lingers. It changes the way you listen to silence. It changes the way you look down hallways. It changes the way you feel when a door is left open to a place everyone says is haunted. Even if nothing more happens for a while, the memory remains alive, waiting under the surface. That is my true story. It happened over one weekend, but the feeling of it has lasted far longer. My sister saw what she saw. My nephew went through what he went through. And I stood in the middle of it, frightened beyond words, trying to understand something that did not follow the rules of the normal world. I cannot explain every part of it, and maybe I never will. But I know it happened. I know the fear was real. And I know that from that Saturday onward, I have never looked at that house in the same way again. About a year and a few months ago, when I was 6 months pregnant with my son, Jazz, my husband and I were on our way home late one night after eating at a local Thai hut. I still remember how full I felt from the tom yam soup, the kind of full that makes you lean back in your seat and breathe slowly. It was close to midnight, and the roads were quiet as we made our way back toward our kampung, which is the Malay word for village. The night had that still, heavy feeling that often comes before rain. The air was warm and damp, and everything outside the car looked dark and soft around the edges. As we drove, it started to rain. I had my window open just a little, only a small crack, enough to let in the air. When the rain began, I closed it and turned my attention back to my husband. We were talking like we usually did on the drive home, nothing serious, just ordinary conversation. It was one of those simple moments that feel small at the time but later stay with you because of what happened next. We decided to stop by his parents' house on the way home because they lived nearby. That was not unusual. It was late, but in a village, Family homes never feel very far away, and visiting relatives is just part of life. We were nearing their place when something happened that I still cannot explain in any normal way. I suddenly felt a soft, gentle rub on my right shoulder. It was not rough. It was not frightening in the way a sharp touch would be. It felt calm and tender, almost loving. It felt like the kind of touch that comes from someone older, someone caring, someone who means comfort rather than alarm. But it also startled me because no one should have been touching me. I turned to look at my husband right away. I was confused and asked him if he had just touched my shoulder. I asked in disbelief because that kind of gesture would have been very unlike him. My husband is a bit aloof by nature. He is not the kind of man who suddenly reaches over in a soft, thoughtful way. That is simply not his usual style. So even while I asked him, part of me already knew the answer would be no. And that is exactly what he said. He looked at me and told me he had not touched me at all. I told him what I had felt, and for some reason the words came out of my mouth before I could even think much about them. I said that it felt like a grand, motherly touch, and I also said it felt as if someone was sitting in the back seat of the car. Even now, I remember how strange it was that those exact words came to me so quickly. It was not just that I had been touched. It was that the touch carried a feeling with it. It felt old, feminine, protective, and deeply familiar in a way that made no sense. It felt like a grandmother. Normally, I would have expected my husband to scold me for saying something like that. He does not like me discussing such things late at night, especially after a certain hour. In our life together, I had already learned that timing matters when it comes to speaking about spirits, signs, or strange happenings. He is not someone who enjoys inviting that kind of talk into the dark hours. So I half expected him to tell me to stop or brush it off. But he did not. Instead, he asked me where exactly we were when I felt it. That question alone made me sit up straighter. There was a seriousness in his voice that was impossible to miss. I thought for a moment, and then told him where it had happened. I said it was right before we pulled into his parents' drive, a little farther back near the tobacco leaves. I remember pointing out the area as best as I could from memory, trying to be accurate. I knew the stretch of road I meant. It was close by, along the darker part near the wooded area. Then he told me something I had not known. He said his favorite grandmother was buried there. I was stunned. I had no idea there was a family cemetery in that wooded area. As an American who had moved to a village in Southeast Asia, I was still learning many things about local life, family customs, old beliefs, and the ways land can hold stories that are never obvious to outsiders. I had learned by then that many Malays are very superstitious, but I also came to understand that these beliefs often came from lived experience and old family histories, not just empty fear. Still, I had not known there was a burial place there, so hearing that in that exact moment gave my experience a meaning that made my whole body go cold. What I had felt suddenly seemed less random. That motherly touch, that strange certainty that someone was in the back seat, that calm but unmistakable presence, all of it now seemed tied to his grandmother. The idea should have frightened me more than it did, but strangely it did not. If anything, I felt puzzled and deeply moved. There had been nothing threatening in that touch. It had not felt hostile. It had felt gentle. It had felt like care. The next day, I fell sick. At first, I thought maybe I was just tired, or maybe the weather had gotten to me, or perhaps pregnancy had worn me down more than I realized. But it became clear very quickly that this was not a small illness. I got worse fast. Soon I learned that I had pneumonia, and I became bedridden for weeks. That was one of the most frightening times of my life. I was 6 months pregnant, already vulnerable, already carrying the weight and worry that comes naturally with expecting a child. But this illness pushed me into a level of fear I had never known before. My temperatures went dangerously high and then frighteningly low. Malaysia is hot and humid, the kind of place where heat clings to the body day and night, and yet there were moments when I felt freezing cold. I would shiver under blankets while the air around me remained warm and heavy. My lips would even turn purplish, despite the heat of the country. It was terrifying to experience such cold from inside my own body while knowing the weather around me should have made that impossible. There were times when my husband had to stack many comforters on top of me just to help me feel warm. I could barely keep food down. I remember being so weak, so exhausted, and so scared for my unborn son. That fear stayed with me constantly. Every cough felt dangerous. Every wave of sickness made me wonder what it was doing to him. I prayed over and over again, asking God to protect my baby, asking that he would survive whatever my body was going through. I could handle suffering if I had to, but the thought of my illness harming my child was unbearable. Those 2 weeks felt endless. When a person is bedridden and frightened, time slows down. Day and night begin to blur. The body becomes heavy. Thoughts become dark. Every hour feels longer than it should. I remember lying there listening to my own breathing, trying not to cough because the coughing hurt so much, and because every violent shake of my chest made me worry for the baby. I felt helpless in a way I had never felt before. Pregnancy already makes you aware that your body is holding another life. Serious illness while pregnant makes you feel that responsibility with terrifying force. And yet, during that time, I sometimes sensed that same grandmotherly presence with me. I cannot explain how I knew it was the same kind of presence I had felt in the car, but I knew. It had the same softness, the same quiet sense of comfort. There were times when I would be lying awake, trying not to cough, wrapped in blankets, half lost in pain and fear, when I would feel as if someone was there with me. Not in a loud or dramatic way. Not in a way meant to frighten me. More like the calm presence of a watchful elder. Sometimes I felt as though she pulled the comforters around me more securely, as though she were tucking me in while I lay there trying to rest. It was not something I could prove. It was not something I could hand to another person as evidence. But it was something I felt, and in the middle of those miserable, frightening weeks, it brought me comfort. That is what made the whole thing so unusual. When people speak of spirits or ghostly encounters, they often imagine fear, darkness, danger, or harm. But this did not feel like that. This presence felt nurturing. It felt protective. It felt almost like the presence of a woman who had already raised children, already lived long enough to know sickness, childbirth, and suffering, and who now stood near me not to frighten me but to watch over me. After I regained my health, that feeling faded. I stopped sensing her around me. Life slowly returned to something more normal. My body recovered, my strength returned, and the days moved forward as they do. Pregnancy continued, and with it came all the normal preparations, worries, and hopes. The strange touch in the car and the presence during my illness became one of those experiences that remain in your memory but do not constantly sit in front of your mind. I still thought about it from time to time, but I did not actively expect anything more to happen. Then my son was born. I had to have a C-section to deliver him. That alone made the whole birth experience harder than I had imagined it would be. Recovery from a C-section is no small thing. It is not simply giving birth and then going home tired. It is a major surgery, and your body feels it in every movement afterward. Sitting up hurts. Turning hurts. Standing hurts. Even trying to adjust yourself in bed can feel like a battle. You are expected to care for a newborn, while also recovering from having your belly cut open. It is exhausting, painful, and humbling all at once. At the same time, I was introduced fully to the Malay tradition of confinement. In Malay culture, there is a period after childbirth often called confinement. For about 40 days, the mother is expected to remain under very strict care, almost like house arrest. On paper, it may sound comforting or luxurious to someone unfamiliar with it. People may imagine rest, pampering, massages, and family support. And yes, some parts of it do include care from family members. But living through it is another matter entirely. It is strict, uncomfortable, and deeply rooted in tradition. You are massaged by sisters-in-law. Oils are applied to your body. Various traditional practices are carried out. Your stomach is wrapped in a binder, partly to help flatten the belly and partly to prevent gas. You are expected to stay covered. You are expected to follow rules. And then there is the diet, which was its own kind of misery for me. No meats. No chicken. No fish. Mostly water, teas, soups, and a very liquid diet, often with plenty of ginger root involved. For some people that may sound manageable, but when your body is recovering from surgery and you are caring for a newborn, it feels harsh. There is very little comfort in being sore, tired, hungry, and restricted all at once. After I was released from the hospital, I was taken to my mother-in-law's house to spend this confinement period. That was where I would recover, rest, and follow the traditions expected of a new mother. I was still doped up on painkillers, exhausted from surgery, and overwhelmed by everything that comes with having a brand new baby in your arms. I held my son, my little Jazz, and eventually I drifted off to sleep. It was the middle of the afternoon when I woke up. At first, I woke to a very strange sensation. It felt as though someone was putting socks on my feet. That may sound like a small thing, but within the rules of confinement it mattered. One of the strict beliefs during that period is that a woman must stay covered, especially her feet. Socks are meant to help keep the body warm and allow it to sweat out impurities. Covering the body is considered important. So when I felt that sensation, half asleep as I was, I assumed it must be my sister-in-law doing what she believed was best. I did not open my eyes right away. I just lay there and accepted it for a moment, thinking it was her. Then I remembered something important. Before sleeping, I had locked the door. I had done that because one of my sister-in-law's little daughters kept coming into the room, and I wanted to avoid being disturbed. I loved that little girl very much. In fact, she was my favorite among the children. But she had been jealous of the new baby, and at one point she had even slapped my newborn. She was only a toddler, and I understood her jealousy as childish envy, but I still wanted some peace and safety while I rested. So I had locked the door deliberately. The moment I remembered that, I opened my eyes. I tried to sit up, which was painfully difficult after a recent C-section. Even lifting myself was hard. My belly hurt, my body felt weak, and every movement reminded me of the surgery. Still, I pushed myself enough to look toward the door. The lock was still pushed in. The door was still locked. That alone made my heart race. Then I noticed something else. I was covered in a thin green blanket, and I was wearing socks. Anyone who knows me knows I hate socks. I do not like them at all, and I especially do not like being covered up in the middle of the day in Malaysia's humidity. Midday heat there is no joke. Even a light blanket can feel too much. Yet there I was, lying under a green cover with socks on my feet as if someone had carefully tucked me in and followed the rules of confinement for me. I immediately called my husband in and asked him about it. I wanted to know if he had done it. I wanted some simple answer, even if I already felt in my bones that the answer would not be simple. He said no. No one had been in my room. I asked my sister-in-law too. She also said no. She had not come in. She had not put the blanket on me. She had not put the socks on my feet. She seemed honest, and I believed her. There was no sign anyone had entered, and the locked door only made that clearer. So I left it alone outwardly. But inwardly, I already knew what I believed. I believed it was that same grandmotherly entity. That realization did not terrify me the way it might terrify someone else. By then, there was already a pattern to her presence. The touch in the car had been gentle. Her presence during my sickness had felt protective. And now, after childbirth, during confinement, she seemed once again to be caring for me in a way that fit exactly what an older woman from the family might do. Covering me. Making sure my feet were warm. Watching over me while I slept with my newborn child nearby. There was something almost deeply human about it, which made it stranger and more moving at the same time. If this truly was a spirit, then she behaved less like a haunting and more like an elder continuing her role even after death. Later on, another strange thing happened that made me think even more seriously about her presence around us. My mother-in-law began asking questions about Jazz. She had noticed that he often focused on a certain area in the room, especially the foot of our bed. He would stare there in a way that seemed unusually fixed, as though he saw something we could not. But he did not look frightened. That is what stood out. He looked delighted. Sometimes his eyes would move around the room quickly, darting from one place to another, as if he were watching something flying about that no one else could see. He seemed entertained, amused, even pleased by whatever held his attention. It was never the look of a baby scared by emptiness or random shadows. It was more like the look of a baby engaged with someone or something familiar and kind. That detail affected me more than I expected. Babies often stare at things adults cannot understand. People joke about it. They say babies see angels or spirits or things hidden from grown-up eyes. Usually such remarks are made lightly. But after everything that had happened to me, I did not laugh it off so easily. When Jazz stared at the foot of the bed and seemed delighted, I found myself wondering whether he too could sense that same presence. I told my husband the full details of the sock incident again, carefully this time, step by step. I reminded him that I had locked the door, that I woke feeling socks being put on my feet, that the blanket had been placed over me, and that no one in the house claimed to have done it. He listened, and once again he said he thought his favorite grandmother was taking care of me. Hearing him say that gave me comfort. There was something beautiful about the idea that the grandmother he loved most, the one buried near the place where I first felt that soft touch in the car, might have chosen to watch over me and our son. I had entered his world as an outsider in some ways. I was an American living in a Southeast Asian village, learning the customs, learning the language around me, learning the traditions of his family. I was not born into that landscape of family graves, village beliefs, and inherited spiritual awareness. Yet somehow, through one soft touch on my shoulder in the dark, I had been drawn into something older and deeper than myself. And what made it even more touching was that it made my husband smile. He is not someone who easily smiles over ghost stories or strange happenings. He is practical in his own way. Reserved. Careful. Yet this idea did not seem to trouble him. It seemed to warm him. The thought that his grandmother might be caring for his wife and son from beyond the grave was not frightening to him. It was comforting. And seeing that response in him changed the way I held the experience in my own heart. Instead of fearing it, I began to treasure it. That may sound strange to some people. They may wonder how anyone could find comfort in the idea of a ghostly presence. But what I experienced did not feel dark. It did not feel demanding. It did not disturb the house with terror or violence. It felt like protection. It felt like tenderness that continued beyond death. It felt like being quietly cared for during the most vulnerable moments of my life, while pregnant, while dangerously ill, and while recovering after childbirth. Looking back now, I can see the shape of it more clearly. The first sign came in the car, with that soft rub on my shoulder. It happened just as we passed the place where she was buried, as if she had reached out not merely to touch me but to introduce herself. The timing feels too exact to ignore. Then, during my pneumonia, when I feared for my unborn son and felt weak enough to break, there came that same sense of a grandmotherly presence, adjusting my blankets and staying near me in the hardest hours of the night. Later, after the birth of Jazz, once I was again in a fragile state, recovering from surgery and entering the demanding confinement period, the same kind of care returned. Socks on my feet. A blanket over my body. Quiet help without fear. It is difficult not to see a pattern in that. If she was truly there, then it seems she came when I needed mothering most. Not my own mother exactly, but something older, softer, and steady. A grandmother's way of caring. A woman who knows what illness feels like, what childbirth demands, what a vulnerable mother needs without her even asking. And perhaps that is why the touch in the car felt so clear to me from the beginning. I described it as grand and motherly before anyone told me whose grave was nearby. That instinctive description still amazes me. It was as if my body understood before my mind did. Before I knew her story, before I knew the family burial ground, before my husband even explained, something in me had already recognized the kind of presence it was. There are many stories about spirits that leave people shaken, disturbed, or trapped in fear. This is not one of those stories. Yes, it was strange. Yes, it crossed the boundary between the ordinary and the unseen in a way I cannot prove through logic. But at its heart, this experience felt full of care rather than harm. That is why I do not tell it with dread. I tell it with wonder. I also cannot ignore the cultural layer of it all. Living in a Malay village taught me that not every spiritual belief is born from blind fear. Sometimes it is born from long observation, from generations of family stories, from patterns noticed over time, from deep respect for those who came before. Coming from America, I had my own ideas and assumptions. Some of them changed after moving there. Some softened. Some expanded. The longer I lived in that environment, the more I realized that the unseen is treated very differently there. It is not always sensationalized. Sometimes it is accepted as simply part of life, something to be respected and approached carefully. That helped me understand my husband's reaction too. He did not mock what happened. He did not tell me I was being silly. He did not even scold me, though it was late at night, and normally he would have disliked such talk after dark. Instead, he listened, asked where it happened, and connected the experience to someone he loved deeply. In that moment, the strange became personal, and the personal became comforting. I often think about how different the story would feel if the touch on my shoulder had been rough, cold, or frightening. If the presence had filled me with dread, I might have carried the memory very differently. But because it felt gentle, because it came at moments of weakness and seemed to offer care, the memory has stayed with me like a quiet gift rather than a wound. Even Jazz's behavior added to that feeling. The way he stared toward the foot of the bed. The way he seemed amused instead of afraid. Babies cannot explain what they sense, but their reactions can sometimes say enough. If there truly was someone there, perhaps he felt watched over too. Perhaps the same grandmotherly spirit who had watched over me during pregnancy and sickness had turned her attention toward him after his birth. The idea is impossible to prove, of course, but it fits the emotional truth of what happened better than any cold explanation I have tried to force onto it. There is comfort in believing that love does not always end where the body does. That may sound sentimental, but after living through what I did, it feels real to me. If his grandmother truly watched over us, then what I experienced was not just a ghost story. It was a story about care continuing, about family bonds remaining active in ways we do not fully understand, about being embraced by someone I had never met in life but who still seemed to know exactly how to care for me when I needed it most. Sometimes I smile when I think of it. The image of a ghostly grandmother making sure I wore my socks during confinement is both strange and sweet. It has the practical, no-nonsense kindness of an older woman who does not need thanks and does not need to announce herself. She simply sees what must be done and does it. Cover the mother. Keep her warm. Watch the baby. Stay nearby. And perhaps that is why I like to think of her as a ghostly midwife. Not in the formal sense, of course, but in the emotional one. She seemed present during the journey into motherhood in ways no one else could have predicted. She reached out while I was still pregnant. She stayed near me when illness threatened my peace. She returned after surgery and childbirth. She lingered near my baby's bed. She made herself known through acts of care instead of acts of fear. The more I reflect on it, the more unusual and beautiful that feels. So many of the stories people tell about the supernatural are stories of terror. They focus on being haunted, chased, threatened, or disturbed. But not every encounter with the unseen has to be dark. Sometimes the mystery is softer than that. Sometimes it arrives in the shape of comfort. Sometimes it comes as a warm hand on the shoulder in the middle of the night, reminding you that you are not alone. That is what this story has remained for me. A mystery, yes. A supernatural story, perhaps. But most of all, a story of care. I cannot say with certainty how such things work. I cannot explain why some people seem to feel these things while others never do. I cannot prove that his grandmother was truly there any more than I can prove exactly how I knew that touch in the car felt motherly. But I know what I experienced. I know how it felt. I know how many times that same feeling returned during moments of weakness, pain, and recovery. And I know that when my husband connected it to his favorite grandmother, something in me settled quietly and accepted it. It is comforting to believe that during one of the most vulnerable seasons of my life, I had an unseen elder watching over me and my son. It is comforting to think that while I struggled with pneumonia, while I lay in bed praying my unborn baby would survive, while I recovered from surgery and followed the painful rules of confinement, there was a loving presence near me. It is comforting to think that motherhood began for me not only with pain, fear, and exhaustion, but also with unseen kindness. And maybe the sweetest part of all is that this idea made my husband smile. That smile meant more to me than I can fully explain. It told me that he did not see the experience as something shameful or foolish. He saw it as something loving, something tied to family, something that honored a grandmother he missed. In that smile, the whole story took on even more warmth. It became not only my experience, but ours. So when I remember that night in the car, the rain beginning to fall, the road leading back to the campum, the soft rub on my shoulder, and the quiet knowledge that someone motherly had touched me, I no longer remember it with fear. I remember it with gratitude. Strange as it may sound, it feels like one of the gentlest supernatural moments I could have imagined. If it truly was his grandmother, then I hope she knows that I noticed. I hope she knows I understood, at least in part. And I hope she knows that her care, whether seen or unseen, gave me comfort when I needed it most. I was still very young when this happened, around 15 years old, maybe even a little younger. Even now, when I think back to that day, it still unsettles me in a way I cannot fully explain. Some memories fade as the years pass, becoming softer and less clear, but this one never really left me. It stayed in my mind because of how strange it felt at the time and because, in many ways, it never truly ended. What began that day did not stay in that room. It followed me into the years after, into another building, into ordinary days and quiet nights, and into the part of my mind that was supposed to be busy with school, exams, and normal teenage worries. Instead, I was left trying to understand something that I could not explain and did not know how to fight. I remember it was evening, though I cannot remember the exact day. The time was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, that quiet part of the day when the world outside feels heavy and slow. My older sister and I had spent most of that day sleeping in our room. I had been unusually tired that day, the kind of tired that settles into the body and makes you feel as if sleep should come easily the moment your head touches the pillow. But strangely, even though I was so exhausted, I could not fall asleep. I kept trying, again and again, thinking surely it would happen if I just stayed still long enough. I turned from side to side, shifted my body, adjusted the blanket, and tried to force myself to drift off. But no matter what I did, sleep would not come. My sister was there in the room with me, and we slept in a bunk bed. I had the top bunk. I remember lying there, feeling trapped between tiredness and wakefulness, my body wanting rest but my mind refusing to let go. It is a frustrating feeling, especially when the whole room is quiet and still and you can sense that everyone else seems to be resting while you remain awake. After trying for what felt like a long time, I finally gave up. I stopped forcing myself and just lay there on my back, staring up at the ceiling and letting my thoughts drift. At first, it seemed like nothing more than a quiet afternoon. I was just daydreaming, letting random thoughts pass through my mind while the room stayed calm around me. But that calm did not last. After a while, I heard whispering outside the window. The window overlooked a car park, so my first thought was simple and reasonable. I assumed someone must be outside. Maybe a group of kids was talking, or maybe someone was standing below the window for some ordinary reason. The whispering caught my attention enough that I sat up and looked out. I expected to see at least one person there, or some sign that the sound had come from the outside world as normal sounds do. But there was no one there. The car park was empty. I remember looking carefully, not just glancing. I wanted to be sure I had not missed anyone. But there was no one hiding, no one standing around, no movement, no figure slipping away. Nothing. The space below the window was empty and still. That should have reassured me, but instead it made me uneasy. Strange sounds are easier to handle when you can connect them to a visible cause. When you hear whispering and then find no one there, the mind becomes unsettled very quickly. Still, I tried to dismiss it. I climbed back into bed and lay down again, telling myself it had to be nothing important. Perhaps I had imagined it. Perhaps the sound had traveled from farther away. Perhaps I was just overthinking because I was tired and unable to sleep. I stared at the ceiling again, trying to calm myself and return to the quiet state I had been in only moments earlier. Then I heard it again. This time it was not just whispering. I heard giggles. And then I heard words. The words were soft, but there was something sinister in them. I remember hearing, "Come on, let's play." That sentence still chills me when I remember it. There was something terribly wrong about it, not only because I could hear it so clearly, but because I had already looked outside and found no one there. If there had been children in the car park laughing and talking, it would have made sense. But there was no one at all. And yet the voice, or voices, were there. The giggling felt wrong. It did not sound playful in a harmless way. It felt mocking, inviting, and unsettling all at once, as if whatever was speaking wanted my attention and enjoyed the fear it was creating. The moment I heard those words, my heart seemed to stop for a second. It was like a beat had been stolen from my chest. That sudden cold fear spread through me so quickly that I could not think properly. My body reacted before my mind could catch up. I looked around the room anxiously, searching for some normal explanation. I wanted badly to believe one of my other siblings was trying to scare me, even though deep down I already felt that this was not something ordinary. I tried to force my thoughts in that direction because the truth felt too frightening to face. If I could just convince myself that it was a prank, maybe I could calm down. But the sounds did not feel human. That is one of the clearest parts of the memory. Whatever I heard sounded unlike anything I had heard before. It was not just the words. It was the quality of the sound itself. It felt unnatural. It did not sound like a normal child, a normal adult, or any ordinary person speaking outside a window. There was something wrong in the tone, something impossible to place, something that made the fear settle even deeper into me. Even now I would swear that no human or living being could have made sounds like that. I began shaking uncontrollably. The fear took over me completely. I pulled the blanket over myself as if that thin layer of cloth could protect me from whatever was there. It is strange how fear makes us return to childlike instincts. Even when we know a blanket cannot stop anything, we hide under it because it gives us the smallest feeling of safety. I lay there trembling beneath it, unable to stop. I do not know how long I stayed like that, but I remember the shaking would not stop no matter how hard I tried to calm myself. Then suddenly my brother pulled the blanket off me and asked what had happened. I remember feeling caught between fear and embarrassment. I was already terrified, and then being confronted so suddenly only made me feel more exposed. He wanted to know what was wrong, but I refused to tell him. Even in that moment, shaken as I was, I knew I would not be able to explain it in a way that he would understand. My brother did not believe in supernatural things. He was the kind of person who would dismiss such stories or laugh them off, and I could not bear the thought of telling him something that had frightened me so deeply only to have him brush it aside or make me feel foolish. So I kept it to myself. And in many ways, I kept it to myself ever since. Even after we moved away from that place into a new building, I never really shared the full truth of what I had heard. It remained a secret, something I carried inside me. Sometimes I have wondered whether my sister heard anything that day. She was right there in the room, after all. Did she hear the whispering outside the window? Did she hear the giggling? Did she hear those words? "Come on, let's play." Or was the sound meant only for me? I have thought about that question many times. But I never asked her, and so I never found out. For a while, I tried to convince myself that what happened belonged only to that room, only to that afternoon, only to that particular day when I was tired and unable to sleep. But after we moved, I began to feel something I could not ignore. Whatever it was had followed me. That feeling did not come all at once. It grew slowly. At first it was only a sense, the kind of uneasy awareness that someone or something is near even when the room is empty. Then it became more than that. I began to notice things happening in the new building where my family and I now lived. Strange things. Things that were easy to dismiss once, perhaps even twice, but not when they kept happening over time. Sometimes I would hear my name being called. That alone was enough to leave me frozen in place more than once. There is something deeply unsettling about hearing your own name when no one should be saying it. A name is personal. It reaches directly into your attention and demands a response. To hear it unexpectedly, especially when you are alone or in a quiet house, creates a special kind of fear. It is not like hearing a random sound. It feels targeted. It feels intentional. And because of what had happened in the old room, I could never hear it without thinking of that same unseen presence. Other strange things began to happen too. Doors would open and close by themselves. At first I tried to explain that away. Maybe a draft had moved them. Maybe someone in the house had touched them, and I had not noticed. But when it keeps happening often enough, when the timing feels wrong and the movement feels too deliberate, the mind begins to resist its own excuses. The doorbell would ring at midnight, another thing impossible to enjoy or ignore. A doorbell at that hour immediately sends tension through a house. But when you find no one there, the ordinary explanation falls apart. There were also moments when I felt a cold touch on my back while I was alone at home. That sensation frightened me in a way that sounds and moving objects did not. A sound can still be doubted. A door can be blamed on the wind. A bell can be blamed on faulty wiring. But a physical touch is different. It enters your body's memory. You feel it on your skin. You know what it is to be touched by another human being, and you also know when something feels wrong. That cold touch was never warm or comforting. It was not like someone familiar brushing past me. It was sharp, chilling, and unnatural. Every time it happened, I would turn quickly, knowing before I even looked that no one would be there. Over time, I reached a strange point where it did not startle me the way it once had. That may sound impossible, but fear changes shape when it stays with you long enough. At first, these things shook me deeply. Later, they became part of a terrible routine. I would still feel disturbed, but I was no longer surprised. It is frightening in its own way to get used to haunting. It means you begin adjusting your life around something that should not be there. You stop asking whether it is happening and start wondering only when it will happen next. At some point, our house was blessed by a priest. You would think that would have ended things. In stories and in many people's beliefs, a blessing is supposed to bring peace, protection, and closure. I hoped for that. I truly did. I wanted the strange events to stop. I wanted the house to feel normal. I wanted to be able to sleep, study, and move through my own life without this unseen thing pressing itself into my thoughts. But not long after the blessing, the haunting began again. That was one of the hardest parts for me to accept. It made me feel trapped. If even a blessing did not fully drive it away, then what was I supposed to do? How was I meant to feel safe? How could I concentrate on ordinary life when something unexplainable seemed determined to keep reaching toward me? I had school. I had responsibilities. I had exams approaching. I was supposed to be focused on studying, on building my future, on dealing with the normal problems of being a teenager. Instead, part of my mind was always pulled back toward fear. The trial exam was only a few months away, and that pressure made everything worse. People often underestimate how deeply fear can affect the mind. They think of haunting as a dramatic event, a scary moment, a story to tell later. But living with something like that is different. It slowly damages your concentration. It interrupts your peace. It leaves you tired even when you sleep. It makes silence feel dangerous and nighttime feel heavier than it should. You begin to carry anxiety into your studies, into your thoughts, into the way you sit alone in your room. When a person is already under stress from school, exams, and growing up, an unexplainable presence only adds another layer of weight. By then, it had been 2 years. 2 years of feeling as though something was still there. 2 years of strange sounds, names being called, doors moving, Bells ringing, cold touches, and the lingering memory of that first voice outside the window inviting me to play. 2 years is a long time to live with fear, especially when you feel unable to speak about it openly. I still did not have the courage to ask it what it wanted. That thought crossed my mind many times. If it was trying to get my attention, if it kept calling my name, if it had followed me from one place to another, then perhaps it wanted something. But the idea of directly addressing it frightened me too much. I did not want to invite it closer. I did not want to make it stronger by acknowledging it aloud. And so I remained stuck between fear and silence. Sometimes I would lie awake and wonder why it had chosen me. That question disturbed me more than any other. Why me? Why had I heard it that day when no one was outside the window? Why had it called to me? Why did it seem to follow me even after moving away? Was it attached to the place, to the family, or to me personally? That last possibility frightened me the most. A haunting tied to a house is one thing. A haunting tied to a person is something else entirely. The sentence I heard that afternoon remained especially haunting because of how simple it was. Come on, let's play. On the surface, those are harmless words, words children might say every day. But in that moment, coming from an empty car park, carried on a voice that sounded not human, they became sinister. There was something wrong in the invitation, something that felt as if it were trying to draw me in, to get a reaction, to make me answer. Perhaps that is why I still remember it so clearly. It was not loud. It did not need to be. Sometimes the softest words are the most frightening when they come from the wrong place. I have often thought back to that afternoon in the bunk bedroom and wondered if something about my exhaustion made me more open to it. I was unusually tired, lying in that strange state between wanting sleep and being unable to reach it. Perhaps that thin border between wakefulness and rest made me more sensitive. Or perhaps the timing had nothing to do with it at all, and that was simply the moment it chose to make itself known. I do not know. What I do know is that from that day onward, my sense of the world changed. I no longer felt certain that empty spaces were truly empty. Even the car park outside the window felt different after that. Places that should have felt ordinary were never fully ordinary again. A window overlooking parked cars and concrete should not become the setting for a memory like that, but it did. That is part of what makes hauntings so difficult to live with. They attach themselves to normal spaces. Bedrooms, hallways, windows, doors. They poison the familiar. They turn the ordinary into something tense. The new building did not free me from that. If anything, it taught me that distance is not always enough. Moving houses is supposed to mean a fresh start. A new room, new walls, new surroundings. People often believe that leaving a place behind also means leaving the bad feelings attached to it. But sometimes fear moves with you, especially when the thing causing it does not seem bound by walls or addresses. There were nights in the new building when the ringing of the doorbell at midnight would leave my whole body stiff with dread. Midnight itself carries its own weight. It is the hour people associate with rest, darkness, and things unseen. To hear a bell suddenly cut through that silence is disturbing enough. To go and find no one there is worse. Each event by itself could perhaps be dismissed, but together they formed a pattern I could not ignore. The cold touch on my back troubled me too because it felt so personal. An opening door or ringing bell could still be experienced from a distance. A touch is intimate. It enters the body directly. It made me feel as though whatever this was did not only want to make noise around me. It wanted me to know it was near. That thought returned to me again and again, especially when I was alone at home. Being alone is hard enough for someone who feels haunted. Every little sound becomes magnified, every shadow feels longer, and every room feels like a place from which something might emerge without warning. And yet, strangely enough, there came a point when it no longer bothered me in the same sharp way it once had. Not because it was gone, but because I had been forced to live alongside the fear for so long that I had grown used to it. I would not call that peace. It was more like exhaustion. The mind can only stay at the highest level of panic for so long before it begins to dull itself for survival. But even in that dulled state, the haunting still affected me. It still distracted me. It still lived at the edge of my concentration, especially when I needed that concentration most for my studies. That may be one of the saddest parts of the whole experience. Teenage years are already difficult enough. There are exams, pressure from school, questions about the future, and the everyday emotional struggles of growing up. To have all of that mixed with an unexplained haunting makes life feel heavier than it should. I wanted advice. I wanted help. I wanted someone to tell me what to do, how to make it stop, how to study without feeling watched, how to live like a normal person again. But I did not know where to turn. I still wonder what it wanted with me. That question has remained like a quiet ache in the back of my mind. Did it want attention? Did it want fear? Did it want acknowledgement? Or was it simply there, repeating itself in the only ways it could? I was too afraid to ask. Even now, the thought of speaking directly to it makes me uneasy. Courage is easy to imagine when something is far away. It is much harder when the thing is close, invisible, and has already proven that it can follow you. If there is one thing I know, it is that the haunting felt real. It was not a passing fear from one bad afternoon. It stretched across years. It moved from one place to another. It touched my sleep, my home life, and my studies. It entered quietly and stayed stubbornly. And although I tried to keep it secret, silence did not make it weaker. It only made me lonelier with it. Sometimes I think about telling my brother now, after all these years, just to see what he would say. Would he still dismiss it? Would he laugh? Or would hearing how long it continued make him pause? I do not know. Perhaps part of me still fears that if I speak it too openly, I will somehow give it more power. Or perhaps I simply kept the secret for so long that it became part of how I carried the experience. I also think often of my sister sleeping below me in that bunk bed. I wonder if she sensed my fear. I wonder if she heard anything unusual and chose not to speak of it, just as I did. Families can live in the same haunted space and still carry separate silences. Maybe she knows more than I realize. Maybe she remembers that day differently. Maybe she slept through it all and never had any sense that above her, I was lying frozen under a blanket while something outside an empty window giggled and whispered. What stays with me most is the feeling of helplessness. Fear is bad enough, but fear without understanding is worse. It leaves you with no clear action to take. If something breaks in your house, you repair it. If someone threatens you, you can defend yourself or ask for help. But what do you do when the thing frightening you has no face, no body, and no clear reason for being there? What do you do when it calls your name, touches your back, and rings your bell in the middle of the night? What do you do when it follows you even after you move? For me, that question never fully found an answer. I only learned to endure it. But endurance has its cost. It wears down the mind slowly. It steals focus. It turns moments of quiet into moments of tension. It makes ordinary life harder than it should be. And that was the hardest truth of all. Even when I was no longer screaming in fear, even when I was no longer shaking beneath a blanket, it still held power over me because it remained present enough to disturb my peace. This is why I never forgot that first afternoon. It was not only frightening because of the sounds themselves. It was frightening because it marked the beginning of something that stayed. A whisper from an empty car park. Giggles no one else seemed to hear. A soft, sinister voice asking me to come and play. From that moment on, life no longer felt entirely ordinary. Something unseen had stepped into it, and for 2 years at least, it refused to leave. I still do not know exactly what it was. I still cannot say with certainty why it chose me, or whether it truly followed me from one building to another. But I know what I experienced. I know what I heard. I know the fear that ran through me that day and the strange things that came after. And even if I cannot explain it, I also cannot deny it. That is my story. It began when I was still young, lying awake in a bunk bed on an afternoon when I should have been sleeping. It began with whispers outside a window overlooking an empty car park. And it continued in ways that made me question what was possible, what was watching, and why something seemed to take an interest in a person and refused to let go. Sorry to interrupt, If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. 35 years have passed, but even now, whenever I think about what happened that night, the hairs on my hands still stand up. It is one of those memories that never really fades. Time may soften many things, but it has not softened this. The feeling of that night still comes back to me with uncomfortable clarity, and even after all these years, the memory carries the same eerie chill. I truly wish it had never happened, because although I only experienced it once, it has stayed with me for the rest of my life. I have never been the kind of person who wanted to believe in ghosts or spirits. In fact, I spent much of my life trying not to believe in such things at all. I always felt that the less attention a person gave to these matters, the less likely they were to be disturbed by them. I used to tell my friends the same thing. If you believe too strongly in ghosts, spirits, jinn, or unseen beings, then perhaps you become more open to them. But if you do not think about them, if you do not dwell on them, then maybe they leave you alone. That had always been my way of looking at things. I did not want to invite fear into my life by giving it shape or meaning. But one cool night in April of 1974, something happened that shook that belief in a way I have never been able to forget. That evening, I had gone with my companion to Trankara English Primary School. He was a teacher there, and he also coached the school hockey team. The boys on the team were spending the night in one of the classrooms because they had to leave very early the next morning for Seremban, where they were going to play in a hockey tournament. It was meant to be a simple, ordinary visit. We were only there to bring the boys their supper before they settled down for the night. We had brought them ucharke, which some people jokingly refer to as deep-fried chromosomes, because of the shape. It is a simple and popular Chinese snack made from flour, shaped into twin sticks, then deep-fried until it puffs up. There was nothing unusual about the food at all. It was the kind of thing many Malaysians grow up enjoying, especially with hot black coffee. It was an ordinary treat, a familiar comfort, and the whole purpose of our visit was simply to make sure the boys had something to eat before they left for the tournament in the morning. At first, everything felt completely normal. Before the food was handed out, my companion, whose name was Eddie, gathered the boys and began giving them a pep talk. He stood in front of the team, facing them with the focus and seriousness of a coach trying to prepare his players for the challenge ahead. I stood nearby, just behind him, listening quietly as he spoke. He was completely absorbed in what he was saying, encouraging the boys, lifting their spirits, and giving them the kind of final words that young players remember before an important match. As I stood there listening, I suddenly felt something strange. Someone tapped me lightly in the small of my back. The touch was clear and unmistakable. It was not vague or uncertain. It felt like a real hand, a gentle but definite tap, the kind that would normally make you turn around and expect to see someone standing there. That was exactly what I did. I turned immediately, expecting to find one of the boys behind me, or perhaps someone trying to get my attention. But there was no one there. Not a single person. I looked properly, not just with a quick glance, but with the clear expectation that I must have missed someone. Yet there was nobody behind me. No child, no teacher, no movement, nothing at all. It made no sense. I knew what I had felt. I was certain I had been touched. Still, because everything around me otherwise seemed ordinary, I tried to dismiss it. I shrugged it off and turned my attention back to Eddie and his talk. I told myself perhaps I had imagined it, or perhaps something had brushed against me in a way that only felt like a hand. But then it happened again. Once more, I felt a gentle tapping in the small of my back. This time it was even harder to ignore, because now I knew what the first touch had felt like. It was the same exact sensation. A light but real touch, as if someone standing behind me wanted my attention. I turned again, more quickly this time, and looked behind me. Again, there was no one there. That was the moment when discomfort began turning into fear. Until then, I had tried to remain calm. I had tried to reason with myself. But after the second tap, I could feel fear beginning to grip me. It did not rush over me all at once. It started as a cold discomfort deep inside me, the kind of feeling that tells you something is wrong even if you cannot explain why. I did not want to give in to that fear. I still refused to believe anything unnatural was happening. My mind resisted it. I told myself not to be foolish, not to let imagination take over. But the truth was that I knew what I had felt, and the absence of anyone behind me was becoming impossible to ignore. Then it happened a third time. By then, I knew one thing very clearly. It was time to leave. I have never felt anything quite like that moment before or since. The hairs on my hands stood up so sharply that even now I laugh nervously when I describe it. It felt as if every small hair had risen all at once, as though my body itself was warning me to get away. The fear that had been building inside me now became impossible to control. I did not want to stay there any longer, not even for another minute. I could not explain it properly at the time, but every part of me was telling me that we needed to leave immediately. As soon as Eddie finished speaking to his boys, I urged him to go. I did not even try to hide my urgency. I started hurrying him out of the classroom and toward the exit. I wanted to get away from that place as fast as possible. Eddie, of course, had no idea what had happened to me while he was busy talking to the team. To him, my behavior must have seemed strange and sudden. He kept asking me why I was in such a hurry, but I would not answer right then. All I said was, "Don't ask. I will explain later." I could not get out of that school quickly enough. Even after we had reached the car and started driving out of the school grounds, my body still felt tense. It was not just the fear itself, but the lingering sensation of having been touched by something I could not see. That feeling stayed with me as we drove, and only once we were safely out of the school compound did I begin to speak. Eddie asked me again why I had been so desperate to leave. So I finally told him. I explained that while he was giving his pep talk, I had felt someone tap me in the small of my back. Not once, but 3 times. And each time, when I turned around, there had been absolutely nobody there. I described the touches, the emptiness behind me, and the fear that had grown stronger with each moment. When he heard this, Eddie responded in a way that only made the whole experience even more disturbing. He said quite casually that it was probably because many people had been tortured and killed there during the Japanese occupation. That was his explanation. I remember hearing that and thinking, with both shock and disbelief, that this was information I would have preferred to know much later, if at all. The way he said it was so matter-of-fact, so calm, as though he were merely mentioning a piece of local history and not connecting it directly to the frightening experience I had just gone through. I was already shaken, and hearing that the place carried such a violent past did nothing to comfort me. If anything, it made the fear settle even deeper into my mind. The Japanese occupation is remembered in many places through stories of suffering, torture, and death. Old buildings and school grounds that seem harmless in daylight can hold terrible histories underneath their surface. That night, standing in that classroom, I had no idea I might be in a place marked by such pain. If I had known beforehand, perhaps I would have been more uneasy from the beginning. Or perhaps I would not have gone at all. But I did not know, and so when that unseen tapping began, it came without warning and without any context that might have prepared me for it. After Eddie said that, I could only think how lucky I was to be young at the time. I often joke about it now, though the humor is only my way of softening the memory. I say that if I had been much older and had weaker control of myself, I might well have left a trail from the classroom all the way to the car park. It is a silly image, yes, but behind the joke is a very real truth. I was absolutely terrified. The fear was not dramatic in the way ghost stories are often told, with screaming or running blindly in panic. It was quieter than that, but no less intense. It was the kind of fear that tightens the chest and makes the body feel suddenly fragile. That night became my first real experience with what people call unseen beings. I did not see an apparition. I did not see a shadow. I did not hear a voice or watch an object move. There was nothing visible for me to point to. And yet what I experienced was no less disturbing for being invisible. In some ways it was worse. To be touched by something you cannot see, something that makes itself known only through physical contact, creates a very special kind of unease. It breaks the ordinary rules of the world in a direct and personal way. Seeing something strange from a distance is frightening enough, but being touched by something with no visible form feels much more intimate and much more unsettling. It leaves a different kind of mark on the memory. Even now, decades later, I can still recall how definite that tapping felt. It was not imagined. It was not uncertain. It was real enough that I turned each time expecting a person to be there. The fact that no one was there is exactly what has haunted me all these years. The experience also challenged the belief I had always held so confidently before. I had believed that if you ignored such things, they would ignore you. I had believed that not giving attention to ghosts, spirits, or jinn would keep you safe from them. But that night, I was not thinking about any of those things. I was not expecting anything unusual. I was simply standing in a classroom, listening to a coach talk to his players before a hockey tournament. There was nothing mystical about the moment, nothing dramatic, nothing that should have opened the door to fear. And yet something happened anyway. That is perhaps why the memory remains so powerful. It was not invited. It was not imagined into being through nervous talk or spooky expectations. It happened in the middle of something completely ordinary. That is what makes certain experiences so hard to dismiss. If I had gone into the school already frightened, already expecting a haunting, perhaps I could have blamed my own mind. But I did not. The touch came without warning, and that made it impossible for me to pretend later that I had simply worked myself into fear. Even today, I still do not like dwelling on such matters for too long. Part of me remains the same person I was before that night, the person who does not want to believe in ghosts or spirits, the person who would rather keep such things at a distance. But another part of me cannot forget what happened. Whether I like it or not, the memory stands there like a quiet challenge to all the certainty I used to have. There is also something about old schools at night that can feel unsettling, even without any supernatural experience. Classrooms are meant to be full of noise during the day, voices, footsteps, laughter, movement. But at night, they become strangely hollow. Desks and chairs sit too still. Corridors feel longer. Shadows gather in corners. Add to that the knowledge of a violent past, and the whole atmosphere changes in hindsight. What seemed ordinary becomes charged with meaning. What felt like a small, unexplained touch becomes something much heavier once you know the ground beneath you may hold memories of suffering. I have often wondered, over the years, what exactly touched me that night. Was it truly the spirit of someone who had died there long ago? Was it some lingering presence tied to the place? Was it simply a restless trace of the past making itself known in the smallest possible way? I do not know. And perhaps I never will. Some experiences do not come with answers. They arrive, leave their mark, and remain as questions. What I do know is that the feeling was real, the fear was real, and the memory has remained real for 35 years. There are moments in life that become stories you tell lightly, almost playfully, as the years go by. Then there are moments that become part of you in a deeper way, shaping how you think and what you carry quietly inside. This was one of those moments for me. Even though I can laugh about parts of it now, especially when I describe how quickly I wanted to get out of there, the laughter never fully removes the unease. It is still there beneath the humor, still standing with me in that classroom, still turning me around toward empty space. And that, perhaps, is what makes it so unforgettable. Nothing was there. And yet something was. That contradiction is the heart of the whole experience. My eyes saw nothing. My back felt everything. My mind wanted to deny it. My body knew better. There are very few moments in life when those parts of a person stand so sharply against each other. Usually, what we feel and what we see can be matched together. That night, they could not. And because of that, the experience has never settled into a neat explanation. I count myself fortunate that I have not had many such encounters in my life. In fact, I sincerely hope I never have another one. Once was enough. More than enough. I do not need proof repeated. I do not want more stories to add to this one. I would rather leave the unseen where it belongs, at a distance, unnamed and uninterested in me. But if I am being honest, I must admit that this one experience was enough to leave a permanent mark. The small, gentle taps in the small of my back were not violent. They were not painful. Yet they created an eerie feeling far stronger than if I had simply seen something odd in the corner of a room. It was the directness of the touch, the insistence of it, the repetition, and the emptiness behind me each time I turned. Those details combined into something unforgettable. So yes, after all these years, whenever I think about that cool April night in 1974, the hairs on my hands still rise. The classroom, the boys waiting for their supper, Eddie giving his pep talk, the unseen tapping, the hurried exit, and then the chilling mention of what had happened there during the Japanese occupation, all of it comes back as clearly as if it happened yesterday. And if there is one thing I know for certain, it is this. Although I did not see anything that night, being touched by something unseen was enough to give me a feeling I have never forgotten and probably never will. My father was the one person in my life who always felt larger than life. He was my protector, my comfort, my guide, and the person I could turn to with anything. To me, he was more than just a father. He was my knight in shining armor, my safe place, my closest confidant, and one of the few people who could make me feel loved without ever needing to say too much. Losing him was not something I was prepared for. It happened so quickly that I felt as if the ground beneath me had been pulled away. For a long time after he died, I felt dizzy inside, hollow and broken in a way I had never known before. Even now, when I think of that time, I remember not just the sadness but the disbelief. I could not understand why God had chosen to take him away from me. He had already suffered so much in life, and yet he remained full of life. He had only one good leg and a stump, but that never defined him. He was still vibrant. He was still full of humor. He still had an energy that could light up a room. He was funny, entertaining, lively, and warm. He knew how to make people laugh. He knew how to make difficult days feel easier. That is why I could not accept it. I remember asking again and again why God had taken him when there were others who seemed to exist in bodies without spirit, or in states where life had almost already left them. Why him? Why my father? Why the man who still had so much life in him? Why the one person I was not ready to let go of? I loved him deeply, and if it had been left to me, I would have kept him with me for as long as possible. 21 years ago, on the 6th of June in 1988, my father passed away peacefully at 2:10 in the morning. That exact time would stay with me forever, becoming almost sacred in my memory. He had been diabetic for 35 years and had fought pneumonia for a month before finally losing the battle. For that entire month, I was with him in the hospital every single day, from 7:30 in the morning until 11 at night. I hardly left his side. I could not bear to be away from him because every day felt like it might matter, every hour felt important, and every little sign of his strength or weakness seemed to mean something. I wanted to be there for him in every way I could. During those long hospital days, there were moments that still live in me with painful clarity. At one point, he slipped into a coma that lasted 3 days. Watching someone you love in a coma is one of the strangest and most helpless experiences a person can go through. Their body is there, the face is familiar, the hands are the same hands you have known all your life, but they seem to exist somewhere far beyond your reach. Even then, I stayed with him. I sang his favorite songs to him because I wanted him to hear my voice and know I was there. And then something happened that gave me comfort in the middle of all that fear. While he was in the coma, he squeezed my hand. That simple movement meant everything to me. It told me he could hear me. It told me he knew I was there. It told me that even in that state, some part of him was still reaching back to me. I remember his hands so clearly even now. I used to hold them often, stroke them gently, and admire his long, slender fingers. There are some details love makes permanent in the mind, and his hands are one of those details for me. They were hands I had known all my life, hands that had protected, guided, and comforted me, and during those last days I held them as often as I could, perhaps already knowing deep inside that soon I would have only memory left. I was the only child from my father's last marriage, and because of that, I had the special privilege of his full attention. He did not spoil me, but he gave me everything that truly mattered. He gave me what I needed in life, and he gave it with thought and care. He believed in my future and wanted me to grow in ways that were not always expected of daughters in our culture. He even thought it important that I go to Australia to study so that I could broaden my mind and learn from the world beyond home. That alone said so much about the kind of father he was. Unlike many Malaysian parents, he never expected me to return and work only to repay him for the education I had received. He gave because he wanted me to have opportunities, not because he wanted something back. That was the kind of man he was, kind, generous, and quietly wise. We were very close, and perhaps that is why what happened after his death felt so real to me. Our bond did not feel as if it had simply been cut off. It felt as if it had changed form but had not disappeared. That is the only way I can explain it. On the second day after my father's death, I decided to write a letter to my half-sister in England. Writing has always felt easier to me in the early hours of the morning. There is something about the stillness of those hours that helps thoughts come more clearly. So, during the quiet of the night, I sat down to begin that letter. The time was 2:10 in the morning, the exact hour my father had died. I do not know if I consciously chose that time because of him, or if I simply found myself writing then because that hour already lived inside me. But there I was, sitting in the stillness of the night, beginning to write. As I started, I suddenly heard a familiar sound. It was the sound of a matchbox being flipped. My father used to do that. It was one of those small habits that become part of the atmosphere of a person's life, so common that you barely think about it until they are gone. He would flip a matchbox in a certain way, and now, in the quiet hours after his death, I heard that exact sound again. At first it was only a sound, but because I knew it so well, it struck me immediately. I sat still and listened. It went on and on. I could hear it clearly, persistent and rhythmic. I wondered who could possibly be doing that. Slowly, I got up and walked into the next room, where the sound was coming from. My father's photograph had been placed there on a teak chest, with oil lamps on either side, according to Hindu custom. It was the kind of arrangement made with love and respect for someone who has just passed, a place of remembrance and ritual. As I stepped closer, I saw something that I have never forgotten. Right in front of my father's photograph was the largest pinky gray lizard I had ever seen in my life. It looked like the common drop-tail house lizard one often sees in homes, but it was much larger, almost 8 inches long. It was not only the size that shocked me. It was what the lizard was doing. I stared in disbelief as I saw it playing what I could only describe as tiddlywinks with the matchbox. It was pressing against the side of the matchbox to make it flip left and right, over and over again. Left, right, left, right. The sound I had heard from the other room was being made by that strange creature. The whole sight was so strange that my fear gave way to something else, a kind of stunned recognition. Instead of panicking, I found myself speaking to it as though I already understood. I said, "Ah, you are teasing me. I am in the next room if you want me." Then I turned and went back to continue writing my letter. The flipping sound continued for half an hour. It went unsteadily, as though the creature wanted me to know it was there, wanted me to hear it clearly, wanted to pull my attention back again and again. Then suddenly it stopped. The silence felt sharp after all that repeated sound. I knew I had to see why it had stopped, so I went back into the next room. This time, there was no lizard in sight. The matchbox was gone from where it had been too. For a moment I questioned myself. Had I imagined the whole thing? Had grief made me see something that was not really there? But no, the details had been too clear, too strange, too exact. I looked around carefully. The lizard was nowhere to be found. Then I found the matchbox. It had been placed behind my father's picture, tucked so carefully that it could not have simply fallen there by accident. It was set in such a way that it would not slip into the narrow space between the photograph and the wall. The care with which it had been placed struck me deeply. It felt deliberate. It felt clever. It felt personal. In that moment, I knew in my heart that my father had come to tell me he would still be around for me. On the third night after his death, something happened that affected me even more deeply. I was sleeping on my father's bed. The grief was still heavy in me, and sleeping in his space somehow made me feel closer to him. That night, I suddenly felt his presence. It is difficult to explain what that means to someone who has never experienced it. It was not just a thought of him, or a memory drifting through my mind. It felt like he was truly there. I sat up in bed and called out, "Papa, Papa, is that you?" Then I felt his arms around me. They were warm. They were strong. It felt like one last embrace, one last comforting hug from the man who had protected me all my life. The feeling was so real that even now, years later, I can remember the warmth of it. Then, just as suddenly, I felt a rush of air, and he was gone. That moment brought me comfort I cannot fully put into words. It did not erase the pain of losing him, but it gave me something to hold on to, some small reassurance that death had not completely broken our connection. Not long after that, another strange thing happened that made me fearful in a completely different way. One day, my mother came home with a lizard trap. She wanted to catch the little lizards that left droppings on windowsills, shelves, and even on pictures hanging on the walls. One of her friends had given her the trap. It was like the lid of a cardboard box, with a round disc covered in glue and poison. I hated the thought of it immediately. I did not want to see any trapped lizards at all, but I was especially afraid of one thing, that the huge pinky gray lizard might get caught in it. I forced myself to look, because I had to know. Thankfully, it was not there. I felt such relief that I immediately told my mother not to set any more of those traps in the kitchen or anywhere else in the house. I could not bear the idea of harming that large lizard if it really was connected to my father in the way I believed. The thought of losing that mysterious link felt unbearable. Years passed, but the memory of that lizard never left me. 5 years after my father's death, I had to write a speech for a Toastmasters speech contest. As I sat down to work on it, I began writing about the huge pinky gray lizard. I have always been a creature of habit, and without planning it in any dramatic way, I once again found myself writing at 2:10 in the morning. That hour had become important to me, and perhaps because of that, it was also the hour in which I felt closest to my father. As I wrote, I suddenly became aware of a presence in the room. The feeling was unmistakable. I felt watched. I looked down, and there, just in front of my left toe, was the huge pinky gray lizard. I froze. It was the same kind of lizard, large, pinky gray, and impossible to ignore. Its eyes were what struck me most this time. They were large, black, and shining in a way that seemed almost too expressive for a creature like that. It looked up at me and, unlike an ordinary house lizard, it did not run away. Even as I spoke, it remained there, calm and still, as if listening. I said to it, "I am writing about you. I miss you so much." The moment I said those words, tears rolled down my cheeks. My grief, which had lived in me all those years, rose up again with fresh force. I wiped the tears from my face, and when I opened my eyes again, the lizard had disappeared. Once again, I felt that my father had come to reassure me that he was still around for me. That speech became something very important in my life. I called it, "My Father the Lizard," and it touched many hearts. I won many speech competitions with it. It surprised me at first that other people could be moved by a story so strange and so personal, but perhaps grief speaks a language people understand even when the form it takes is unusual. The title itself was memorable enough that one day, when I was walking in Jakarta, someone called out to me, not by my name, but by the title of my speech. It was a professor from Chulalongkorn University who had heard me speak earlier in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah. She had forgotten my name but remembered the speech. I was not offended at all. In fact, I felt glad. The fact that she remembered the story meant it had touched her in some way. Of course, not everyone agreed with my understanding of the lizard. One veteran Toastmaster came up to me and said that I should not say my father had come back as a lizard. He thought it was wrong, almost disrespectful, because my father had been such a great man, remembered by many for his kindness and good deeds. He said that a man like that would surely have returned as something greater than a house lizard. But I did not agree with him. To me, the form made perfect sense. If my father had returned as an elephant or a tiger, what would I have done? I would have had to call the local zoo. If he had come as a cat or a dog, my own dogs would probably have attacked him. A lizard, however, could stay near me quietly. It could move through the house unnoticed. It could watch over me without drawing attention to itself. It could be present without causing alarm in anyone else. To me, that made it the perfect form. Small enough to remain close. Quiet enough to remain unseen. Strange enough to be remembered, yet ordinary enough not to be driven away by others. I know many people will not understand that point of view. Some will say grief made me imagine it all. Some will say I gave meaning to an ordinary lizard because I missed my father too much. Some will say I was comforting myself with a story because the truth of his death was too painful. Perhaps there is some truth in the idea that grief changes the way we see things. But I also know what I experienced. I know how real it felt. I know the sound of that matchbox flipping by itself for half an hour. I know the warmth of that embrace on the third night. I know the presence I felt at 2:10 in the morning. I know the way that great pinky gray lizard appeared and disappeared. These things were real to me, not dreams, not illusions. Even now, from time to time, I still see a large pinky gray lizard on my kitchen counter, peeping its head out from behind the dish drainer. Whenever I prepare dog food, a little rice sometimes falls on the counter. I leave it there. It is not much, but how much would a lizard need? In my own quiet way, I like to think I am still caring for him, just as he still watches over me. There is a comfort in my own explanation that I do not feel the need to defend too strongly anymore. I know many people will not see it the way I do. They may laugh, doubt, or shake their heads. But grief is deeply personal, and so is comfort. If believing that my father came back in the form of that huge pinky gray lizard has brought me peace, then that peace is enough for me. What matters most is not whether others agree. What matters is what the experience meant to me. To me, it meant that love did not stop at death. It meant that my father, who had always cared for me in life, found a quiet and gentle way to remain near me after he was gone. It meant that he knew how broken I was and wanted me to know that I was not abandoned. It meant that even in death, he could still find a way to tease me, comfort me, and reassure me in the small hours of the morning when my grief was deepest. Some daughters receive signs in dreams. Some feel comfort in memory alone. For me, comfort came in the form of a large, pinky gray house lizard and the strange, but loving idea that my father had found a way to stay close. I have never been ashamed of that. Unusual as it sounds, it has brought me peace and even joy. And if that is the form love chose to take for me, then I welcome it. That is why the memory of the lizard remains precious rather than frightening. It was never a dark presence to me. It never brought fear in the way haunted stories usually do. Instead, it brought reassurance. It came at moments when I needed comfort most, right after his death, when I was writing about him years later, and even now in small glimpses that remind me of him. The lizard became, in a strange way, a bridge between my loss and my healing. I still miss my father. Grief does not completely leave, especially when the person you lost was such a central part of your life. It softens perhaps, changes shape, becomes less sharp, but it remains. I still think of his hands. I still remember the songs I sang to him in the hospital. I still remember the long days by his bedside and the painful quiet after he was gone. But woven through all of that sorrow is also this strange, tender story of the lizard, and because of it, my grief is no longer made only of pain. It also contains comfort, wonder, and a sense that some bonds continue even after death. So yes, many people may never understand my point of view. They may never believe that my father came back in such a humble form. But I find peace in it, and that peace is enough. I do not need the story to make sense to everyone else. I only need it to remain true in the way it lives in me. and whenever I see that large pinky gray lizard peeping from behind the dish drainer, I smile quietly to myself. I let the little grains of rice remain. It is a small offering, perhaps even a silly one in the eyes of others, but to me it is an act of love. It is my way of saying that if he still chooses to come near, he is welcome. He is still loved. He is still remembered. It was hard for me to even touch the keyboard in the condition I was in, so Eric helped me write this down. I wanted to tell what happened after I went back to piano lessons in the haunted music room, because a lot happened after that, and I do not think anyone would understand just how bad it became unless I explained it properly. I did not go back because I was brave. I went back because I had no choice. I was in my final year of high school, and music was an important subject in my school. Missing lessons was not simple. I could not just stop going because I was afraid. My mother was already busy with her own work and responsibilities, and I did not want to burden her with my problems unless I had no other option. So I kept telling myself to endure it. I told myself I only needed to survive a little longer, finish school, pass my work, and then I could leave that room behind forever. At first, I thought maybe things had improved because of the cross necklace the priest had given me. I wore it every time I entered the music room. I never forgot it. The moment it rested against my skin, I felt a little stronger, not fully safe, but less exposed than before. I still felt her there. I could never pretend the room was normal. From the minute I stepped through the door, I could sense her presence the way some people can sense a storm before it arrives. The air in that room always felt slightly wrong, as if it belonged to someone else and we were only tolerated there for a short while. But when I wore the cross, she did not come close in the same way she once had. It felt as though something about that small object pushed her back, or at least stopped her from touching me directly. I did not feel safe, exactly, but I felt protected enough to function. That little bit of peace meant everything to me. For a while, I thought I might really be able to get through the rest of my final year. I went to the afternoon lessons as usual. I sat at the piano with my classmates. I practiced scales, exercises, and sheets we had to learn. I tried to keep my mind on rhythm, timing, and finger placement instead of on the feeling that something was always watching from the corners of the room. The music room was shared by several students, especially those who were serious about piano and music. Normally it should have been a room filled with concentration, mistakes, discipline, repetition, and small moments of achievement. But in that room, none of those things ever came alone. Every note seemed to hang in an atmosphere filled with tension. Every silence between practice pieces felt heavier than it should. Even when no one said anything, everyone seemed slightly more nervous there, though not all of them would admit it. At first, she did not do much while I wore the cross. I would feel her presence near me, but it stayed at a distance. Sometimes I had the strange feeling that she was circling, waiting, testing the limits of whatever protection I carried. I did not like the feeling, but I accepted it because at least she was not touching me. At least I could sit at the piano without feeling a breath near my neck or a presence right at my shoulder. I thought the cross had solved the worst part of the problem. I thought maybe she had given up on me, or maybe she hated the priest's blessing enough to stay back. I was fine with that. I did not need the room to become peaceful. I only needed it to become survivable. But things did not stay that way. The more I continued my practice, the more I noticed the change in the room itself. It was as if the ghost had not accepted being kept away. It felt more like she had become angry. I cannot explain why I felt this so clearly, but I did. The room changed in a way that was hard to describe and impossible to ignore. The tension sharpened. The silences became harder. The feeling of being watched grew stronger, not weaker. It was almost as though she had decided that if she could not reach me easily, she would make herself known in other ways. She did not only seem focused on me anymore. She seemed to hate the fact that talented piano students were still entering that room and filling it with music. I began to feel that she wanted us gone. She wanted the room empty. She wanted no one to sit at those pianos with confidence and skill. The better a student was, the stronger that bitter feeling in the room seemed to become. At first, these were only feelings, and feelings are hard to prove to anyone else. If I had told someone that the room felt angrier, they might have smiled politely or told me I was imagining it because I was already frightened. So I kept quiet and continued. I practiced. I stayed careful. I held on to the cross around my neck whenever I felt especially nervous. I told myself that even if the room hated us, I still had my work to do. The exhibition was also coming up, and all of us had things to prepare. I was trying to think like a normal student, and not like someone moving through a haunted place. But even when I tried my best to act normal, the room never let me forget what it was. The day everything changed completely was April 18th. I remember that date so clearly because it was the day I was seriously injured in that room. The music lesson exhibition was planned for April 20th, and because of that, a group of us stayed behind after class to decorate the room and get it ready. It should have been an ordinary afternoon. There were several of us there, and even one of the teachers stayed with us while we worked. That should have made everything feel safe. In fact, I remember feeling relieved when I noticed the teacher staying. I thought to myself that with a teacher in the room, surely nothing would happen. I believed that whatever haunted the room would not try anything openly in front of an adult. Even if the room carried strange energy, I thought the presence would keep back while so many people were there. I was wrong. We were arranging chairs, moving things, cleaning corners, and discussing where certain decorations should go. Everyone was focused on preparing the room so that it would look good for the exhibition. There were colored materials, display pieces, and all the usual things people use when setting up a school event. I tried to concentrate on my task. For a little while, the activity in the room almost made it feel normal. There was movement, chatter, instructions, and the comfort of not being alone. The pianos sat quietly while we worked around them. If someone had walked in at that moment, they would have seen nothing unusual at all, just students helping prepare for a school event. At one point I climbed a set of stairs so I could put decorations higher up on the wall. I was not very high yet. I remember focusing on where to place the decoration so it would sit straight and look neat. Then suddenly I felt the stairs pull backward beneath me. It was not a small wobble. It was not the kind of shift that happens when someone leans too far or missteps. It felt as though someone had grabbed the stairs and yanked them from behind. I lost my balance instantly and fell hard onto my knees. The shock ran through me before the pain did. I turned around right away, certain that someone must have moved the stairs by accident, maybe while passing behind me, maybe without realizing I was still on them. But no one was there. No one was close enough to have touched them. The teacher was there. My classmates were there. And yet no one had pulled those stairs. In that moment I felt that cold, unmistakable understanding all over again. She had done it. My knees hurt, but what frightened me more was the fact that the teacher's presence had made no difference at all. I had trusted that I was safe because an adult was in the room. I had thought she would not dare. But she did. It was as if she wanted to prove that no one could protect me there, not even in a room full of people. I tried not to panic. I got up, but my confidence was gone. I did not want to climb again. I exchanged duties with one of my male friends, telling him he should take over that part. I do not know how much I explained. Maybe I just said I was shaken from the fall. Maybe they thought I had simply lost my balance. I let them think whatever they wanted. I only knew I did not want to get back on those stairs. I wish I could say that was the worst thing that happened that day, but it was not. Later, I went toward the window to slide it open in the direction it was supposed to move. I remember placing my hands on it and pushing it to the right. Then, in one violent motion, it slid hard in the opposite direction. It moved to the left so suddenly that I barely had time to react. My hand was caught in it before I could pull away. The pain was immediate and blinding. It trapped my hand in a way that felt deliberate, not like a normal jam or a rusty frame that stuck halfway. It crushed down fast and hard, and I remember crying out while trying desperately to free myself. My friends rushed over. They all tried to pull the window back and get my hand loose, but it was not easy. That frightened me even more. If it had only been rusted, it should have behaved like a stiff old frame. But this felt different. It held tight in a way that made me feel as though the room itself had decided not to let go. My friends struggled, and I could see on their faces that this was not simple. There was confusion, panic, and effort all around me while I stood there in pain, trying not to scream too much, trying not to break down. Eventually, after what felt like much longer than it probably was, they finally got my hand free. By then it was badly bruised. It throbbed. It felt weak and swollen. Everyone said the same thing afterward: the frame must be old, the window must be rusted, it must have suddenly slipped. That was the explanation everyone wanted because it was simple and easy and did not ask any frightening questions. But I knew the truth. I had felt that same presence all day. I knew what had happened on the stairs. I knew the room was no longer only watching me. It was attacking me. Because my hands were already badly bruised after that, I refused to do any more heavy work, and no one argued with me. I had clearly been injured. So instead of helping with lifting or arranging things, I was told to walk around the room and check the preparations, make sure things looked right, and see if anything still needed adjustment. That sounded safe enough. I thought if I just stayed away from anything physical, maybe I could get through the rest of the afternoon without any more trouble. I was wrong again. I started moving around the room slowly, taking in the decorations, looking at the arrangement of chairs, trying to be useful in a smaller way. My attention was not on the cupboard nearby. I did not notice anything strange at first. Then suddenly an artificial planet that had been kept on top of the cupboard rolled forward and came crashing down. It fell directly onto my right hand, the same already injured hand. The pain was beyond what I can properly explain. It struck the exact spot that was already hurt, and it felt so sharp and violent that I screamed at the top of my lungs. Not a frightened little cry. A full scream. The kind that tears itself out of you because the pain is too much to hold in. For a moment the whole room seemed to vanish into that pain. Then everything around me went dark. When I became aware again, I was lying on a bed in a white room. For a few moments, I did not understand where I was or what had happened. My head felt heavy. My body felt strange. Then I noticed the bandage around my right hand, and the memory of the room came back all at once. Eric was there. He explained that I had been hurt when the artificial planet hit my hand, and that the injury was serious enough that it would take some time before my hand moved properly again. Hearing that made me feel helpless in a way I had not expected. I had gone into that room because I had to continue school. I had endured it because I thought I could manage it with the priest's cross. I had tried to be practical, to keep going, to not trouble my mother too much. And now I was lying there with a bandaged hand, unable to pretend any longer that this was only fear or imagination. Something in that room had hurt me physically, repeatedly, in front of other people. My mother came to see me, and she asked what had really happened. This time, I told her everything. I did not leave out the ghost. I did not hide the earlier experiences. I told her about the music room, about the presence, about how the cross had kept the ghost away at first, and about how she had grown more aggressive. I told her about the stairs being pulled backward when no one was there. I told her about the window trapping my hand. I told her about the artificial planet falling straight onto the same injured spot. I told her everything that I had tried to carry by myself. She did not laugh. She did not dismiss me. She did not tell me to stop talking nonsense. Instead, she gently patted my back and kissed my forehead. Then she said, "Everything will be okay." I cannot explain how much those words meant to me at that moment. Pain is hard. Fear is hard. But one of the hardest things is carrying something terrifying alone because you think no one will believe you or help you. The moment my mother comforted me, something inside me loosened. I was still in pain. I was still frightened. But I was no longer alone in it. What happened next surprised me. Almost before I could fully understand it, my mother had made a decision. She planned to resign, and we were going to move out the next month. When I learned that, I felt two very different emotions rise in me at the same time. The first was relief. A huge, deep, overwhelming relief. I would finally get away from that room. I would not have to walk back in there and pretend I could handle it. I would not have to sit at the piano trying to ignore the feeling that someone stood just behind me. I would not have to clutch the cross and pray that whatever haunted that place would stay back. I would not have to wonder whether the next accident would be worse than the last one. The thought of leaving that music room felt like finally escaping from something that had been tightening around me for too long. I was going to study at another music school, and that meant the haunted room would no longer have any hold over my days. But mixed with that relief was sadness. I had friends there. Good friends. People who had practiced with me, helped me, laughed with me, and spent ordinary school days with me. Leaving meant starting over somewhere else. It meant stepping away not only from the horror of that room but also from the familiar pieces of my life. I was glad to escape, but I was sad to leave the people who had become part of my everyday world. That is what made the whole thing harder. If only the room had been horrible and everything else had been empty, then leaving would have felt simple. But real life is never that neat. Even places that hurt you can also contain people you care about. Now I am in the healing process. My hands are better than they were, but recovery is slow. I can move a pen now, which feels like a small blessing, but I still cannot carry heavy things. There is still weakness there, still pain when I try too much. Bruises fade, but slowly. The body heals in its own time, not according to what we wish. Each little improvement matters. Being able to hold a pen again matters. Being able to move my fingers matters. But at the same time, every small motion reminds me of that day, of the room, of how quickly things turned from uneasy to dangerous. I think often now about how the ghost changed. At first, she kept her distance because of the cross. Then, as if insulted by that distance, she became more aggressive. It was as though she hated being denied access to me. She hated the thought of being pushed back. The more I felt at peace, the more violent the room became. That thought still troubles me. Maybe I would have understood quiet haunting better. Cold corners. Strange feelings. A presence in the room. But this was different. This felt personal. This felt angry. Sometimes I wonder whether she had always hated talented students, or whether I only noticed it more after she turned on me openly. Music should have made that room feel alive. Instead, it felt like music itself irritated whatever was there. Every practiced melody, every careful lesson, every ambitious student seemed to challenge something unseen that believed the room belonged to her. I do not know who she was, or why she remained there, or why she turned so bitter. I only know that by the time I left, I no longer thought of that place as merely haunted. I thought of it as dangerous. Through all of this, Eric has helped me a lot. I am grateful for that in ways I probably do not say enough. Sometimes help comes in small forms that matter more than grand gestures. Helping me write when my hands hurt. Staying near me. Speaking calmly when I felt overwhelmed. Making sure I did not feel completely alone in my recovery. These things matter. When a person has been frightened and injured, even simple acts of care can feel like a kind of rescue. I still think about the room, though I try not to. Certain memories stay sharp whether you want them to or not. The feel of the stairs pulling backward. The violent slide of the window. The impossible way that artificial planet hit the exact same place on my hand. The white hospital room after I fainted. My mother kissing my forehead. All of it remains in me, connected now like one dark line leading out of that room and into the next stage of my life. I am relieved that I will not have to go back there. More than relieved. Grateful. I do not know what would have happened if I had remained longer. Maybe nothing worse. Maybe much worse. I do not want to find out. Some places are simply not meant to be endured forever. Some places ask too high a price. So now I am trying to focus on healing, on getting stronger, on preparing for a new school and a new place to study music. I want music to become music again, not fear. I want a piano room to feel like discipline, beauty, and learning, not dread, prayer, and survival. I do not know if that will happen right away. Maybe I will still flinch the first time a window moves unexpectedly. Maybe I will still feel tense in quiet practice rooms. Maybe part of me will keep looking over my shoulder longer than I should. But at least I will no longer be trapped in that one terrible room. For now, that is enough. I survived it. I got out. I am healing. And soon, that room will be behind me. When we lived in our previous house, strange things happened there that my family never fully forgot. I can still remember the feeling of that place when I think about it now. It was not a house that frightened me every single day, and I was lucky enough not to see anything with my own eyes the way some of my family members did. But even though I did not directly experience the worst of it, I grew up around stories from that house that stayed with me for years. Some places seem ordinary from the outside. They look like any other rented home, any other place where a family cooks, sleeps, argues, laughs, and tries to live a normal life. But then strange things begin to happen inside, little by little, and the house starts to feel as though something else is there with you, something invisible but not entirely absent. I did not understand all of it at first. When you are young, adults do not always tell you everything right away. Sometimes they keep certain things quiet, either because they do not want to frighten you or because they themselves are not sure how to explain what is happening. That was how it was in our house. Life would go on as usual in the daytime. My parents would do what parents do, my siblings and I would go about our routines, and nothing in the walls or rooms seemed obviously wrong. But now and then, something unsettling would happen, and later the story would come out in pieces. One of the clearest memories I have is from a morning when my father told me that my mother had suffered sleep paralysis the night before. At the time, I did not understand how frightening that must have been for her. I only knew from the look on his face that it was serious. It did not happen only once. My mother went through it 3 separate times in that house, and each time it followed the same terrifying pattern. She would be asleep, helpless in that vulnerable state between dreaming and waking, when she suddenly felt something on top of her. It would sit on her face and press down so heavily that she could barely breathe. She felt suffocated, trapped under a weight she could not see and could not fight in any normal way. The worst part was that she could not move. Her whole body would become useless. She wanted to push it away, sit up, or call for help, but she could do none of those things. She could only feel the crushing pressure and the fear building inside her. My mother is a woman of faith, and in those moments, when her body failed her, she used the only strength she still had. She recited prayers and holy verses from the Quran. That was how she fought. She could not raise her hands, but she could still call on God in her heart and with her voice, however weakly. Eventually, after what must have felt like endless moments, the thing would leave. The pressure would lift. Her body would return to her. And then, when she opened her eyes, she would see something that made the whole experience even worse. She would see a black mass floating out of her room through the bedroom window. That detail stayed with me the most when I first heard the story. It was not just the paralysis. It was not just the suffocating feeling. It was the fact that when the attack ended, my mother actually saw something leave the room. Not a person. Not a clear shape with hands or a face. Just a black mass, dark and unnatural, moving away through the window as if it had completed whatever it came to do. It would have been easier, perhaps, to dismiss the whole thing as a dream or a sleeping disorder if not for that final image. But my mother never described it like a dream. She described it like something real, something that entered her room, sat on her face, and left only after she fought it off with prayer. One of the times it happened, she told us something even more disturbing. She said the thing on her face felt hairy. That detail made the story harder to hear because it added a physical quality to what had already been terrifying. It was not just a pressure. It was not just a weight. It had texture. She could feel that whatever was there was not smooth or empty like air. It felt like some kind of living, crawling thing pressing itself against her. When she described that, I remember feeling deeply unsettled. There is something especially horrifying about hearing that a person not only felt something inhuman on them, but felt the hair of it too, as though it had come too close to be dismissed as imagination. As frightening as those episodes were, they were not the only strange things that happened in that house. Another encounter my mother had was very different, but just as disturbing in its own way. One day she was in her bedroom when she saw someone pass by her bedroom door and head out toward the living room. She was certain it was me. She saw my form go by and assumed I had just walked out of my room. Naturally, she called after me by name and went after me. There was nothing strange in that at first. It was the kind of small moment that happens in every family home all the time. A mother sees her child and calls out. There should have been nothing eerie about it. But then she heard me answer her. The terrifying part was not that I answered. It was where the answer came from. My voice did not come from the living room, where the figure had just gone. It came from my room. That was the moment my mother realized something was very wrong. She had clearly seen a figure pass by her bedroom door. She believed with complete certainty that it was me. Yet when she heard my voice, it was coming from the room I was supposed to have left. That kind of contradiction is enough to chill anyone. A person can mishear a sound or mistake a shadow, but when you see someone walk by and then hear that same person speaking from another room, the mind struggles to make sense of it. My mother hurried to my bedroom and opened the door. There I was, inside, doing my homework as usual. I had not gone out to the living room. I had not passed by her door. I had been in my room the whole time. She asked me whether I had left the room a moment earlier, and I told her no. Only then did she tell me what she had seen. She had watched a figure shaped like me walk past her door and head into the living room, yet I had never moved. That is the kind of experience that makes a house feel wrong in a very deep way. It suggests not just a presence, but a presence capable of taking familiar form, of appearing as someone from within the family itself. That story disturbed me differently from the others. It was not an attack like the thing that sat on my mother's face. It was something quieter, more deceptive. It made me imagine what it must have felt like for her to see her own child passing by, only to realize she had seen something pretending to be that child. That kind of thing stays in the mind. It changes how a person looks at hallways, doors, and passing shadows. It makes the ordinary movements of a family house feel less secure. Another sign that the house was not right came through my youngest brother when he was still a toddler. People often say that very young children can see things adults cannot. Whether everyone believes that or not, I know what my family witnessed in that house. My youngest brother would often stare up at the ceiling as if he were watching something move there. His eyes would follow it back and forth, to and fro, the way a child watches a bird or an insect. But when my father looked up to see what he was staring at, there was nothing there. No lizard. No moth. No insect. No shadow he could explain. Nothing at all. Still, my brother's eyes kept following something. That was what made it so unsettling. He was not looking randomly. He seemed focused, as though he could clearly see something moving above him. Sometimes he would track it for a while, his little face lifted upward in concentration, and then suddenly he would shut his eyes tightly, almost as if whatever he was seeing had come too close or frightened him. But even then he would not cry. That detail always felt strange to me. He was scared enough to shut his eyes suddenly, yet not in the way children usually cry when they are frightened by something ordinary. It was as though he was reacting to something only he could see, something that startled him but left him frozen rather than loud. My father noticed this behavior more than once. He would try to follow my brother's gaze, searching the ceiling carefully. He wanted a normal explanation. Any parent would. A bug, a small lizard, a moving curtain shadow, anything at all. But there was never anything there. No matter how carefully he looked, the ceiling remained empty. Yet my brother would continue to react as if something crawled above him, moving back and forth in full view. In a normal house, people might laugh such moments off as childish imagination. But in a house where other things were already happening, where my mother had been attacked in her sleep and had seen dark forms leaving through the window, such moments carried a different weight. They did not feel harmless. They felt connected. At the time we were living there, none of us fully understood the whole picture. That is often how these things work. While you are in the middle of it, each experience arrives separately. A terrifying night here. A strange figure there. A toddler staring at nothing. People do not always immediately gather them into one explanation, especially when they are trying hard to live ordinary lives. They go to work, go to school, cook meals, pay bills, and tell themselves that maybe the strange things are isolated incidents. Maybe there is a reason. Maybe it is better not to think too much about it. But over time the stories begin to gather and form something larger, and the house itself begins to feel like the common thread. We lived in that rented house for 1 year and 1 month before my father's job transfer forced us to move. In one way, the move was simply part of life. Families move for work all the time. There was no dramatic midnight escape, no final confrontation, no blessing of the house before we left. It was just time to go because my father had been transferred. But looking back, it feels like more than coincidence that we left when we did. The house had already given us enough reasons not to miss it. The very next day after we moved out, another tenant moved in. Since we were only renting the house, there was no long empty period between families. Life moved on quickly. Another household entered the same walls, the same rooms, the same windows, the same bedroom where my mother had seen the black mass floating out. At the time, I do not think we knew whether to warn them or keep silent. Sometimes people do not want to pass on fear, especially when they themselves are not sure how to explain what they lived through. Maybe my parents thought it was better not to say anything. Maybe they hoped the new family would have a different experience. Maybe they simply wanted to close that chapter and move on. Years later, we met the family who had moved in after us. It happened at a friend's house, not at the old place itself. The meeting seemed ordinary at first, just one of those casual social moments where people discover a shared connection. But then the wife suddenly asked my mother a question that must have made everything rush back in an instant. She asked whether we had ever experienced anything paranormal in the house they were now living in. That question alone said enough. My mother answered yes. And then the woman began telling my mother about her own experiences in that house. She mentioned seeing a figure pass by her bedroom door, just as my mother had. She talked about other eerie things too. Hearing that must have been both frightening and strangely validating at the same time. On one hand, it meant that what we had experienced had not ended with us. The house still carried whatever it carried. On the other hand, it proved that my family had not imagined everything. Another family, living there years later, had encountered the same kind of strange presence. That is one of the most unsettling parts of the whole story. If only one family experiences something in a house, people can always say it was stress, superstition, exhaustion, or coincidence. But when another tenant, years later, begins describing the same figure passing by the bedroom door, the house itself begins to feel guilty. It feels marked. It feels as if whatever lived there had been there long before us and remained there after we left. I often think about that woman asking my mother that question. She did not ask in a joking way. She did not ask out of curiosity for ghost stories. She asked because she had experienced enough in that house to wonder whether the previous tenants had known the same fear. Imagine living in a place where the only people who can truly understand what you are going through are the ones who lived there before you. That says something powerful about the place itself. It was not about one person's imagination. It was not just a dream. It was a pattern. By the time we met that later tenant, years had already passed. We had long since moved into a new house, one we now owned. That new house felt different from the beginning. It felt like ours. It felt grounded in a different way. There was no strange history attached to it from other families. No uneasy feeling in the rooms. No stories gathering in whispers. Sometimes the difference between one house and another is impossible to explain with logic alone. One place can look plain and harmless but feel wrong. Another can feel calm the moment you step into it. Our new house brought that kind of relief. It did not carry the same darkness. Life could be ordinary there. Still, the memories from the old house did not disappear just because we moved. Some stories attached themselves to the family rather than the building, at least in the sense that they remain in conversation and memory. My mother's sleep paralysis stories stayed with us. The image of the black mass drifting through the bedroom window stayed with me even though I had never seen it myself. The story of my mother chasing what she thought was me toward the living room, only to find me in my room doing homework, became one of those chilling family memories that never quite lose their power. My youngest brother staring at the ceiling, following some invisible thing with his eyes, became another image I could never fully shake. What affects me most, perhaps, is that I was lucky enough not to experience anything directly myself. That is how I have always thought of it. Lucky. Because even though the stories frightened me, I heard them after the fact. I was not the one struggling to breathe under an unseen weight. I was not the one seeing a copy of my own child passing the bedroom door. I was not the toddler seeing something crawl across an empty ceiling. I lived in that house, yes, but I passed through it without being chosen in the same way others were. That has always made me feel both grateful and uneasy. Grateful that I was spared. Uneasy because it reminds me how close such things can come without ever fully touching you. At the same time, hearing those stories from people you trust can be almost as powerful as experiencing something yourself. When your own mother tells you how she could not move and felt something sitting on her face, you do not forget it. When she tells you she prayed and watched a black mass leave through the window, it becomes part of your imagination whether you want it or not. You start picturing the room. You start imagining the night air beyond the window. You start wondering what it was and why it came to her. And when the same mother tells you she saw your figure walking by her door while you were in another room the entire time, it makes your own name and presence feel eerie in a way they never should. The house itself was not grand or dramatic in appearance, at least not from the way I remember it. It was simply a rented family home. That, in a way, makes the story more unsettling. Haunted places are often imagined as ancient mansions, abandoned buildings, broken staircases, or lonely houses hidden far from other people. But many real stories happen in ordinary homes. Homes where families cook dinner, where children do homework, where parents go to sleep expecting nothing unusual. The ordinary setting makes the strange events feel even more intrusive. It is one thing to hear a ghost story set in a ruined house. It is another to imagine a mother reciting verses from the Quran while something unseen presses its weight on her face in a bedroom like any other. My mother's faith played a central role in the way she understood those experiences. She did not fight with panic alone. She fought with prayer. That matters to me because it shows the seriousness of what she believed she was facing. In moments when fear strips a person down to their most basic instincts, they reach for what they trust most. My mother reached for holy verses. She did not treat the thing as a nightmare to shrug off. She treated it as something spiritual and dangerous enough to require divine protection. And each time, according to her, the thing did leave after she recited those prayers. Whether one explains that through faith, psychology, or something else, the pattern remained real to her. I have also often thought about that black mass floating out of the room. The detail is strangely quiet compared to the violence of the attack itself. It did not explode away. It did not vanish dramatically. It floated. That word suggests a certain calm, almost as if the thing had nowhere to rush to because it belonged to the night and the air itself. There is something deeply eerie about imagining a dark shape gliding out through a bedroom window after sitting on someone's face moments before. It feels less like an attack in a dream and more like a visitation from something that came and went on purpose. Then there is the figure my mother saw that looked like me. That may be the detail that troubles me most when I think about the whole house. A black mass can be imagined as something hostile but unknown. A shape on the ceiling seen by a toddler can be explained away by some people as childish sensitivity or imagination. But a figure that looks like someone from your family, moving through the house in silence, is different. It suggests imitation. It suggests intelligence. It suggests a presence capable of presenting itself in a familiar form, almost as though it wanted to be seen but not recognized immediately for what it truly was. That possibility makes the whole story darker. And yet, despite all of this, life moved on as it always does. We left that house. My father's job transfer took us elsewhere. We settled into a new home, and years passed. More than 9 years have gone by since we moved out. Time creates distance, but it does not erase certain memories. The old house remains part of our family's story, one of those places that lives on long after you have left it because what happened there refuses to become ordinary. Now we live in a new house, one that we own, and there is something deeply comforting in that. Ownership is not only legal. It can feel spiritual too. A rented house sometimes still feels full of the weight of previous lives, previous families, previous events. But a home you own and build your life in carries your own imprint more strongly. Our current house does not feel like the old one. It does not carry the same tension or strange history. There is relief in that, the kind of relief one can only fully appreciate after living through something unsettling elsewhere. Even so, when I look back, I do not think of the old house only with fear. I think of it with a kind of uneasy curiosity too. What was there? Why did it choose those forms of disturbance? Why did it trouble my mother in sleep, imitate me in the hallway, and reveal itself somehow to my toddler brother through the ceiling? Was it one presence or many? Was it tied to the house itself, to the land, or to some event from before we ever moved in? These are questions that probably have no clear answers. Houses do not easily give up their secrets. But one thing became clear through that later tenant's story. Whatever it was, it did not leave when we did. That may be the strongest proof my family ever received. Another woman, living in the same house after us, experienced the same type of figure by her bedroom door. She too had her own eerie stories. That connection forms a line through time from one family to the next. It means the house was not only frightening to us. It means the house itself held something that carried on after our chapter ended. There is something chilling about imagining another family moving in the very next day, unpacking their things, arranging their furniture, beginning their life there, unaware that they were stepping into a place where other eyes had watched from dark rooms and silent hallways. If I am thankful for anything in this story, it is that my family eventually left. We did not remain there long enough for the stories to multiply into something worse. We were spared that much. And I am thankful that, whatever happened around me in that house, I never became the direct target of it. That too feels like mercy. Some people go through terrible things in haunted places, and carry those experiences in their bodies forever. I carry the stories, yes, but not the direct scars. Still, stories can shape a person. They can make certain memories of childhood or home feel shadowed forever. They can make you look differently at a bedroom door, at a ceiling, at a dark window late at night. They can change the meaning of silence in a house. And once another family confirms the same strange experiences years later, those stories stop feeling like mere stories. They become part of the truth of that place. So when I say that all of this happened back when we lived in our previous home, I do not say it lightly. I say it with the strange mix of relief and unease that comes from knowing the house is far behind us, and yet still not forgotten. We left it long ago. We live now in a different house, our own house, and life is normal. But there was once a house where my mother fought an unseen thing in the night, where a false version of me walked the hallway, where my toddler brother watched something invisible crawl across the ceiling, and where later another tenant saw enough to ask my mother if we too had known its presence. That is not something a family easily forgets. I have never thought of myself as a religious or spiritual person. I do not practice religion very much, and because of that, I always felt it was only natural that I should not believe in ghosts, demons, spirits, or any other unseen beings. In my mind, those things belonged to the world of people who were deeply spiritual, deeply religious, or somehow connected to things beyond normal life. I did not see myself as one of those people. My mother, however, was completely different. She has always been very religious, very spiritual, and throughout her life she has often spoken of being disturbed or attacked by unseen forces. Growing up around her, I quietly formed my own theory about such things. I began to believe that spirituality and vulnerability to unseen attacks were somehow connected. In my mind, the more open a person was to the spiritual world, the more likely they were to invite trouble from it. Because of that, I'd built up walls inside myself. I shut everything out, both good and bad. If there were spiritual forces in the world, I wanted nothing to do with them. I wanted no connection, no openness, no doorway, nothing at all. That was how I lived for years. I did not go searching for signs. I did not spend time thinking about hauntings or demonic encounters. I did not want to believe in any of it. I thought I could stay untouched simply by staying closed off. And for a long time, that seemed to work. Nothing in my life ever pushed me to question that belief in a serious way. Strange stories belonged to other people. Spiritual troubles belonged to those who moved in those circles. I felt far from all of that. Then, during the last 2 years of college, I moved into a small rented room in a double-story terrace house. The place was within walking distance of college, which made life easier. It was not fancy, but it was comfortable enough for a student. More importantly, it felt peaceful. There were no disturbances in that house, no uneasy atmosphere, no strange sounds in the middle of the night, no stories from other tenants, nothing that would make a person suspicious. It was the kind of room a student could settle into without thinking twice. I liked that. I needed quiet and simplicity. College was hard enough without drama, and I was glad to have a place that felt ordinary. By the time this happened, I was in my final semester of my 3rd year. The semester itself had just ended, and we had been given a short study break of around 10 to 12 days before final exams began. It should have felt like a chance to breathe, but it did not. It was one of the most stressful periods of my life. I had far too much work to do and far too little time to do it. Every subject felt heavy. Every hour mattered. The pressure of final exams already makes a student feel stretched thin, but my situation was even worse because I was also taking part in an inter-college biotechnology quiz competition. That competition drained me more than I expected. It was held at another college, not my own, so there was travel involved, long days, constant concentration, and no real rest. It ran from 8 in the morning until 11 at night for 3 straight days. 3 full days of thinking, responding, staying alert, pushing through exhaustion, and still knowing that final exams were waiting for me afterward. By the time the competition ended, I was mentally worn out. My mind felt overused. My body felt slow, and I knew I should have rested. But students do not always get the luxury of resting when they need it most. I had no choice but to switch immediately from one demanding thing into another. The experience I am about to describe happened the day after the quiz ended. I remember that day clearly because of how ordinary it began. That ordinary beginning is part of what made everything that followed so deeply disturbing. If something terrible happens on a dark road at midnight, people expect it to feel eerie. But this did not happen in some dramatic setting. It happened in the middle of an ordinary afternoon when I was supposed to be doing something simple, studying. I was exhausted that day, more mentally than physically. My body was tired too, of course, but the real exhaustion sat in my head. I felt dull, overworked, and unable to focus properly. Still, I knew I had to begin serious studying because the exams were too close for me to waste time. Around 3 in the afternoon, I decided to walk to a nearby store to buy some candy. I was hoping it would help keep me awake while I studied. It sounds like such a small and harmless decision now, but I remember it because it shows how normal everything still was. I was not thinking about spirits, attacks, or anything unusual. I was only thinking like a tired student trying to stay awake. I came back to my room, and I tried to study. I really did. But the tiredness kept closing in on me. My eyes felt heavy. My mind would not hold on to what I was reading. I struggled against sleep for as long as I could, but eventually I gave in. At around 4 in the afternoon, I decided to take a nap. I thought a short sleep might refresh me enough to continue later. There was nothing strange about that decision. Students doze off in the afternoon all the time, especially under exam stress. I climbed into bed and lay down on my side, the way I usually sleep. I have always slept with 3 pillows. One goes under my head, one I hug, and another I keep between my legs. That has always been my habit. I mention this because it matters to the feeling of what happened next. I was in a position that felt very familiar to me, very normal, very safe. I was not lying in some awkward way. I was not half sitting up or sleeping somewhere unusual. I was in my own bed, in my own room, sleeping exactly as I usually did. At some point after I fell asleep, I began to dream. In the dream, I was walking with a few friends. It felt ordinary at first. One of them had her arm around my shoulder, the way friends sometimes do when walking closely together. There was nothing frightening in the dream at the beginning. It felt casual and harmless. But slowly, the weight of that arm began to change. It started feeling heavier and heavier on my shoulder. In the dream, I remember trying to tell my friend that she was hurting me. I wanted her to loosen her grip or move her arm away because it was becoming uncomfortable. I also tried to move away from her, but the heaviness kept increasing. Then the dream changed into something much worse. At the same time that the pressure on my shoulder was growing heavier, I began to feel something else. I felt invaded. I felt something happening to me physically, intimately, in a way that was wrong and violating. I do not describe this lightly. Even now, remembering it still fills me with discomfort. In that half-dreaming state, I actually felt something entering me. The sensation was real enough to shock me, and it was that shock that finally snapped me out of sleep. When I woke up, I realized it had not been a normal dream. There was no friend. There was no arm around me. Instead, I was being held down. The pressure was on my shoulders and upper back. It was real. It was heavy. It was not a fading dream sensation that disappeared the moment I opened my eyes. My mind was suddenly wide awake, but my body was trapped under that weight. The pressure kept building until I was struggling to break free from it. I remember that transition very clearly. One moment I was in a dream trying to shift away from a friend's arm, and the next I was fully conscious, fully aware, and fighting against something I could not see. What frightened me most was not only the pressure itself. It was the combination of everything at once. The heaviness pinning me down. The awful intimate violation I had just felt. My inability to move. The certainty that I was awake. All of that hit me at once, and fear rose through me so fast that it became almost physical. This was no longer a dream, yet I still could not properly free myself. I tried to push against the pressure. I struggled with all the strength I had in that moment. I do not know whether my body was actually moving much, or whether I only felt myself trying. What I do know is that I felt trapped, and I felt terrified. The more I fought, the more frightened I became, because the thing pressing down did not feel like a simple sleeping episode anymore. It felt present. It felt aware. It felt hostile. In that panic, I reached for the pendant around my neck. That pendant was not necessarily a deeply religious object to me in the way it might be to someone more devout, but it had always been a source of comfort. In that moment, I grabbed it with desperation and uttered a prayer. I did not do that calmly or thoughtfully. It came out of me as instinct. When the mind is overwhelmed and the body feels powerless, it reaches for what comfort it can find, and in that moment, the pendant and the prayer were all I had. The effect was instant. The pressure eased. It did not slowly weaken. It eased immediately, as though something had been forced back the moment I prayed. But what happened next may have terrified me even more than the pressure itself. Just as the weight lifted, I heard a sound behind my neck. It was a deep, throaty growl. Not imagined. Not dreamlike. Not distant. A real growl, close enough that the hairs at the back of my neck stood up all at once. That sound convinced me more than anything else that this had not been some ordinary bad dream or simple sleep paralysis. A person can try to reason away strange body sensations. A person can explain pressure and immobility in medical terms. But hearing a growl, close behind your neck, immediately after praying and feeling the pressure lift, that is much harder to dismiss. The sound was animal, and yet not like any familiar animal in the room. It was too close, too deliberate, too full of hostility. The terror of hearing it shot through me, and I leapt up and sat on my bed. For a while, I just sat there. I was terrified, but I was also trying with all my strength to be rational. That is what I always do. Even when fear is real, some part of me still tries to explain things logically, especially because I have never liked believing in the supernatural. I sat there listening carefully, trying to work out whether the growl could have come from something else. Was there drilling outside? A motor? Some mechanical sound from nearby? Had I misheard something in the confusion of waking? I waited and listened, wanting desperately for some ordinary explanation to appear. But there was nothing. No drilling. No engines. No strange machine noises. No animal sounds from outside. Nothing at all that could explain the growl I had just heard behind my neck. That was when my fear changed into certainty that I could not stay there. I jumped out of bed, grabbed my phone, and called my mother. I told her I was coming home. I do not remember all the exact words of that phone call now, only the urgency in me. I did not want to stay in that room another night. I did not want to reason through it. I did not want to test whether it would happen again. I wanted out. As soon as I could, I took the next train home. And once I left, I never really stayed in that room again. That decision may sound dramatic to some people, but to me it felt necessary. There are experiences after which a place no longer feels like a room. It becomes a site of danger in your mind. That room had been simple, convenient, and peaceful before. After that afternoon, it felt violated. It felt contaminated by something I did not understand. I could not imagine sleeping there again without fear. Even being there in daylight would have felt different. Once a person feels attacked in the most vulnerable state of sleep, the whole relationship to that space changes. When I told my mother the story, I did not go into all the details. I especially did not talk much about the sexual part of it. In fact, I almost ignored that part entirely when speaking to her. It was too uncomfortable, too humiliating, too disturbing to say out loud. Even now it is difficult to describe. That kind of violation carries its own silence with it. A person can more easily say, "I felt pressure," or "I could not move," or even, "I heard something strange." But to say that you felt sexually invaded by something unseen while pinned down in bed, that is much harder. So I left that part mostly unspoken. Time passed. 3 years went by. For a while, I kept the whole experience in a quiet corner of my mind. I did not completely forget it, because I could not, but I also did not dwell on it constantly. It remained one of the strangest and most disturbing things that had ever happened to me, but I still did not know exactly what to call it. I knew what I had felt. I knew what I had heard. But I had no clear framework for it. I did not want to spend too much time searching the internet for answers because I feared making the whole thing feel even more real. So I lived with the memory without naming it. Then something happened that reopened everything. I found out that one of my cousins had also been suffering from attacks while she was asleep. At first, she had not paid much attention to them. That detail struck me because it reminded me of how easy it is to minimize strange things at the beginning, especially if you are trying to stay practical. But when the incidents became more frequent, she realized she needed help. Eventually we met and talked, and only then did I learn that her experiences were not only similar to mine, but in some ways even more severe. She too had been attacked in her sleep. She too had experienced sexual violation. And she too had heard a growl. Hearing this shocked me deeply. Until that conversation, part of me had still hoped there might be some private explanation for what happened to me, something tied only to my own exhaustion or stress. But when my cousin described similar experiences, that hope became much harder to hold on to. She even told me that one time, when she was awakened from sleep during an attack, she saw gleaming eyes above her face in the dark. The image of that is horrible. To already feel attacked and then open your eyes to see bright, watching eyes above you, it is terrifying even to imagine. She also told me that on another occasion, she had heard the being growl at her. That was the detail that shook me most, because it matched my own experience so closely. I had heard that deep growl behind my neck after the pressure lifted. She had heard a growl too. That shared detail created a connection between our stories that I could not ignore. It made me feel less alone, yes, but it also made the whole thing far more frightening. It suggested that what happened to me was not random, not only psychological, and not entirely without pattern. My cousin had done something I had not done. She had researched the matter online. She looked for explanations and eventually came across the term used to describe such beings, incubi. I remember feeling stunned when I first heard that word attached to what I had experienced. It gave the thing a name, and names are powerful. A name can make a strange event feel more understandable, but it can also make it more frightening because it places your experience into a larger category of horror. According to what she found, these beings were associated with sexual attacks during sleep. The term itself was old, shaped by beliefs from many cultures and times, and once I heard it, I understood why she connected it to our experiences. That did not mean I suddenly accepted every explanation around it, but it did mean that what happened to me no longer felt like an isolated event without language. My cousin eventually sought help from a Muslim religious man. I should explain here that we are Hindu. Still, in my family, there has long been a belief that God is one supreme being and that people of different religions are still, in their own ways, praying to the same God. Because of that, going to a Muslim religious man for help was not treated as something strange or forbidden. It was simply a search for protection and relief. The man blessed the whole bottle of water by reciting Quranic verses over it. He told her to drink some of that water and also to add some of it to the water she bathed with, and to keep doing this for a period of time. He also said that the attacks were being carried out by a Satan, a demon, and that it had attached itself to her when she had been walking around in the evening, around 6 or 7 o'clock, during her menstrual cycle. According to him, that had been the vulnerable moment when it latched onto her. The strange part was that this matched her experience. Her first attack had indeed happened while she was menstruating. After following his instructions, she became free of the attacks. At least so far, she has remained free of them. I do not tell this part as proof of anything absolute, only because it is part of the story. It happened. She sought help. She followed the instructions. And the attack stopped. That is the truth of her experience, as she told it to me. Hearing that left me with even more questions than before. Was the solution spiritual, psychological, or both? Was the being real in the way traditional belief says it is, or was the ritual powerful because of faith and fear and the human need for protection? I do not know. That is part of why this whole matter still intrigues me. Even now, I remain someone who does not naturally move through the world with a deeply religious or spiritual mindset. I still lean toward reason. I still look for practical explanations first. I still do not like surrendering too quickly to supernatural answers. But I can no longer say, with complete confidence, that the unseen does not touch the lives of people like me. What happened to me in that room was too vivid, too physical, too terrifying, and too strangely echoed in my cousin's story for me to dismiss it entirely. What happened that afternoon changed something in me. I still do not know exactly what to believe, but I know what I experienced. I know the exhaustion before the nap, the ordinary bed, the dream of walking with friends, the growing weight on my shoulders, the sudden realization that something was pressing me down, the horrible intimate violation, the panic, the pendant in my hand, the prayer, the immediate easing of the pressure, and above all, that deep throaty growl behind my neck. That growl remains the clearest line between doubt and memory for me. If it had been only pressure, perhaps I would have filed it away as sleep paralysis, and never thought much more about it. But the growl made it different. The matching detail in my cousin's story made it different again. And the way her attack stopped after spiritual treatment keeps the whole matter open in my mind in a way I cannot fully close. So now, years later, I find myself still curious, still unsettled, and still wanting explanations. Not because I want to invite that world in, but because once you experience something that violates your understanding of reality, it leaves behind a need to understand. I do not know whether I will ever get a perfect answer. Maybe there is no perfect answer. Maybe some experiences remain suspended between sleep disorder, spiritual attack, cultural explanation, and personal terror. But whatever the final explanation may be, I know this much: it was real to me. The fear was real. The physical sensations were real. The growl was real. And hearing that my cousin went through something so similar, down to the growl and the sexual nature of the attack, made it impossible for me to dismiss my own experience as nothing. That is why I still think about it, even now. And that is why I still want to understand what happened. For as long as I can remember, our house has had certain sounds, feelings, and moments that never quite felt normal. Some people can live in a place for years and never notice anything strange. Others seem to pick up on the smallest shift in the air, the faintest sound in the dark, or the feeling that a room is not as empty as it looks. In my family, my sister and my mother have always been the ones more sensitive to these things. They notice what other people do not. They hear things before anyone else hears them. Sometimes they even see things. I have always been interested in the paranormal myself, but the truth is that most of the strangest things in our house happened first to my sister and my mother. I mostly heard the stories from them, or later experienced parts of it for myself. And once you hear the same kind of thing happening again and again in the same house, you stop treating it like a random odd event. You begin to feel that something is living alongside you, keeping to itself most of the time, but still making sure you know it is there. One of the strangest things in our house was what we came to think of as the home man. It sounds almost ridiculous when you first say it out loud, like the kind of thing people might laugh about in the daytime, and then refuse to joke about once night comes. But that was exactly what it seemed to be. Almost every night, my sister would hear a strange sound outside. It was always the same sound. Chunk, chunk, chunk. Over and over again, like someone was hitting the ground with a hoe. It was not a soft scraping sound. It was not the sound of wind or leaves or branches moving. It had rhythm, weight, and force behind it, the kind of sound a person would make while digging or striking hard soil. The problem, of course, was the timing. This was not a sound heard in the afternoon, when a neighbor might be doing yard work. It was heard around midnight, sometimes later. No normal person would be gardening at that hour, especially not night after night. Yet the sound kept returning. It did not happen every single night without fail, but it happened often enough to become part of the strange life of the house. Maybe one night or two would pass in silence, and then it would be back again. Chunk, chunk, chunk. Always outside. Always wrong. Always at an hour when the world should be still. At first, my sister only heard it. Hearing strange sounds is one thing. A person can still tell themselves there must be some explanation. Maybe someone was doing work late. Maybe the sound was traveling from far away. Maybe the ear was turning one noise into another. But one night, the sound became more than sound. That was the night my sister saw the shadow. She was in the family living room, sitting on the couch in front of the television. The TV was on, and it was probably one of those ordinary quiet evenings at home, the kind where everyone assumes nothing unusual is going to happen. On her right-hand side was the kitchen window. That window opened toward our neighbor's backyard brick wall. The wall was tall, taller than the height of an average woman, and that detail matters because it should have limited what anyone could see from the other side. If a normal man were walking past on the far side of that wall, only the top of his head should have been visible from where my sister sat. That is all. But that was not what she saw. She saw the shadow of a very tall man carrying a hoe. He was moving, either walking or floating, by the wall that divided our lawn from the next-door neighbor's lawn. The figure was on the neighbor's side, the other side of the fence, but it was high enough that she could see it from the waist up. That was what made it so deeply unnatural. No normal man, no matter how tall, should have been visible like that from where she was sitting. Yet there he was, a dark figure carrying a hoe, moving along the wall as though the usual rules of height and distance did not apply to him. That was the only time she actually saw him. After that, she never saw the hoe man again, but the sound continued. That somehow made it worse. A person can almost tell themselves they imagined a shadow, especially if they only saw it once. But when the sound returns again and again on other nights, it gives the shadow a kind of life. It says, no, something really was there. The whole man did not stay only in the neighbor's lawn either. That was another part that disturbed us. The sound did not remain safely on the other side of the fence, in someone else's yard where it might feel more distant. Sometimes my sister could hear it in our own backyard too. That meant whatever was making the sound did not care about boundaries. Fence or no fence, neighbor's yard or ours, it came where it wanted. One night I heard about it in a way I will never forget. My sister and I share a room. It is the second biggest room in the house, and on that particular night we were both still awake, trying to get ready for sleep. Neither of us had turned off the light yet. We both have a tendency toward insomnia, something we inherited from my mother, so nights in our room were often slow and restless. On that night, I was reading one of my favorite books, True Singapore Ghost Stories by Russell Lee. I have always been a fan of paranormal stories, the kind of person who is fascinated by them even when I know I might regret reading them late at night. While reading, I was also singing out loud to one of my favorite songs. It was around 1 in the morning, and both of us were still wide awake. Then suddenly, my sister nudged me. She was not gentle about it. It was the kind of nudge that says stop now. I looked at her, confused and slightly annoyed, because I had no idea why she wanted me to stop singing. I remember giving her a look as if to say, "What?" But she did not answer out loud. Instead, she put a finger to her lips and shook her head. Her face had changed. She looked like someone who did not dare speak. That expression alone made the air in the room feel different. Since she would not speak, I handed her my cell phone so she could type what she wanted to say. She took it and typed 2 words. "Oh man." The second I read that, the hair at the back of my neck and along my arms seemed to stand up all at once. I did not scream or panic, but a cold feeling moved through me immediately. I already knew about the home man from what she had told me before. I had not been home on the night she saw the figure by the wall, but I knew the story well enough. Seeing those words typed in my phone in the middle of the night, while we sat in our room, made it all suddenly feel close and real. I typed back, "When? Where?" She replied, "Just now. Just outside our window. Twice." That answer made me shiver in a way I still remember. To understand why, you have to know where our room is located. Our room is not close to that neighbor's backyard wall where the whole man was first seen. It is actually at the far back, next to the other neighbor's house, sharing a wall with that separate house, almost like a semi-detached arrangement. The haunted yard where the whole man had been heard and seen is on the opposite side of the house, in a completely different direction. So if my sister was now hearing the sound just outside our window, that meant the thing had either crossed around the whole house or had never really been limited to that first location at all. What frightened me most that night was not only the idea of the whole man being close to our room. It was the way my sister reacted. She did not whisper. She did not dare to say the words aloud. She had to type them. That made the whole thing feel more serious than if she had simply leaned over and said she heard something outside. It felt like she believed speaking aloud might somehow draw attention. That fear moved into me too. After that, the room felt tense. The walls felt thinner. Even the light being on did not make it feel safe. My sister was not the only one who heard the home man. My mother heard it too. That happened one night at around 3 in the morning. My mother's not an easy sleeper either, which is probably why both my sister and I struggle with insomnia. She had gotten up to do laundry, the way some mothers do when the rest of the house is asleep and the quiet allows them to finish their chores. She was in the kitchen doing something when she suddenly heard it, chunk, chunk, chunk. The same sound. The sound of someone striking the ground with a hoe. At first, she thought about it in the simplest possible way. Maybe the neighbor was gardening. But then reality hit her. It was 3 in the morning. Who would be gardening at that hour? My mother did not go to the window to look. She is practical in some ways. She simply told herself to mind her own business. If someone wanted to hoe the ground at 3 in the morning, then let them hoe in peace. That was her attitude. She did not want to involve herself in whatever it was. But even her attempt at calm practicality says something important. She heard the sound clearly enough to recognize it, and she immediately knew it did not belong to an ordinary hour of the day. My mother and sister are both sensitive to these things. I have seen enough over the years to believe that. There are many other incidents involving them, and this was only one thread in a much larger pattern. Some people walk through haunted spaces and notice nothing. Others seem to draw the attention of whatever is there, or at least notice it more quickly. My mother and sister are like that. They hear, see, and sense things much more often than I do. That does not mean I have been untouched by strange things in our house, but it does mean many of the strongest stories began with them. The home man was only one part of the house. Another thing that disturbed us, especially my sister, was something that breathed. One night my sister was home alone with only my grandpa and our family cat, Fluff. My parents were out, I was out too, and even our maid had gone with them. So it was just my sister, my grandpa, and the cat in the house. She was relaxing in the family living room, the same one where the TV is. The television was off that night. It was quiet. She was just sitting there talking to Fluff, probably enjoying one of those ordinary moments that feel peaceful only because you think nothing strange is about to happen. Then, all of a sudden, she heard heavy breathing. It was not the soft breathing of someone sleeping in another room. It was not the sound of a person climbing stairs or catching their breath after effort. It sounded like something gasping for air, something breathing heavily in a way that suggested strain or unnatural effort. Worse than that, it sounded close. It sounded as if it were in the same room with her. She stopped talking and listened carefully. Her first thought was to check whether it was Fluff. That is the kind of thing anyone would do. If there is a heavy breathing sound in the room, maybe it is the cat. But Fluff seemed to be breathing normally. The cat's attention, however, was fixed on one corner of the living room. That detail made everything more frightening. Animals notice things people do not. If the cat had seemed restless for no reason, perhaps it could be dismissed. But if the cat was staring into a corner, while a heavy breathing sound filled the room, then suddenly the room no longer felt empty. My sister was terrified, but she tried to shake the feeling off. She tried to tell herself not to panic. For a while, she probably hoped she had misunderstood the sound. Then my grandpa came into the living room and started talking to her. She felt relieved when he entered. Another person in the room should have made things feel normal again. Conversation should have broken the tension. But it did not. The heavy breathing continued even while my sister tried to focus on talking to him. She could still hear it through the conversation, as if whatever it was did not care that someone else had entered the room. In the end, she took Fluff into our room and played songs on her computer as loudly as she could bear, hoping to drown out the sound in case it followed her. That image has stayed with me. My sister sitting in our room with the cat, music playing louder than she really wanted, all because she was trying to cover the sound of something breathing in the house. When my parents and I finally got home, she looked visibly relieved. I asked her why, and then she told me the whole story. The worst part is that it did not happen only once. The heavy breathing has happened a few times, and always only to my sister. Even now, it still returns every so often. I am not always home because during the semester I stay on campus at university. I usually come back only during semester breaks. But I call home often to check how things are going. One reason is because I am always anxious about our maid. She has been caught stealing a few times, but my parents kept forgiving her and letting her stay, so I often worry about what is happening at home when I am away. During one of those phone calls, only a few nights ago, my sister told me that the breathing had been heard again, this time right next to her while she was in our room. It was not even the first time it had been heard in our room. That unsettles me deeply because our room is supposed to be our space. We already had the home man outside the window one night. Now there is also heavy breathing inside or near the room. The sense of safety that a bedroom should have becomes damaged when those things happen. A person should not have to wonder whether a strange breath belongs to a living creature, an animal, or something unseen standing next to their bed. Then there is the guest living room. Of everything in the house, that room may be the one I personally dislike the most. I have never liked it. Even before anything clearly strange happened there, I did not like the way it felt. The moment you enter that room, there is an uneasy sensation that settles low in your stomach. It feels as if someone is watching you. Not in a dramatic, violent way, but in a steady, uncomfortable way that makes you want to leave. It is the kind of room where you become aware of your own movements. You feel observed while walking, sitting, or even simply standing still. Because of that, I hate being alone there, especially at night. So far, the feeling has not felt openly sinister, and I truly hope it never becomes that. It feels watchful rather than openly malicious. But even a quiet, watchful room can become unbearable when you know you are not imagining it. A few years ago, when I was still in high school, something happened to me there that made my dislike of the room even stronger. I was studying alone in that guest living room. There is a long dining table in the room, but we do not really use it much for family meals. It is mostly there for when many guests come over for lunch or dinner. That day I was sitting at one oval end of the table, studying. I had my feet resting on another chair. I was focused on my work, not paying attention to anything else. This was years ago, before our cat joined the family in November 2009, so there was no animal in the house that could be blamed for what happened. Without warning, one of the chairs moved. Not the chair under my feet. Not a chair close enough for me to have accidentally pushed with my leg. It was the chair at the other oval end of the long table, the one nearest the wall. It moved by itself, and it moved with enough force to make a loud noise. This was not a light plastic chair. It was a heavy wooden chair. There was no wind strong enough to shift it, and even if there had been, that explanation would not have made sense because of its weight and position. I knew no one else was there. I knew I had not touched it. And I knew I did not want to stay another second to see if anything else would happen. So I did the only thing that felt sensible. I picked up my book and walked out of the living room as calmly as I could. I did not run. I did not scream. But inside I was shaken. When something heavy moves by itself in a room that already feels watched, you do not stay to test what comes next. Recently, my sister had almost the same experience in that guest living room. That room is rarely used. Most of the time, its door stays closed unless guests come over. There is a soundproof wooden door separating the family living room from the guest living room, and both my sister and I prefer keeping that door shut. The room is always one of the coldest in the house, except maybe the master bedroom. The cold there feels different, not simply cooler air, but a deeper sort of chill that adds to the unease. Sometimes I feel as if eyes are watching us from behind that closed door, as though something is peeking through the cracks of the wooden frame. I know how strange that sounds, but it is a very specific feeling. When you walk past that door, you feel a tension behind it. You feel as if the darkness inside is not empty. My sister once told me she has seen something moving in the darkness of that room too, not clearly enough to identify it, but enough to know that the room was not still. That bothered me because it matched my own feeling so well. It is one thing to feel uneasy in a room. It is another thing when someone else, without being prompted, says they have seen movement there too. That is when unease begins to feel like evidence. The house, in general, has always seemed full of these separate but connected threads. The home man outside, moving and digging where no one should be. The heavy breathing that seems to belong to no person or animal. The guest living room with its cold air, moving chairs, and the deep sense of being watched. None of these things feel exactly the same, yet all of them belong to the same house. That is what makes me think the house is full of presences rather than just one simple haunting. What unsettles me most is that none of it has become openly violent, at least not toward us, and I hope it stays that way. That may sound strange, but when a house is already full of unexplained events, you begin to lower your expectations. You stop hoping for complete normality. Instead, you start hoping only that whatever is there will keep to itself and do no harm. That is honestly what I want. I do not need answers as badly as I need peace. If those things are there, then let them stay in their corners, in their yards, in their cold rooms, and leave my family alone. Still, living with repeated unexplained things changes the way you move through a house. It changes the meaning of ordinary sounds. A chair scraping on the floor is no longer just a chair. A sound outside at midnight is no longer just a neighbor. A cold room becomes more than a cold room. A closed door feels like a barrier not only between two rooms, but between your daily life and something waiting in the dark. Sometimes I wonder whether the home man and the breathing presence are connected. Maybe they are. Maybe they are not. The home man feels older somehow, tied to the yard, the wall, the outside ground. The breathing feels more intimate, closer, as if it belongs inside the house or follows my sister in particular. And the guest living room feels like a separate problem altogether, a room with its own presence, its own stare, its own atmosphere. That makes the house feel less like it is haunted by one thing and more like it is occupied by different kinds of energies, each keeping to certain spaces, but overlapping enough to disturb family life. I do not know why my sister is usually the one who hears and notices the most. Maybe she is simply more sensitive. Maybe whatever is there is more drawn to her. My mother is similar in that way. Both of them seem to pick up on things I would probably miss if I were alone. And yet, when I am home, I feel enough to know they are not imagining everything. I have felt the guest room watching me. I have heard enough stories from them told in the exact tone people use when they know what they experienced was real. Over time, you learn the difference between someone telling a spooky story for fun and someone recalling something that genuinely unsettled them. The odd thing is that despite my interest in paranormal stories, I do not actually want our house to become a place of dramatic hauntings. Reading ghost stories is one thing. Living in one is something else. In books, strange sounds and shadowy figures are thrilling because you can close the cover. In real life, the sounds return on ordinary nights when you are trying to sleep. The breathing happens while someone is sitting quietly with the family cat. The chair moves while you are simply trying to study. Real hauntings, or whatever these things are, do not arrive with dramatic music. They interrupt daily life, and that is what makes them so exhausting. When I am away on campus, I sometimes feel guilty for not being there, especially when my sister tells me about hearing the breathing again or feeling watched in one of the rooms. It is not that I think I could stop anything, but sharing a house with others makes strange things easier to bear. Being alone with them is much harder. That is why I call home often. I want to know what is happening. I want to check on my family. Sometimes I also want to know whether the house has been quiet, as if hearing that nothing happened for a few nights might reassure me from a distance. But the truth is, the house is never completely quiet. Even when nothing dramatic happens, the atmosphere remains. Certain rooms remain colder. Certain doors feel watched. Certain sounds, once heard, remain possible. I think that is why I keep hoping that whatever is there is not evil. Harmful would be worse. If it is only watchful, if it only moves chairs once in a while, if it only breathes in corners or walks the yard with a hoe at impossible hours, then perhaps we can continue living around it. That is not an ideal way to think about your own home, but it is the truth of what repeated strange events do to a person. They make you negotiate inwardly with the unknown. Fine, you are there. Just do not hurt us. At the same time, I know that kind of thinking is not comforting in the long run. A home should not feel like a place where you have to silently bargain with unseen things. A home should not require you to walk calmly out of a room after a chair moves by itself. A home should not train you to type the words, "Home man," into a phone because you are too afraid to say them aloud. And yet, that has been part of our life. If I tried to sum up the house, I would say this: it is a house full of watchers, sounds, and movements that do not fully reveal themselves. The home man, the breathing, the cold guest room, the watching eyes behind the soundproof door, the chair that moved, the shadow along the wall. None of it has become a clear, complete picture. But maybe that is exactly what makes it unsettling. We never get the full thing. We get pieces. A sound one night. A figure once. A movement in darkness. Enough to know something is there, but not enough to understand it. And perhaps that is why it stays with us so strongly. I still hope, more than anything, that whatever is in that house will keep to itself and do nothing harmful to me or my family. I do not want to challenge it. I do not want to provoke it. I do not want to see more than I already know. I only want peace in the rooms where we live, sleep, study, and try to feel safe. But as long as there are nights when someone still hears chunk, chunk, chunk outside, or heavy breathing in a room that should be empty, I do not think any of us will ever truly feel that the house belongs only to us. My father worked as a welding master, and because of his job, he had to travel often for different company projects. Ever since I was young, I had heard many stories about the places he went, the factories he worked in, the workers he stayed with, and the long days and nights that came with that kind of life. But the story I am about to tell is the one I can never forget, because this time, I was there with him. I did not hear it later from someone else. I saw part of it myself, and the rest happened right in front of us. Even now, when I think back to those nights, I can still feel the strange fear that settled into that house after midnight. At that time, I had just finished my SBM. I was young, free for a while, and excited to go somewhere different, so when my father had to go to Sarawak for a project, I followed him there. I remember feeling happy about the trip at first. To me, it was a chance to get out of my usual routine, see another place, and spend time with my father while he worked. There were 5 of us all together, including me and my dad. The others were his fellow workers, men he trusted and had worked with before. We were not staying in a hotel. Instead, we rented a rather small double-story house near the factory where they would be working. It was about a 20-minute drive away, close enough to be practical, and at first, it seemed like a perfectly fine place. The house was not large, but it was enough for us. It had the kind of simple layout that made it easy to settle into quickly. We brought our bags inside, unpacked what we needed, and started making the place feel a little more lived in. I remember how normal everything seemed in those first hours. No one felt anything strange. No one complained about the atmosphere. No one said the place felt cold, heavy, or haunted. In fact, I felt comfortable there from the start. It did not give me any bad feeling. If anything, after the journey, the house felt like a good place to rest. Once we had unpacked, we all went out for dinner. We ate, had a few work briefings, and spent some time chatting like people always do after arriving somewhere new. The men talked about the project, the schedule, and the work waiting for them. There was nothing unusual in anyone's behavior. No one seemed restless or uneasy. After a whole day of travel, we all felt tired, so it was decided that we would sleep early and start fresh the next day. That first night began peacefully. Nothing happened in the evening. Nothing happened while we were settling into bed. Everything felt calm, and the tiredness from the journey made it easy for most of us to fall asleep quickly. If someone had told me then that we would be terrified in that same house just after 1 in the morning, I would have laughed it off. There was no sign at all that anything was wrong. Then the clock struck 1 a.m. I do not remember whether I woke before the shouting or because of it, but I remember very clearly the sound of one of my father's workers suddenly shouting loudly from his room. It was not a normal cry or the kind of shout someone gives after a bad dream. It was loud enough to send all of us rushing toward the room immediately. We did not know what had happened. We thought maybe he had seen something, maybe he had fallen, maybe he was sick. All we knew was that the sound was wrong, and we had to get there fast. When we reached his room, what we saw was deeply unsettling. He was lying on the bed as stiff as a dead body. His eyes were wide open, fixed on the ceiling, and he was completely frozen. It was one of the strangest and most frightening sights I had ever seen. He was not asleep. He was not unconscious in the normal way. His eyes were open, but he did not react to us. We called his name. We asked him what had happened. We stood around him, trying to get some response, but he said nothing. He did not move. He did not even seem able to shift his eyes. It was as if his whole body had suddenly stopped obeying him. My father was extremely worried, but he was also afraid to touch him. That tells you how strange the whole situation felt. Normally, if someone is sick or frozen in fear, the first thing people do is shake them, hold them, or sit them up. But something about the way he looked made everyone hesitate. It did not feel like an ordinary medical problem, at least not in that moment. It felt wrong in a way that made even the grown men around me unsure of what to do. Then one of my father's other workers said something that changed the whole atmosphere in the room. He said, "I think a ghost is sitting on him." The second those words were spoken, the room seemed to grow even heavier. Fear that had been uncertain suddenly found a shape. We all began chanting prayers. No one laughed at the idea. No one argued with it. That alone says something about how strange the man looked lying there. When people are truly frightened, they reach for what they believe in, and that is what happened in that room. We prayed, called to him, and waited. After a while, he was finally able to move again. The change was not dramatic, but it was clear. His body loosened, his breath came easier, and he was able to speak to us. We immediately asked him what had happened. He looked shaken and confused, and he said he did not know exactly what had happened to him. He told us that he had been completely unable to move his body. He could not move his eyeballs, could not speak, and could barely breathe. It felt to him as though something heavy was sitting on his abdomen, pressing down so hard that he could not take in air properly. Hearing that frightened me even more, because it matched exactly what his body had looked like when we entered the room, alive, but trapped. My father tried to explain it in a more ordinary way. He said maybe the man was just tired, maybe his body had cramped up, maybe the journey and work had exhausted him. He told him to rest properly and not to worry too much. That was the kind of thing my father would say. He was a practical man. He did not like jumping too quickly to supernatural explanations if there might be a normal one. And perhaps he was also trying to calm the rest of us down. The next day, the men went to work as usual. They finished early that evening, and again the routine was simple and ordinary. We had dinner, talked a little, and prepared to rest. But by then, the events of the previous night were still in everyone's mind, even if no one wanted to say it too openly. The worker who had frozen the night before looked tired and unsettled. My father noticed this, and perhaps because he still wanted to prove to himself that the man was simply exhausted and not being attacked by something unseen, he made a decision. That night, he would sleep in the same room as that worker. I think my father wanted to keep an eye on him. He probably believed that if it happened again, he would be there to see exactly what was going on. Maybe he thought he could help quicker. Maybe he wanted to prove to himself that the whole thing had a physical cause. Whatever his reason, that decision mattered because it removed all doubt from his mind by the next morning. That second night, when the clock struck exactly 1 a.m., the same thing happened again. It was as though some invisible schedule had been set, and the house obeyed it. At the exact same hour, the man's body locked up again. His eyes turned upward toward the ceiling, wide and fixed just like before. He could not move, could not speak, and looked once again like a body pinned in place by something no one else could see. This time, my father saw it happen with his own eyes. There was no room left for easy explanations after that. It was not simply a random cramp, because it came at the same time, in the same way, in the same room, with the same terrifying result. We did the same thing as the night before. We gathered. We prayed. We waited. And after some time, the man became normal again. But the fear in the house had deepened. Now it was no longer a one-time event that could be dismissed. It had become a pattern. Day after day, night after night, the same thing continued. Always at 1 a.m. Always to the same worker. Always in that room. And with each passing night he grew worse. He was getting exhausted, pale, and weak. Lack of proper sleep alone can break a person down, but this was more than poor sleep. It was terror, helplessness, and repeated assault in the same place night after night. Even in the daytime, he did not look like himself anymore. The color in his face faded. His energy disappeared. He looked drained in a way that made everyone worry. He had gone from being a normal working man to someone who seemed hunted. Finally, my father decided something had to be done. One day, instead of taking that worker along, my father told him to stay back at the house and rest while the four of us went to seek help at a temple. That decision itself shows how serious things had become. At that point, even my father, practical as he was, could no longer treat the matter as just tiredness or a cramp. We needed answers. We needed help. So the four of us went to the temple and met a medium. I still remember the tension of that visit. We all wanted to know what was happening, but at the same time, part of us feared the answer. The medium listened, and then told my father something direct and alarming. He said we should get out of the house as soon as possible to avoid something dangerous happening. He did not speak in a hesitant or uncertain way. He spoke as if the house itself was the problem, not the worker's body or health. And then he explained why. According to the medium, the house was haunted by a couple. He said that a few years earlier, that couple had been murdered there, and their heads had been slashed. The most horrifying part was not only the story itself, but what came next. The room where that worker had been sleeping, and the exact spot where his bed stood, was the same place where the couple had been murdered. Even the time, according to the medium, matched the hour of their deaths. That was enough for us. Curiosity disappeared the moment fear became certainty. There was no long debate about whether to believe him. We all believed the medium's words immediately, and without hesitation we rushed back to the house. We wanted to get the worker out of there as quickly as possible. Whatever was happening to him had already gone too far, and none of us wanted to wait until the next 1 a.m. to see what might happen next. But when we reached the front gate of the house, what we saw made everything even worse. The worker who was supposed to be resting inside was not in the house at all. He was sitting outside the gate, wrapped in his blanket, covering his head and body like someone trying to hide from the whole world. He looked terrified beyond words. My father rushed to him and asked what had happened. The man was sobbing. His voice shook as he answered. Then he said the words I still remember clearly. "I saw a guy and a girl without heads standing next to me." That sentence was enough to freeze all of us. Until then, everything had been strange, terrifying, and strongly suggestive of something supernatural, but we still had not seen what he saw. He had been the one suffering the attacks. He had been the one locked in place night after night. Now, in broad fear and trembling, he told us that he had seen a headless man and woman standing beside him in the house. Once he said that, the last bit of doubt vanished. We did not wait another minute. We went inside quickly, packed our clothes and whatever else we needed, and left that house as fast as we could. No one cared about order or neatness anymore. We just wanted to get out. We spent that night in another hotel, far away from that place. I remember feeling relief just from being somewhere else, even though fear still clung to all of us. The worker was in a terrible state. He did not look like someone who had merely been scared. He looked like a person whose body had been broken down by something relentless. The next day, my father arranged for him to be sent back, accompanied by another worker. He could not continue like that. He was too exhausted, too frightened, and too unwell. And even after leaving the house, the effects did not end immediately. He suffered from a high fever for 3 weeks. That detail has always stayed with me. People sometimes say fear passes once the danger is gone, but that is not always true. Sometimes the body continues carrying the weight of what it went through. 3 weeks of high fever after leaving that house tells me that whatever happened there was not small. Whether someone wants to explain it through spirits, trauma, or some combination of both, it was powerful enough to leave him sick long after the house was behind him. Even now, when I think back on that whole experience, what frightens me most is the pattern of it. If it had happened only once, maybe we could have forced some explanation onto it. If the man had simply frozen one night, perhaps people could say it was sleep paralysis, extreme fatigue, or some physical condition. But it happened again and again, always at the same hour, always to the same person, always in the same room, until finally the medium told us exactly why. Then, before we could even get him out, He saw what was there for himself, a man and a woman without heads standing beside him. That house had seemed so normal when we first arrived. That may be the most chilling part of all. We unpacked there. We laughed there. We rested there. We ate dinner and talked after a long journey there. It felt comfortable. I liked it at first. Nothing in the walls, floor, or rooms warned us openly. There was no dramatic feeling the moment we stepped in. It was just a small rented double-story house near a factory. That is how these places often are. The worst ones do not always announce themselves in the beginning. They let people settle in first. They let them believe they are safe. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if my father had ignored the medium and made everyone stay. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if the worker had remained in that room for one more night, or 2 more nights, or a week longer. Would the attacks have grown worse? Would someone else have been affected too? Would the rest of us have started seeing things? I do not know, and I am grateful that I never found out. What I do know is this: whatever was in that house did not want him there. It chose him in a way none of us could explain. Maybe it was because of where he slept. Maybe because the bed was on the exact place of the old murders. Maybe because some people are simply more open to these things without knowing it. But from the first night onward, he became the one they targeted, and by the time we left, he looked more dead than alive. I also think often about my father in this story. He started out trying to be practical, trying to explain the first attack as tiredness or muscle cramp. That was his nature. But when the same thing happened again at the same time, when he saw the frozen body and the fixed eyes for himself, he changed. He still acted bravely, but he no longer treated it lightly. He did what he had to do to protect everyone. He took us to the temple, listened to the medium, and got us out of that house without delay. I think that saved us. Years have passed, but the memory of that Sarawak trip is still sharp in me. I had gone there thinking it would just be a short stay connected to my father's work, something simple and maybe even enjoyable after finishing my SBM. Instead, it became one of the most terrifying experiences I have ever witnessed. I did not personally see the headless couple, but I saw enough. I saw the worker's body frozen night after night. I saw the fear drain him until he turned pale and weak. I saw him sitting outside the gate wrapped in a blanket, crying like someone who had already left part of himself inside that house. And that is something I will never forget. A lot of time had passed since my earlier experiences, and during that time many things had happened in my life. Some of them were ordinary, the kind of things people go through every year without thinking much about them later. But mixed in with all of that were a few strange and unsettling things that happened at home, especially to me. I did not write about them right away. In fact, quite a long time passed before I finally decided to record any of them properly. Sometimes that is how these things work. When something strange happens to you, you do not always rush to tell it. Sometimes you keep it inside for a while. Sometimes you replay it in your head again and again, trying to decide whether it was real, whether you imagined it, whether there is a normal explanation, or whether it belongs to that darker group of experiences people usually do not talk about openly. Even now, there are some things I still cannot explain properly. But in this story, I only want to talk about one of those experiences, because it is the one that has stayed in my mind most clearly. It happened on a weekday. I remember that because my other siblings were at school, so the house felt quieter than usual. Morning in our house was often busy in a simple family way, with people getting ready, moving from room to room, talking in half-awake voices, and the television already playing in the background. That morning, my parents woke me up at around 7, I think. I was still very sleepy when they called me. My body felt heavy and my eyes did not want to open properly. I had probably stayed up too late the night before because I had been watching one of my favorite shows, and I had not gotten enough sleep. Even so, I forced myself to get up. I did not want to stay in bed alone while the rest of the house was awake. So I joined my parents in the living room and watched television with them. At first, nothing about the morning felt unusual. It was just one of those slow, sleepy mornings where you are awake but not fully alert, where the comfort of sitting quietly with family and watching something on TV feels easier than doing anything else. I remember feeling lazy and drowsy the whole time. I was awake enough to follow what was happening on the screen, but my body still felt pulled towards sleep. After a couple of hours, the show ended. My parents then got up and went to their bedroom, leaving me alone in the living room. I was lying on the couch when they left. I remember hearing them move away, hearing the sound of normal life continuing deeper in the house, while I stayed where I was. Once they were gone, I decided I might as well take a nap right there on the couch. It seemed harmless enough. I was still sleepy, still feeling the effects of the late night before, and the house was quiet. I could hear my parents talking in their room, which actually made me feel comfortable. There is something safe about drifting off to sleep while hearing familiar voices nearby. It makes you feel that even if you sleep, you are not really alone. So I closed my eyes and let myself drift. I was not deeply asleep. Even now I am sure of that. I was in that half-asleep state where your body begins to relax but your ears still catch the sounds around you. I could still hear my parents talking in their bedroom. Their voices were real, ordinary, and close enough for me to know I had not fully crossed into deep sleep. I was not dreaming. That is one thing I am still sure about to this day. I was not thinking about anything in particular either. My mind was not full of strange thoughts. I was simply lying there, eyes closed, enjoying the softness of the couch and the comfort of that half-sleep, the kind where you are warm, heavy, and not yet completely gone into dreams. It should have been peaceful. Then suddenly, something held my neck. The feeling was so immediate and so unnatural that it broke through my drowsiness at once. It was not like a light touch. It was not like the weight of a blanket or the pressure of sleeping in the wrong position. It felt like someone, or something, had placed a grip around my neck and was holding it tightly. It did not crush my windpipe in a way that stopped me from breathing, so I could still take in air, but that did not make it any less terrifying. In some ways it felt worse because the pressure was deliberate. It was not choking me completely. It was restraining me. It was as though something wanted me to feel its hand there. The fear came instantly. Anyone would panic in that situation. I certainly did. The moment I felt that grip, my body tried to react. I wanted to throw the thing off, sit up, call out, do anything at all. But just like with so many terrifying encounters of this kind, my body would not obey me. I tried to struggle, but I could not move. I could not lift my arms properly. I could not turn my body. I could not even open my eyes, no matter how hard I tried. My eyelids felt sealed shut, as if sleep had become a prison. That helplessness was what made the whole experience so horrible. Feeling a hand around your neck is frightening enough. Feeling that while being unable to move at all is something much worse. I tried to speak. I wanted to call for help. I wanted to say something to my parents, who were just in the next room. I wanted to cry out to God. I wanted to break whatever was happening by using my voice if I could not use my body. But even that was difficult. My tongue felt numb. I could not feel it properly. My mouth would not shape the words the way I wanted. I struggled to get anything out at all. The panic grew bigger inside me because every route of escape seemed blocked. My body could not move. My eyes would not open. My voice was trapped. Still, I kept trying to pray. After a few seconds that felt much longer than they probably were, I finally managed to force the words out of my mouth. The moment I did, the hold on my neck disappeared. It did not slowly ease. It was simply gone. Suddenly I could move again. Suddenly I could open my eyes. Suddenly I was lying on the couch with nothing visibly wrong around me. The living room looked exactly as it should have looked. Daylight was there. The house was normal. My parents were still in their room. For a few moments, I just lay there, shaken and breathing hard. Then, like many people do after something frightening but unexplained, I started questioning myself. Did that really happen? Had I only imagined it? Was it a dream so vivid that it felt real? That seemed easier to believe than the alternative. So I tried to dismiss it. I told myself that maybe I had only had some strange half-dream. Maybe because I was tired, my body and mind had slipped into some odd state between sleep and waking. That explanation did not fully convince me, but I wanted it to be true, so I let myself lean toward it. Then, after only a few seconds of being awake, I drifted back into that same half-sleep. And it happened again. Exactly the same way. I was once again not deeply asleep. I could still hear my parents talking in their bedroom. That detail matters because it means I was aware of real sounds around me. I was still close enough to waking to know the world outside my body was continuing normally. Then, without warning, I felt the pressure on my neck again. The exact same place. The exact same grip. The exact same heavy, deliberate hold. And again, just like before, I could not move. I could breathe, yes, but I could not speak properly, could not open my eyes, and could not break free no matter how hard I tried. This time the fear hit even faster because now I had no comfort of surprise or confusion. I knew what was happening, or at least I knew it was happening again. The repetition made it worse. One strange incident can still be explained away. But when the exact same thing happens again only moments later, it begins to feel less like a dream and more like an attack. Again I tried to pray. Again I struggled to get the words out. Again, after effort and panic and helplessness, I was finally able to speak enough to call on God for help. And again, the pressure vanished. I opened my eyes and lay there, more shaken than before. This time I did not want to dismiss it so easily. The idea that it was only a vivid dream no longer felt strong enough. A dream repeating itself exactly, with the same sensation, the same pressure, the same numb tongue, the same trapped feeling, all within minutes? That seemed harder to accept. Something in me knew this was not ordinary. But another part of me still wanted proof, some final confirmation that I was not just slipping in and out of a strange sleep state. And so I made a decision. I decided to test it. I told myself I would stay alert. I would keep my eyes open. I would wait and see whether the same thing would happen again. If it did, then I would know it was not just a dream, because this time I would be watching for it. This may sound reckless, but at that point I needed certainty more than comfort. I was lying there on the couch in broad daylight, with my parents in the next room. Part of me was ready for anything. Part of me was even prepared, in a strange way, to see a ghostly figure appear right in front of me if that was what it would take to make sense of what was happening. So I waited. I lay there on the couch, fully alert, eyes open, every part of me tense and ready. And then it happened for the third time. I felt my neck being held again. The exact same grip. The exact same place. The exact same terrible sensation. But this time, I was wide awake. My eyes were open. I was not drifting. I was not dreaming. I was alert and waiting for it. And yet, even with my eyes open, I saw nothing unusual. That is what makes the experience so difficult to explain. I could feel the pressure clearly on my neck, as real as anything. I could feel the same helplessness taking over my body. I could not move. I could not fight back. But when I looked, there was nothing there. No hand. No figure. No dark shape hovering over me. Nothing at all. The room looked normal. The daylight was still there. The furniture was still there. And still the pressure around my neck remained. I prayed again. By then, prayer was no longer just instinct. It was the only thing that had worked twice already. I asked God to protect me from whatever was harassing me, whatever unseen thing had chosen to grip my neck and hold me down. And once more, within less than a minute, I slowly became free. The grip loosened. My body obeyed me again. The hold disappeared the same way it had before, leaving no mark I could see, no bruising, nothing to prove it except my own terror. The moment I was able to move, I sat up on the couch. I needed to prove to myself that I was truly awake. I needed to gather my thoughts. I remember sitting there and looking around the living room carefully, almost expecting something to still be hiding there in plain sight. But there was nothing. No strange movement. No shadow. No sign of anyone or anything near me. That was when the certainty finally settled in me. I had not been asleep. I had not been dreaming. I had been fully awake during that third attack, and whatever held my neck had done so invisibly. That thought still chills me. Because if it was not a dream, then what was it? After sitting there for a while, trying to steady myself, I got up and walked into my parents' bedroom. Their door was not closed. They had only left it open in the casual way parents often do when they are talking privately but not trying to shut the house out. I went in and joined them, trying to act normal at first, but I knew I had to tell them what had happened. I did not want to carry that moment alone. I told them everything, from the first grip on my neck to the second and third time, and how I had tested it while fully awake. My father was skeptical. That did not surprise me. He has always been like that. He is the kind of person who prefers practical explanations, the kind who would rather believe in a sleep problem, stress, or imagination before accepting anything supernatural. I could see from his face that he did not fully believe what I was saying, or at least not in the exact way I meant it. Perhaps he thought I had been half asleep. Perhaps he thought fear had exaggerated it in my mind. I do not know. But I knew from the way he reacted that he was not convinced. My mother, however, listened seriously. That is one of the best things about her. She believes me. She does not laugh things off immediately just because they sound strange. She pays attention. She has lived long enough and experienced enough herself to know that not everything can be dismissed so easily. When I told her what had happened, she took it seriously right away. She did not tell me I was foolish. She did not tell me to forget it. Instead, she advised me to read verses from the Quran every day to prevent such a thing from happening again. Her response comforted me. Sometimes belief is not the most important thing. Sometimes what matters most is that someone hears you and does not turn your fear into something shameful. My mother did that for me. She treated my experience as real, or at least real enough to deserve spiritual protection. That mattered more to me than I realized at the time. What has stayed with me ever since is the fact that the third time happened while I was fully awake and watching. If only the first or second experience had happened, I might still have accepted the idea that it was some kind of vivid dream or sleep paralysis. But the third time took that comfort away from me. I had opened my eyes. I had decided to test it. I had waited on purpose. And still the grip came back. Still I could not move. Still I could not fight it. Still prayer was the only thing that made it stop. That combination of details is what makes the memory impossible for me to forget. I have often thought back to that morning and wondered why it happened on the couch instead of in bed. Usually people associate strange attacks like that with nighttime, darkness, deep sleep, or lonely rooms. But this happened during the day, in the family living room, with my parents just nearby. That is what makes it even more unsettling. It was not hidden in darkness. It did not wait for midnight. It did not wait until I was alone in the house. It came in broad daylight while the world around me was completely normal. That kind of timing makes the experience harder to explain away. A nightmare in the middle of the night can still be folded into darkness and fear. But a choking grip on the neck while half asleep on a couch in the morning feels like something crossing too easily into ordinary life. It makes the living room feel temporarily less safe. It makes sleep itself feel suspicious. And it leaves behind a memory that is more difficult to tuck away. I do not know exactly what held my neck that day. I do not know whether it was some form of sleep paralysis mixed with spiritual fear, or whether it was truly something unseen and hostile. I only know what it felt like. It felt real. It felt deliberate. It felt like a hand or a grip that wanted control more than harm, because it did not choke me to death or stop my breathing fully, but it did want me helpless. That distinction matters to me. It felt like harassment, exactly the word I used in my own mind afterward. Not an accident. Not a random body sensation. Something holding me, testing me, frightening me. After that day, I became much more careful with prayer and spiritual protection. Even if part of my mind still searched for ordinary explanations, I could not ignore the fact that prayer had worked each time. Maybe someone else would call that coincidence. Maybe someone else would say the act of praying simply helped me break out of a sleep state. That may be true. I cannot prove otherwise. But when something terrifying happens to you 3 times in a row, and the only thing that ends it is calling on God, you remember that. What also stayed with me was my mother's warning, or rather her advice, to read the verses of the Quran daily. There is something deeply comforting in routine protection. Reading holy verses each day does not only protect the heart spiritually, it also steadies the mind. It gives a frightened person something to do, something active, rather than leaving them trapped only in fear and questions. I think that is why her words mattered so much. They gave me an answer, not to what the thing was, but to what I should do about it. For a long time after, I continued thinking about those 3 attacks. I replayed them in my head again and again. The first time, when I still thought it might have been only a vivid dream. The second time, when the same thing came back so quickly that doubt began to weaken. The third time, when I waited with my eyes open and proved to myself that I had not imagined it. That third one is the one that remains strongest. It is also the reason I still hope that whatever it was never does the same thing to anyone else in my family. Fear is one thing when it happens to you. It is another thing entirely when you imagine it happening to someone you love. I can still remember the panic of being unable to move, the frustration of not being able to open my eyes at first, the terror of feeling my tongue numb and useless when I tried to pray. I would never want my siblings or my parents to feel that same helplessness. That is perhaps the strongest feeling I carry from the whole experience now, not just fear of what happened, but a sincere hope that it never chooses another person in the house. Sometimes the most disturbing paranormal experiences are not the ones where a full ghost appears or a voice speaks clearly from the darkness. Sometimes they are the ones where almost nothing can be seen, where the force is felt rather than shown, where the body is attacked in silence while the room looks completely normal. Those are harder in some ways, because they leave behind very little proof and a great deal of uncertainty. That is what happened to me. I cannot point to a figure or describe a face. I can only describe pressure, paralysis, panic, numbness, prayer, and release. Yet that is enough. Enough to know it happened. Enough to know I was not dreaming by the 3rd time. Enough to remember it years later with the same uneasy feeling. And enough to keep praying that whatever it was will never return to my family again. I moved into the house where I live now back in 2003. It is a double-story house, and I still remember the very first day I stepped inside it. Some people enter a new place and only notice the size of the rooms, the arrangement of the furniture, the color of the walls, or the little details that make a house feel warm and welcoming. That was not what happened to me. The moment I entered, I felt that something was wrong. I cannot explain it in a simple way, because it was not as if I saw a ghost standing in the hallway or heard a voice call my name. It was more like a deep feeling, a quiet but strong warning that settled in me immediately. It told me that parts of the house did not feel right. When I told my father about it, he dismissed it. He said it was nothing and told me to stop thinking too much about it. Then he asked me to go unpack my things in my room. I did as he said, but the feeling never really left me. I should explain something clearly. I did not think the entire house was haunted. It was not as if every room felt terrible from the beginning. Instead, certain places stood out to me almost right away. There were specific parts of the house that felt wrong. Those places were the downstairs bathroom, my brother's room, and strangely enough, my own room. It was almost ironic that one of the places that made me uneasy was the room I was supposed to sleep in every night. But that was how it felt from the start. For the first 2 years, nothing much happened. At least, nothing happened in a way that would have convinced anyone else. The uneasy feeling remained, but life continued normally enough. We settled into the house. We lived our ordinary family life there. Days passed into months, and months into years. If something was there, it stayed quiet for a while. Looking back now, I sometimes wonder whether it was truly quiet or whether it was simply waiting. At the time, though, it seemed as if maybe my first feeling had been wrong, or at least exaggerated. I still did not like certain places in the house, but disliking a room and living through an actual haunting are not the same thing. For those first 2 years, we were still living in the space between fear and proof. Then things in my family changed, and that was when things inside the house began changing too. Members of my father's side of the family started quarreling with him. I do not know whether those arguments had a direct connection to what happened next, but the timing has always stayed in my mind. It was after those family problems began that the strange things in the house became harder to ignore. It felt as if tension in one part of life opened a door somewhere else. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe it was not. But that was when the house stopped being only a place with bad feelings and started becoming a place where things actually happened. At night, when my brother and I were alone in the house, we would hear sounds from upstairs. They did not sound like ordinary settling noises or small creaks. They sounded like objects falling. We heard noises like screws dropping and remote controls hitting the floor. They were the kinds of sounds that made you think something had truly fallen from a table, a shelf, or a bed. At first, my brother and I tried to act brave. We would go upstairs to check because what else could we do? If you hear things falling in your own house, your first thought is not always ghost. Sometimes you think someone dropped something. Sometimes you think the wind moved something. Sometimes you think maybe you imagined the sound. So we checked. But every time we did, everything looked fine. Nothing was broken. Nothing was on the floor. Nothing seemed out of place. That alone was unsettling, but not enough to fully frighten us yet. We still tried to tell ourselves there had to be a normal explanation. Then one night, after hearing those strange falling sounds, we experienced something that destroyed that comfort completely. We started hearing heavy breathing coming from my room. That was the moment when fear became real for both of us. A sound like that is impossible to shrug off. It was not a faint noise or something easy to mishear. It sounded like a living thing breathing heavily in my room. My brother and I were both terrified the moment we realized where it was coming from. We did not stay to investigate any further. We raced downstairs as fast as we could. That was not courage. That was pure fear. Something about heavy breathing in an empty room turns a house into a different place instantly. It does not matter whether it is your own home or not. Once you hear that, the walls feel different, and every staircase feels too long. That very same night, we told our parents what had happened. We expected them to reassure us, but we also hoped they might finally take us seriously. They listened, and outwardly they told us there was nothing to worry about. That was the kind of answer parents sometimes give when they do not want to make their children more frightened. But the next day, they brought in a medium to cleanse the house. That told me more than their words did. Maybe they were afraid too. Maybe they simply did not want to admit it openly. Either way, if they had truly believed nothing was wrong, they would not have called someone to spiritually cleanse the house. After that, everything became quiet again. At least for a while. The house seemed to calm down, and life returned to something almost normal. We stayed there. We carried on. The strange sounds stopped. The breathing stopped. The tension in those rooms did not disappear entirely for me, but it felt less active, less threatening. For a while, it was enough to think the cleansing had worked. For a while, we were able to believe that whatever had been troubling the house was gone. Then I turned 13. That was when things became much scarier. One day I went into the downstairs bathroom to take a bath. That bathroom had always been one of the places in the house that bothered me from the beginning. Even when nothing strange was happening elsewhere, that bathroom always felt wrong to me in a way I could never fully explain. Still, it was part of the house, and I had to use it. That day, I entered like I normally would. I reached for the light and switched it on. Nothing happened. The light did not come on. At first, that may not sound terrifying. Lights fail. Bulbs burn out. Fuses break. But because of how I already felt about that bathroom, the darkness there did not feel ordinary. The second the light failed, fear rose inside me immediately. I did not stand there trying to fix anything or reason it out. I got scared right away and ran upstairs to call my brother, who was upstairs at that moment. When I told him the bathroom light was not working, he gave the kind of answer any normal person would give. He said the fuse might be broken. That was practical. That was logical. That was exactly the sort of explanation I wanted to hear. So I tried to calm myself with that idea and went back downstairs. I told myself it was only the fuse. I told myself I was being too nervous because of the history of the house. I told myself to stop thinking like a frightened child. But before I even reached the stairs properly, I decided to take a quick look toward the bathroom. That one glance is something I can still remember with shocking clarity. What I saw made me collapse to the floor crying. I saw a black shadow move toward me very fast. It was not still. It did not stay in one corner. It rushed toward me. And then, just before it reached me, it vanished. That is exactly what happened. 1 second it was coming at me, fast enough to make me feel as though I was about to be hit by it, and the next second it was gone. It disappeared before touching me, but the terror of seeing it was already too much. I dropped to the floor crying because my body could not handle what my eyes had just seen. There was no way to explain that as a fuse problem. No broken light could create the fear of something black racing at you from a haunted bathroom. And yet I kept it secret. I did not tell anyone. That may sound strange, but fear often comes mixed with loneliness. I believed no one would take me seriously. Maybe they would think I imagined it. Maybe they would say the darkness had played tricks on my eyes. Maybe they would tell me it was stress or foolishness. So I stayed quiet. The memory sat inside me while I pretended everything was fine. But then, within 3 weeks of that incident, another medium was brought to cleanse the house. That timing has always made me wonder whether something else had happened to someone in the family, something I did not know about, or whether the house itself had become active enough again that the adults could not ignore it anymore. This time, the medium was said to be a powerful person from Thailand. He came and revealed much more than the first cleansing had. According to him, the earlier disturbances had been caused by a ghost that had not been properly sent away. That alone was enough to unsettle me, because it meant the first cleansing may not have fully worked the way we thought it had. But what he said next was even more disturbing. He said the recent problems were not only from that same ghost. He said black magic had been cast upon my family by someone. That changed everything. A haunting is terrifying enough. But to be told that a person had actively used black magic against your family makes the fear feel more personal, more targeted, and more complicated. It suggests intention behind the darkness. It makes every family problem, every quarrel, every strange event feel as though it may be connected. I do not know who that someone was, and I do not know whether everyone in the family fully accepted that explanation. But hearing that made the house feel even more dangerous to me, because it meant we were not only dealing with some old spiritual problem in the house itself. We might also have been caught inside something sent toward us from the outside. Now I am 15 and will be turning 16 in a few months. Over the years I have come to accept something about myself that I once doubted. I seem to have the ability to sense ghosts, even if I cannot usually see them clearly. For a long time, I did not really believe that about myself. I did not want to claim anything special. I did not want to sound dramatic. But the medium reminded me of things from my past that made too much sense to ignore. He somehow brought my mind back to the primary school where I studied when I was younger. That school, according to what people said, had been built above the burial ground of Japanese soldiers. When he said things that connected to that place, old feelings came back to me very suddenly. Not exact memories of seeing something, but feelings. The same sort of heavy, wrong, uneasy feelings I had experienced there and never fully understood as a child. It was as if those old sensations had been sleeping inside me until the medium's words woke them up again. According to him, that was why I sensed something in our house before anyone else did. Because I had already been sensitive before. Because I had felt those presences in my school years ago, even if I had not fully understood what I was feeling. When I think back on it, there were moments in primary school when certain parts of that building had made me uneasy in a very similar way. Nothing dramatic happened to me there, at least not in a visible sense, but there were definitely times when the air around a place felt wrong. At the time I had no proper language for it. I only knew that some spaces seemed heavier than others, that some parts of the school felt as though they were holding something old and unpleasant. I never connected those feelings seriously to anything supernatural. But after the medium spoke, it all seemed to fit together in a way that made me uncomfortable. Perhaps I had always been more sensitive than I realized. Perhaps that was why I knew from the first day we entered this house that something was wrong. Perhaps that was why the downstairs bathroom, my brother's room, and my own room stood out to me immediately, even before any serious incidents happened. The worst part now is that those feelings are coming back. That is what frightens me most in the present. For a while after the last cleansing, things seemed better. Not perfect, but quieter. I wanted to believe we had made it through the worst. But recently, the uneasy feelings have started returning, especially around the downstairs bathroom. That place is acting strange again. I cannot say there have been dramatic new attacks every day. In fact, aside from the bathroom, things seem mostly okay. But that is sometimes how it starts. A place begins to feel wrong again before anything fully happens. The air changes. The discomfort returns. You notice it before anyone else does, and then you begin to dread what might come next. That downstairs bathroom has always felt like one of the centers of whatever is wrong in this house. From the first day, it was one of the rooms that made my skin crawl. Then years later it became the place where I saw the black shadow rush at me. And now, after everything else, it is beginning to feel wrong again. There is something deeply exhausting about living in a house where you cannot fully relax. Even if most days pass quietly, certain rooms remain in your mind like warnings. You cannot walk into them without remembering what you felt before. You cannot stand near them without wondering whether that old heaviness is back for good or only passing through. It changes the way you move in your own home. It changes the way you look at darkness, silence, and even the smallest odd event. What makes it harder is that not everyone experiences these things the same way. My father has always tended to dismiss my feelings at first, or at least not react strongly enough for me to feel understood. My mother, I think, probably senses more than she says. And my brother, although he has experienced enough with me to know the house is not always normal, still responds practically whenever he can. That leaves me in a strange place. I am the one who feels first. I am the one who notices when a room changes. And yet, because I usually cannot fully see what is there, I am also the one left doubting myself until something undeniable happens. That is why the words of the medium affected me so much. He gave structure to things I had only felt. He connected the house, the previous ghosts, the black magic, and even my old school into one larger pattern. I do not know whether I fully understand that pattern even now, but I know I can no longer ignore my own instincts. If a place feels wrong to me, I have learned to pay attention. If the downstairs bathroom feels active again, then I cannot simply brush it off and pretend I am imagining it. Maybe nothing more will happen. Maybe the feeling will pass. But maybe it is a warning, the same kind of warning I felt when I first entered the house years ago. The strange thing is that I do not feel as afraid all the time now as I would have when I was younger. Fear changes as you grow. When you are a child and you see a shadow rushing toward you, terror takes over completely. When you are older, fear becomes more complicated. It mixes with caution, memory, frustration, and a kind of tired acceptance. I still fear what might be in the house, but I also feel worn out by it. I do not want dramatic proof anymore. I do not want another shadow racing toward me or another night of hearing unexplained sounds. I would rather simply know how to keep my family safe and keep the bad things away. Sometimes I wonder whether the family quarrels all those years ago really made things worse in the house, or whether it only seemed that way because the timing matched. Houses already holding strange things often seem to react to tension. At least that is what many people say. Anger, hatred, jealousy, family fights, black magic, old ghosts, these things begin to sound connected once enough incidents pile up around them. I do not know if that is truly how it works, But I know that the house was quiet for 2 years, and then when family problems grew, the disturbances began too. And I still cannot forget that heavy breathing from my room, or the sounds of things falling upstairs with nothing out of place when we checked, or my parents pretending not to worry, only to quietly bring a medium the next day. Those details matter because they taught me early that the house was not only uncomfortable, it was active. Even now, when I pass the downstairs bathroom, part of me is alert in a way it is not elsewhere in the house. I notice the silence there. I notice whether the light works immediately. I notice whether the air feels heavier. That room has become more than a bathroom in my mind. It has become a sign, almost like a place where the house reveals what kind of mood it is in. If that room feels wrong, I know not to trust the peace of the house too easily. I do not know exactly what will happen in the future. I do not know whether the recent strange feelings are only a passing return or the start of something worse. Right now, other than the downstairs bathroom, things seem mostly okay. That is the only comfort I have. But I have lived long enough in this house to know that quiet does not always mean safety. Sometimes things go silent for months or years before coming back in another form. I also know now that I should trust myself more than I used to. The first day I stepped into this house, I knew something was wrong. I was young, and I let myself be dismissed. Years later, events proved that feeling had meant something. Maybe I still cannot always see ghosts the way some people claim to see them, but I can sense when a place is wrong, when a room holds something it should not, when a presence is near even if it stays hidden. That knowledge is not comforting, but it is real. And right now, the worst part is not what I have already seen. It is the feeling that something may be waking up again. People have asked me before, "Do you believe in ghosts?" It is one of those questions that sounds simple, but whenever I hear it, I never know how to answer in a simple way. I have never been able to say yes with full confidence, and I have never been able to say no either. Every time I have been asked, I usually answer, "I'm not sure." That has always felt like the most honest answer. It is difficult to reject something completely when so much in this world exists beyond what we can see with the naked eye. At the same time, accepting the idea that there may be unknown beings moving around us at any place and at any time is not exactly comforting. In fact, it is deeply unsettling. So my own thoughts on the matter have always remained uncertain, hesitant, and never fully settled. My younger sister, however, is very different. Ever since she was very young, she would often claim to see things that normal people do not see. In the beginning, I did not know what to make of it. Children say strange things all the time. They imagine things, misunderstand what they see, or speak with a kind of confidence that adults often dismiss too easily. But with my sister, it was never just one strange comment here and there. It was a pattern. She would notice things that made no sense, describe people no one else had seen, or react to spaces and moments in ways that left the rest of us unsettled. Whether one called it sensitivity, imagination, or something else, she had a way of seeing beyond what the rest of us seemed able to notice. One of the first stories my father ever told me about her stayed in my mind for years, even though at the time I was too young to fully understand what it might mean. He once told me that he had been driving with my sister along the federal highway when they came across a terrible accident. According to him, it was not a small crash. It was the kind of accident that leaves the scene looking almost unreal. There was a huge pileup of cars and an ambulance nearby. He described the vehicles as twisted and bent so badly that they hardly looked like cars anymore. Metal was crushed inward, glass was shattered, and the whole scene looked violent and hopeless. My father said his first thought, when he saw the wreckage, was that there was no way anyone could have survived it. As they drove past, my sister looked toward the accident and asked him, "Why is that man standing there with his clothes all red and dirty?" My father, keeping his eyes on the road, assumed she meant one of the victims who had somehow crawled out or was standing nearby in shock. He told her that the man was probably badly hurt from the accident. To him, that was the only explanation that made sense in that moment. He did not stop the car. He did not question her too much. He simply carried on driving, no doubt shaken by the sight of the crash, but still thinking in ordinary terms. When they got home, he told the rest of us what they had seen on the highway and said we should watch the evening news because it would probably report on the accident. Later, when the news came on, the story was indeed there. The report showed the faces of the people involved in the crash, the victims whose lives had ended in that pile-up. While everyone was watching, my sister tugged at my father's shirt and pointed to the television. "Dad, that's the man I saw. What happened to him?" My father's face apparently went pale. The faces shown on the news were the people who had died in the accident. All of them had been killed on the spot. The man my sister had described standing there in red, dirty clothes was one of the dead. When I first heard that story, I was curious more than anything else. I was sure my sister was not lying. She had no reason to invent such a thing, and she had been too young to understand how disturbing it would sound. Still, because I had not been there myself, I could not decide exactly what to believe. It was one of those stories that sits in the mind without fully settling. Part of me was intrigued. Part of me was uncomfortable. And part of me simply filed it away with all the other strange things children sometimes say. As time passed, as happens with so many things in life, the memory slowly faded into the background. I did not think about it often. It became one of those family stories that remains somewhere in the distance until something later brings it back. Years later, something did. By then, my family had moved into a new house. It was a 2-story bungalow, spacious enough, ordinary enough, with a large tree standing beside it. If you looked at it from outside, nothing about it would immediately seem unnatural. It looked like a typical family home, the kind people would feel lucky to live in. The tree beside it gave the place a little more character, but not in an obviously frightening way. At least not during the day. We moved in, unpacked, and did all the usual things families do when settling somewhere new. The day was filled with lifting boxes, arranging furniture, deciding where things belonged, and slowly turning the empty house into ours. By the time evening came, we were all exhausted. After a whole day of unpacking, everyone retreated to their own rooms. It was the first real night we would be sleeping there. My sister's room, by chance or bad luck, was on the second floor and positioned near the tree outside. From her window, you could see the branches clearly. At the time, I did not think much of that detail. A room near a tree can seem pleasant, even cozy, if you are not in the habit of imagining what might be looking back in from the branches. I do not remember whether it was just before midnight or some time after. What I do remember very clearly is the silence of that first night being shattered by my sister's screams. The sound was so sudden and full of terror that everyone in the house reacted immediately. I rushed out of my room toward hers, but my parents got there before I did. By the time I reached her doorway, my sister was sobbing uncontrollably and holding on tightly to my mother. She was not simply frightened in the way people get from a bad dream. She looked completely shaken, like someone who had seen something so disturbing that her body still had not recovered from the shock of it. I was about to ask what had happened, but then something stopped me. By that point, because of all the old stories and because of the way my sister had always been, I knew this was probably connected to her special way of seeing things. I do not know if special is even the right word. Maybe sensitive is better. In any case, I sensed this was not the kind of situation where my asking questions in the middle of the night would help. So I kept my mouth shut and went back to my room. I told myself I would hear everything the next morning anyway. And I did. At breakfast the next day, my sister told us what she had seen. She said that when she was getting ready to sleep, she felt a cold breeze coming through the open window. Thinking only of closing it, she got up and walked over. That was when she saw something crouching on the branches of the tree outside. According to her, it looked like an old woman. Her hair was white as moonlight itself, and she had long claws, 3 on each hand. Worst of all, the old woman was smiling at her and staring straight at her with crimson-red eyes. At the time, I have to admit, I found the description almost too dramatic. It sounded like something pulled straight from a horror movie. White hair, claws, red eyes, a crouching old woman on a tree branch. If someone had written it in a script, I might have rolled my eyes. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as childish exaggeration born from fear in a new house. But then I looked at my sister properly. She was not telling it like someone trying to entertain us. She was telling it like someone still trying to process something that had frightened her deeply. Her voice, her expression, and the way she held herself all told me that, whether anyone else believed it or not, she believed it fully. Then she asked if she could change rooms. My father, who had been mostly silent while she spoke, nodded. He did not laugh. He did not tell her she was imagining things. Instead, he asked if anyone would volunteer to exchange rooms with her. I looked around at my other siblings. Every one of them avoided eye contact. Their eyes dropped to the table or shifted away. No one wanted that room. Whether they believed her completely or only enough to be cautious, they clearly did not want to sleep beside that tree after hearing what she had seen. Then I looked at my sister. Her face had fallen. She looked hurt, embarrassed, and disappointed all at once. In that moment, my own doubts about her story mattered less than her expression. I may have thought her description sounded over the top, but I also loved her, and I could see she was genuinely distressed. So I volunteered. The change in her face was immediate. She lit up with relief and gratitude and thanked me again and again. But then, after all that thanks, she said something that would return to me later with much more weight than I gave it at the time. "But brother," she said, "I know how you are. Please, don't do something stupid. Please." I nodded in a careless, almost dismissive way. At the time, I did not really think much about her warning. I assumed she meant I should not try to scare myself by checking the tree or challenging whatever she thought she had seen. I considered myself sensible enough, or maybe I simply thought myself above being frightened by such a thing. Looking back, I realized how arrogant that was. Fate, as it turned out, did not agree with my attitude at all. That night, after moving my things into my new room, I tried to settle in as normally as possible. I placed my books, arranged my desk, and began preparing a report for an upcoming presentation. I told myself that the best thing I could do was act as though the room was completely ordinary. If my sister had been frightened by something she saw outside, that did not mean I needed to fill the room with fear too. So I sat at my desk and worked. For about an hour, everything seemed normal. Then I felt a cold breeze behind me. I turned slightly and noticed that the window had opened a little. At first, I did not think much of it. I assumed I had failed to close it properly. That was the simple explanation. But then, without really deciding to, I felt an urge to go look through the window. Perhaps it was curiosity. Perhaps it was pride. Perhaps it was the foolish part of me that wanted to prove my sister wrong or prove myself brave. Whatever it was, it pulled me toward the window. I stood up slowly and walked toward it. Each step felt strangely deliberate. The crickets outside were loud enough to be noticed, and their sound somehow made my own heartbeat feel louder too. I remember that walk very clearly because everything in me was uncertain. I wanted to know, but I also did not want to know. I reached the window and looked out toward the tree. There was nothing there. Nothing at all. For a brief second, the whole thing felt almost embarrassing. It was like the anticlimax in a horror film, the moment where tension builds for too long, and then nothing appears. I felt somewhat relieved, but also slightly disappointed. I actually laughed a little at myself. The idea that some old white-haired creature would still be perched in the tree outside my room suddenly felt ridiculous. I started to think perhaps my sister had been overtired, frightened by moving into a new place, and had let her imagination take over. And then, with a confidence I would soon regret, I spoke aloud. "Hey, if you're really out there, why don't you show up in my face?" The moment those words left my mouth, everything changed. The crickets outside stopped. The breeze vanished. The sounds of the night died so suddenly that the silence felt unnatural, almost violent in how complete it was. I froze in place. That kind of silence is different from ordinary quiet. Ordinary quiet still feels alive. This silence felt emptied out, as if the whole outside world had stopped breathing for one terrible second. I stood there not knowing what to make of it, and then my imagination, or something else, began to turn against me. I could have sworn the branches of the tree were moving on their own. There was no wind, and yet I felt as if the tree itself had come alive, its branches swaying with intention rather than weather. Even now, I know how absurd that sounds, but in that moment it felt terribly real. And then I began hearing whispers. I could not make out what they were saying, and perhaps that was for the best. They sounded low, layered, and impossible to pin down. It was not like hearing a person clearly speak from a nearby place. It was more like hearing a conversation from a place just beyond understanding. If I had been told the topic belonged in hell itself, I might have believed it in that moment. At the same time, horrible images began flashing in my mind. Over and over, I saw the image of a white-haired old woman lunging toward me. It did not feel like normal imagination. It felt forced, as though something had pressed those visions into my thoughts against my will. The whispers grew stronger. The images grew worse. I felt as though whatever was happening was trying to push me over the edge of my own mind, trying to overwhelm my senses and leave me unable to think clearly. I do not know how long I stood there in that state. It may have been minutes. It may have been much longer. But it felt endless while it lasted. Then suddenly, there was a knock at my door. That sound broke everything. In an instant the whispers stopped. The strange movement in the tree stopped. The horrible images in my mind vanished. It was as though someone had snapped a cord and released me from whatever had been tightening around my thoughts. My sister's voice came from outside the room. "Brother, are you awake?" I dropped to my knees. Only then did I realize how badly I was shaking and how hard I was breathing. It felt as though the wind had been knocked out of me. Sweat covered my face, and when I looked down I could even see a small puddle of perspiration on the wooden floor beneath where I had been standing. That detail frightened me too, because it proved how long and intense the whole experience must have been. A second knock came at the door. "Brother, are you listening? Are you all right in there?" I could hear the worry in her voice. She sounded urgent, almost frightened herself. I wiped my face quickly and tried to steady my breathing before answering. "Yeah, I'm all right," I said, trying to sound calm. "My mind just wandered off a bit. Anything you need, sis?" There was a pause, and then she answered softly. "Just checking up on you." After another moment of silence, she added, "I'm worried about you, brother." I tried to speak as normally as I could, though I almost stammered. "Nothing to worry about, sis. You should go to bed. It's getting late, and I'm thinking of sleeping too." She hesitated before replying. "Okay." Then I heard her footsteps moving away from the door. Once they faded, I tried to gather my thoughts. I stood there wondering what in the world had just happened. Was I imagining things? Had I frightened myself so badly with my own arrogance and my sister's story that my mind had created everything? Had I become paranoid? My thoughts were racing in circles, trying to find something sensible to hold on to. Then my eyes moved to the clock on the wall. It was 2 a.m. I stared at it in disbelief. That meant I had been standing by the window for hours. At least, that was how it seemed. I had gone to check the window sometime much earlier, and now it was 2 in the morning. Whether I had truly been frozen there in that half-delirious state for hours or whether time had slipped past me in a way I still do not understand, the result was the same. The whole night had been consumed by that one moment. With whatever courage I had left, I forced myself to look out the window one last time. There was nothing there. No old woman. No red eyes. No movement in the branches. Just the tree. At that point, I told myself I must simply be tired. That was the explanation I reached for because I needed one. I closed the window, got into bed, and hoped for proper rest. It was not the kind of night from which sleep comes easily, but eventually I must have slept. The next morning I woke feeling groggy and heavy, as though my body had not rested properly at all. As the fog in my head slowly lifted, the events of the night came rushing back. I sat on my bed and tried again to make sense of everything. I reached no real conclusion. I thought perhaps I should talk to my sister later, ask her more about what she had seen, maybe tell her something of what I had gone through after foolishly challenging whatever might have been outside. Before doing any of that, I went to the bathroom to take a shower. I stepped under the water, hoping it would clear my head. But while I was washing, I suddenly felt a stinging pain on my back. It was so sharp and so unexpected that I nearly fell to the floor. I grabbed hold of myself and stepped out of the shower quickly, confused and alarmed. The pain did not feel like a cramp or like slipping against something. It felt like I had been cut. I rushed to the mirror and turned my back toward it as best as I could, trying to see whether there was any mark. What I saw made my stomach drop. There were 6 long scratch marks on my back. 3 on the left side. 3 on the right. They were not random little lines that could be dismissed easily. They were long, clear, and arranged in a way that looked horribly deliberate. In that moment, all my attempts at reason felt weak. The whispers, the stillness, the visions, the loss of time, the panic, the sweat, and now these 6 scratches on my back, it all came together too sharply. And yet, even then, I did not tell my family. Especially not my sister. I could not bear the thought of upsetting her more. She had already been frightened enough to give up her room. If I told her that I had been scratched after spending the night there, it would only confirm every fear she had and perhaps make the whole thing much bigger inside the family. So I kept it to myself. I tried to convince myself that I must have scratched myself while sleeping. I repeated that explanation so often that on some days I almost believed it. There are moments even now when I still try to lean on that possibility, because the alternative is more disturbing. Perhaps I caught my back on something. Perhaps I moved awkwardly in my sleep. Perhaps I had scratched myself without realizing. Those explanations are not perfect, but they are human, and sometimes humans cling to imperfect explanations because they are easier to live with than the truth they fear. The strange thing is that after that, nothing else like it happened again. For the few months that my family remained in that house before we eventually moved away, no similar event ever happened to me. The move itself was for unrelated and ordinary reasons, not because of what happened in that room. Life simply moved on, as it often does. And just as suddenly as the whole experience had come into my life, it seemed to stop. There were no more scratching incidents. No more whispers. No more lost hours by the window. It ended as strangely as it had begun. And yet, the memory never left me. That may be the most unsettling part of all. It did not continue in a dramatic haunting. It did not become a long chain of terrifying events. Instead, it left behind one deeply imprinted memory that I have never been able to explain. A single night, one challenge spoken carelessly into the dark, one long silence, one collapse of reason, and one morning with scratches on my back that I still cannot fully account for. Now, when I look back on it, I still try to make sense of everything. I still return to the same questions. Did my sister really see what she described? Did something in that tree respond when I challenged it? Did my own mind betray me, or did something unseen answer my arrogance in a way I was never meant to understand? I do not know. I still do not know. That uncertainty may be the only honest conclusion I can offer. As I finish telling this story, that remains the truth. Nothing about it feels fully certain, and yet nothing about it feels easy to dismiss either. This happened when I was still very young, at an age when the world feels both magical and frightening in ways adults often forget. I was 9 years old then, and my little sister was still just a baby. At that time, family gatherings felt exciting because they meant travel, cousins, noise, food, and staying somewhere different from home. One year, my family and several relatives went on a holiday to my late grandfather's house in the countryside. I remember the trip not because of fun memories, though there were some, but because of one night that remained with me long after childhood ended. Even now, when I think back to it, I do not remember it as just a bad night or a strange fever dream. I remember it as something that left a mark on me, something I could not explain then and still cannot fully explain now. My grandfather's house was the kind of old village house that already feels like it belongs to another time. It was a typical wooden house in a quiet countryside village, with fruit trees filling the yard and enough open space around it to make the whole place feel both peaceful and lonely. In the daytime, it was beautiful in a simple way. The trees moved gently in the breeze, children ran through the yard, and adults talked in voices that carried easily through the open parts of the house. It looked like the kind of place where family memories should be warm and soft. But older houses, especially in villages, often seem to carry a second life within them, one that only appears when night comes and all the daytime warmth disappears. The house itself was not very large for the number of people staying there. There were not enough proper bedrooms for everyone, so, to be fair, we all had to sleep together in the large TV hall upstairs. It was just a 2-story detached house, but that upstairs hall became our sleeping area for the whole family, almost like a camp. Mattresses and blankets were spread across the floor, and everyone had to make do with whatever space they were given. Looking back now, it almost feels funny that we all slept that way, like refugees packed into one room, but at the time it felt normal because it was family. Children were used to sleeping near other children, adults near adults, and the whole night space was shared by everyone. There was one detail about that house that stood out even then, though I did not understand its significance as a child. In houses from that era, the staircase leading to the upper floor often had a large door. At night, that door was supposed to be properly locked. Upstairs was for the children, while the parents' rooms were downstairs. I never really knew why the door had to be locked so carefully after dark. As a child, I assumed there were practical reasons. Maybe the adults wanted to stop older children or teenagers from sneaking out at night. Maybe it was simply an old household rule. Or maybe, though I did not dare put it fully into words then, it was to keep something from coming upstairs. That night, I was not like the other children in the house. I had a fever. While my younger cousins ran around and played, I could not join them. I had to lie down and rest. I remember drinking barley juice because the adults said it would cool my body down. Everyone treated it like an ordinary childhood fever. Children fall sick during family trips all the time. No one thought anything more of it. But for me, that fever changed everything because it kept me awake while the rest of the house slept. If I had been healthy and tired enough to sleep deeply, perhaps nothing would have happened. Or perhaps it would have happened and I would remember it differently. I do not know. I only know that fever made my body feel strange and my senses feel too open that night. By bedtime, everyone settled into their places upstairs. Blankets were spread out. Bodies stretched across the floor. The adults quieted the younger children, and eventually the room sank into that kind of crowded silence where many people sleep close together. It should have made me feel safe. Being surrounded by family is supposed to keep fear away. But illness has a way of isolating you even in a crowded room. While everyone else drifted into sleep, I lay there feeling hot and cold at the same time. My temperature was high, but my hands and feet felt freezing. I remember the discomfort clearly, the heat inside my head, the cold in my palms, the stiffness in my body, and the restless feeling that made sleep impossible. So instead of sleeping, I sat up quietly. I did not want to wake anyone. I simply sat there trying to warm my hands and feet, rubbing them together while watching everyone else sleep soundly. It was during that quiet moment that I became aware of where I had been placed for the night. I was lying a few meters away, directly across from the large doors that led to the stairs. I had not thought much about it earlier when everyone was arranging places to sleep, but once the room was dark and still, those doors became impossible to ignore. They stood there across from me like a silent barrier between the sleeping children upstairs and the unknown darkness below. I remember staring at the door for a long time. When you are a child and already sick, awake in the middle of the night, your mind becomes your own enemy. It begins to imagine things without permission. Every strange thought feels more possible in darkness. I stared at the door and started imagining all kinds of frightening things that could happen if it opened. I thought about footsteps on the stairs. I thought about someone standing behind it. I thought about shapes moving in the darkness downstairs. The more I looked, the harder it became to stop those thoughts. At one point I checked the time on my old digital watch, a little Casio watch with a light for night viewing. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning. For maybe 20 minutes after that, I lay back down and tried to go to sleep again. I closed my eyes and told myself not to think too much. I tried to rest. I tried to let my fever carry me into sleep. But then I heard something from downstairs. At first, it sounded like noisy activity in the kitchen. I heard voices and sounds that reminded me of a bunch of old women cooking and talking loudly. The sounds were busy and layered, not a single noise but several at once. The kind that suggested movement, conversation, and work. In an ordinary moment, it would have sounded like relatives downstairs preparing food or chatting in the middle of the night. But that made no sense. Everyone from the family was asleep upstairs. No one had gone down. The whole house was supposed to be still. I opened my eyes immediately. The sound stopped at once. That frightened me more than if it had continued. The sudden silence felt unnatural. It was as though the sounds had only existed while my eyes were closed and vanished the second I became fully alert again. A wave of goosebumps spread through me so quickly that I remember it even now. It was not just fear. It was the body's recognition that something is wrong before the mind catches up. Then I heard heavy footsteps climbing the stairs. That sound was unmistakable. Slow. Heavy. Deliberate. I turned my head and looked directly at the door. By then, my mind was trying desperately to stay logical. I told myself it must be one of my uncles or aunts. Maybe someone had gone downstairs to drink water or use the bathroom. Maybe someone had been awake after all. That was the explanation I clung to while the footsteps came closer and closer. I listened to each one, counting them without meaning to. It sounded as if the person had nearly reached the top. One more step. Just one more, and then the door would open. I waited. And then, nothing. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. No hand reached for the knob. No shadow moved under the gap. No one opened it. The silence that followed was worse than the sound itself. It was too complete, too patient. It was as though whatever had come up the stairs had reached the door and simply chosen not to enter. Or maybe it was standing there, waiting. After a while, I drifted back toward sleep. I did not do so because I felt safe. I did so because my fever and exhaustion were too strong. I tried to soothe myself with the idea that what I had heard must have been some side effect of being sick. Maybe fever was playing with my ears. Maybe my body was too tired. Children are often told that illness can make things feel strange, and I held on to that explanation as hard as I could. Then came the loud bang. It shocked me so badly that my whole body jolted. For one instant, I thought someone had finally come to the door and opened it too forcefully. The noise was so sudden and sharp that it shattered whatever small comfort I had been building in my mind. I opened my eyes slowly, almost afraid to see someone standing there. But the door was still closed. Completely closed. And then, before I had time to process that, the heavy footsteps began again. Only this time they were not outside the door anymore. They were inside. And they were coming toward me. There is no easy way to describe the terror of hearing footsteps approach you when you cannot see who is making them. They were heavy, solid, and unmistakably moving closer. Step by step, they came in my direction. I could not understand how that was possible when the door had never opened, yet the sound left no room for doubt. Something had crossed into the room, and it was walking straight toward me. I wanted to scream. I wanted to wake everyone. I wanted to bury myself under a blanket or jump up and run. But I could not move. Suddenly my body became useless. It was as if fear itself had pinned me down. I could barely breathe. My chest felt tight and shallow. My eyes were open, but I could not close them even if I wanted to. My body lay frozen while those footsteps kept coming nearer and nearer. Each step seemed to press fear deeper into me. I remember feeling as though I was going to faint. The thought that whatever had entered the room was almost at my sleeping place became unbearable. Then the sound stopped. It stopped when there was only one step left. That is exactly how it felt. One last step and it would have been right beside me, maybe even over me. But at that final point, everything vanished. The horror was gone as suddenly as it had come. The pressure in my chest eased. I could breathe again. The footsteps ended. The room returned to stillness. The release was so sudden that it almost made me weaker. I sat up straight, drenched in sweat. My entire body felt wet and shaky. I remember collapsing back onto my pillow after that, unable to process what had just happened. My mind was still racing, but my body had reached its limit. The next thing I remember clearly is daylight. Morning had arrived, and the whole house was alive again. Everyone was packing things for a picnic. The sounds of family life had returned, voices, movement, laughter, the ordinary energy of daytime. If I had not lived through that night myself, I might have thought I had imagined the whole thing. But the fear still sat inside me. My fever had become worse, but even so, I insisted on following the others out for the picnic. I should have stayed in bed and rested. Everyone knew that. But I refused. I did not want to remain in that house alone. I would rather drag my fever with me outdoors than stay in that place after what had happened in the night. At some point, I told my mother everything. I cried on her shoulder because I was still terrified. I told her about the sounds downstairs, the old women cooking, the footsteps on the stairs, the loud bang, the door that stayed closed, and the footsteps that came toward me anyway. I told her how I could not move and how frightened I had been. I wanted her to believe me. I wanted her to tell me I was safe and that nothing like that would happen again. She listened, but her first response was ordinary enough. She told me it was an old house, and old houses make strange noises. That answer made me feel like she did not believe me. It sounded like the kind of explanation adults give when they do not want to encourage fear in a child. At the time, I felt disappointed and alone with what I had experienced. I thought she was brushing it aside. But later, when we were leaving that house, she said something to me that changed the way I understood her response. She told me that if I ever woke up alone at night in that house again, I should never get up. Never get up. She said that was when they were all awake. At that age, I did not fully understand what she meant. Her words frightened me, but they were also vague. Who were they? What exactly woke at night in that house? Why should I not get up? She never explained it clearly at that time. She only said it in that serious, quiet way adults sometimes use when they know more than they want to say to a child. Many years passed before I returned to that subject with her. It must have been about 10 years later when I brought it up again. By then I was old enough to retell the whole event properly, and old enough to ask questions more directly. I repeated every detail that had happened to me that night. I told her about the sounds, the footsteps, the paralysis of fear, and the way it all had stopped just before reaching me. This time, she did not answer me like I was just a frightened child in an old house. She told me something much stranger. Long ago, according to her, our ancestors had sought protection for their future generations. There was a guardian, of some kind, tied to the family line. But my late grandfather had not wanted it. Because of that refusal, this guardian was supposedly searching for a bloodline it could hold on to. I do not know all the details of what that means, and even now I cannot say I understand it fully. But that was the explanation she offered for the disturbances tied to that house and to the children in our family. What made it even harder to dismiss was that the stories had not ended with me. Even now, I still hear stories from my cousins and even from my cousins' children about being disturbed. The pattern, according to what people say, is always the same: the spirit seeks children. It appears to them in the form of an old woman with long gray hair. When they are very young, they can see her. As they grow older, they no longer see her clearly, but they can still feel her presence. That detail struck me deeply because it fit what happened to me in a strange way. I had not seen her. I had only heard and felt. Maybe I was already too old by then for sight, but not too old to be noticed. In some ways, I am grateful for that. I thank God that I was not disturbed when I was much smaller, and that I never had to see her face directly. That may be why the memory, though terrifying, still leaves space for uncertainty. I heard footsteps. I felt the presence. I knew something came toward me. But I never saw the old woman herself. If I had, perhaps the memory would be even worse. Not all of the younger children were spared that sight. One of my cousin's children, a toddler only 4 years old, actually drew a picture of her. He said she liked to play games. That detail unsettled me in a different way because children often speak in a casual, innocent tone about the things adults fear most. To them, the strange may seem ordinary until it becomes frightening. He said that if he did not want to play, she would follow him everywhere and make scary faces at him. That alone was terrible enough. But what disturbed me even more was what he said next. He said she had a daughter, and she would not allow him to draw the daughter or even talk about her. That single detail has remained in my mind more strongly than I expected. There is something especially frightening about a spirit that not only appears, but controls what a child may say about it. An old woman is already unsettling enough. The suggestion of a hidden daughter, one not meant to be spoken of or shown, opens a much darker space in the imagination. It suggests that what children see may only be part of a larger presence, that there are deeper layers to the haunting than anyone in the family fully understands. When I think back to that night in my grandfather's house, I now see it differently than I did as a child. Back then it was simply terror. The house was old, the fever was high, and the dark seemed full of things I could not understand. But after hearing all the stories over the years, after hearing my mother's explanation, after learning that the spirit sought children and appeared as an old woman with long gray hair, my own experience seems less random and more connected to something much older than myself. Even the details of the house now feel different in memory. The large door at the stairs no longer seems like an odd old-fashioned feature. It feels like a boundary. The rule that it must always be properly locked at night no longer seems like a habit made to control children. It feels like protection. As a child, I joked inwardly that maybe it was to stop teenagers from sneaking out. But maybe, in older houses and older families, such doors are not only meant to keep children in. Maybe they are meant to keep something else out. The sound of the old ladies cooking downstairs also seems stranger to me now. Why that sound? Why noisy cooking and voices? Perhaps because it was the sort of ordinary village household sound that could draw a child's attention without immediately alarming them. Perhaps because the spirit wished to seem familiar at first, not monstrous. I do not know. All I know is that those sounds stopped the moment I opened my eyes, and after that came the footsteps. First outside the door, then somehow inside the room. That sequence has never felt like a normal fever hallucination to me. It felt too ordered, too deliberate. Still, I cannot say I know everything. There are parts of this story I still do not understand. I do not know whether the guardian my mother spoke of is the same being the children described as the old woman. I do not know whether such things truly pass through bloodlines the way older people claim. I do not know why my grandfather rejected whatever protection had once been sought. I do not know why the spirit prefers children, or why older ones only feel it while younger ones may see it. But uncertainty does not erase fear. Sometimes it makes it stronger. What I do know is this: that night was real to me. The fever was real. The freezing hands and feet were real. The sound of loud cooking downstairs was real enough to wake me fully. The footsteps on the stairs were real. The silence at the door was real. The bang was real. And the footsteps that came straight toward me while the door remained shut were the most real and terrifying thing I had ever known up to that age. It changed the way I think about old houses, about family stories, and about the things adults sometimes half hide from children. It also changed the way I understand my mother. At the time I thought she did not believe me. Now I think she believed me more than I realized, but she also knew enough not to say too much to a frightened child. Perhaps her warning was the only way she knew to protect me without filling my mind with even darker things. Even today, I still think about what would have happened if that last step had been taken. If whatever came toward me had actually reached me. That question has never left my mind. It stopped one step away, and then it vanished. Why? Was it because I was too frightened? Because others were sleeping near me? Because something held it back? I cannot answer that. I only know that whatever mercy or protection kept it from coming closer, I remain grateful for it. And so, although many years have passed, the memory remains sharp. The old wooden house in the countryside. The fruit trees filling the yard. The big TV hall upstairs packed with sleeping relatives. The locked stair door across from me. The fever. The dark. The sound of old ladies cooking downstairs in the middle of the night. The footsteps. The terror. The sweat. The bright morning I was desperate to reach. All of it still lives in me. And every time I hear another story from the younger children in the family, another story about the old woman with long gray hair who likes to play games and frighten those who refuse, that old night returns to me all over again. This happened not long after I finished high school, during the time when national service had just been introduced in Malaysia. At that point, it was still something very new for the country, and I ended up being part of the first batch selected to go. So in that sense, I suppose I was lucky. Everything was still not fully organized yet because the whole program was new, and people were still trying to figure out how things should run properly. Even so, I have to admit that overall it was a good experience. I learned a lot, met different kinds of people, and went through things that made me stronger. But no matter how many good memories I have from that time, there's one experience that has stayed with me more strongly than the rest, and it is the one I can never really forget. Before I tell what happened, I should explain the place where we slept, because the layout matters a lot to this story. We were all assigned to long houses. Each platoon was given one house to share, and each house held about 30 boys. If you want to picture it properly, imagine a single-story building with a long central walkway running through it. Along both sides of that walkway were rows of beds. There were 15 beds on one side and 15 on the other. Between each bed was a small cabinet, so each person had a little bit of space of his own, but not much. It was not private at all. It was one of those sleeping arrangements where you are always aware that many other people are around you. If someone turns over, coughs, snores, or gets up in the night, it travels through the whole room. At the time, it felt normal because we had all adjusted to life there, but when something strange happens in a place like that, the closeness of everyone somehow does not make it less frightening. In some ways, it makes it worse. By the time this incident happened, about 2 months had already passed. During those 2 months, all kinds of stories had been going around camp. Some people said others had been possessed. Some claimed they had seen ladylike figures under the banana trees. In places like that, where many young people are gathered, far from home, tired from training, and sleeping in unfamiliar surroundings, stories spread quickly. Every camp seems to collect those kinds of stories. Some people hear something, someone else adds another detail, and before long everyone knows a version of it. I heard those stories too, of course. But until that night, I had been lucky enough not to experience anything unusual myself. I listened to the rumors the way most people do, with curiosity, doubt, and maybe just a little nervousness, but I still felt safely outside all of it. That changed one night. We had all gone to bed after a long day of field training and classes. By then we were used to the routine. Days were exhausting, and by around 11 at night, everyone was ready to sleep. I do not remember exactly what time I woke up, but I think it must have been around 2 or 3 in the morning. What I remember clearly is that I woke up drenched in sweat. That was the first thing that felt wrong. The nights there were usually cool. I had never woken up sweating like that before. It was not normal for me, and the moment I realized how soaked I was, I already felt uneasy without knowing why. Still half asleep, I wiped the sweat off and rubbed my eyes. Then I turned my head to the right. I was sleeping at the far left-hand corner of the house, so from where I lay, I had a clear view across part of the long sleeping area. And that was when I saw it. There was something black floating above one of my friend's beds. The best way I can describe it is that it looked like a human-shaped cloud. Not solid like a person. Not thin like smoke either. It was dark, shapeless, and yet human-like at the same time, as if a person's outline had been made from black mist. It was hovering over a bed about 5 or 6 spaces away from mine. It was not on the bed. It was above it. Even now, writing this, I remember exactly how strange that sight felt. My mind refused to accept it at first. So I told myself I must still be half dreaming. That was the only explanation my mind wanted to accept. I rubbed my eyes again and looked harder, trying to clear my vision and force the image to disappear. I thought maybe once I focused properly, I would realize it was just a jacket, a shadow, a trick of bad light, anything else except what it seemed to be. But it was still there. And in that moment, I knew it was real. I froze completely. There are some moments when fear does not make you scream or jump up. It just locks you in place. That was what happened to me. I could not think clearly. I could not even decide what I should do. My body just stayed still while my mind tried desperately to make sense of what I was seeing. After a few seconds, maybe more, I turned around and faced the other way. I could not bear to keep looking at it. I told myself to go back to sleep. Of course, that was impossible, but when fear is too big, sometimes the only thing you know how to do is pretend. I tried to act as if I could sleep through it, as if by turning away I could make it stop existing. But I was terrified. I was so scared that I started to cry quietly. I remember tears coming because I simply did not know what else to do with the fear building inside me. I felt trapped in that bed, trapped in that long house, trapped in that night. To make things worse, everyone else was asleep. Even though I was surrounded by dozens of people, I felt completely alone. I needed some sign that I was not the only one awake in that moment. I needed another human being near me who was conscious, even if only for a second. So I reached over and punched my friend who was sleeping next to my bed. It was not a playful tap either. I hit him hard enough to wake him up because I wanted him to sit up, speak, or at least remind me that I was not the only living person in that terrible situation. For a brief second, he did wake up. But then, almost immediately, he drifted back to sleep again as if nothing had happened. That somehow made the whole thing feel even worse. I had tried to pull someone back into the world with me, and still I was alone. After that, I curled up into a fetal position. I stayed like that, trying to fill my mind with happy thoughts, anything that could keep my thoughts away from the thing I had seen. I tried to remember good memories, funny moments, people from home, anything warm and human. I told myself not to look again. I told myself not to think about the bed where it had been floating. But fear does not leave just because you tell it to. For what felt like 2 or 3 hours, I lay there in pure agony, unable to rest properly, unable to relax, just waiting for the night to end. Somehow, after all that time, I finally managed to doze off. To this day, I still think it was a miracle that I slept at all. Morning came at around 6, as it always did, and no matter how little sleep we had, we still had to get up for morning exercises. That was camp life. Fear, exhaustion, bad sleep, it made no difference. The routine still demanded that you stand up and carry on. I sat on my bed, tired and shaken, trying to make sense of what had happened during the night. Part of me was still wondering whether I had imagined the whole thing. Even after everything, daylight has a way of weakening fear and making strange things feel less certain. I was still caught between terror and doubt. Then something happened that removed much of that doubt. Across from my bed, one of my other roommates was staring at me. He was not someone I was especially close to. We belonged to different little groups of friends, the way people naturally divide themselves even in shared living spaces. But he was looking at me in a way that made me uncomfortable, as though he knew something. So I asked him why he was staring at me like that. Then, almost without thinking, I asked the question that had been sitting in my chest all morning. "Did you see what I saw last night?" He answered yes. That one word changed everything. Until then, at least part of me had still been trying to tell myself it might have been lack of sleep, a dream, or my mind playing tricks in the middle of the night. But now another person had confirmed it. He had seen something too. My relief at not being alone lasted only for a second, because then he told me the rest. He said that while I was lying there struggling to go back to sleep, while I had turned away, while I had even punched my friend beside me, he had been awake and watching. And according to him, that black cloud-like human figure had moved. It floated across the walkway. And then it sat on the bed right next to mine. Not near me. Not at a distance. Right next to me. And he said it stayed there, looking at me the whole night. When he told me that, I felt a cold shock run through my whole body. In some ways, that was more frightening than what I had seen myself. At least when I looked at it, it was still several beds away. But according to him, after I turned away, it came closer. Much closer. It crossed the space between us and stayed beside me while I lay curled up in fear, trying not to think about it. The idea that it had been right there next to my bed while I was awake and crying quietly under the covers was almost too much to bear. I completely freaked out. There was no pretending after that. No more telling myself it was imagination or tiredness. I got up and went straight to the platoon leader. I told him what had happened and demanded that something be done about it. I was not calm. I was not polite in the careful way people usually are with authority. I was frightened and angry, and I told them clearly that if nothing was done, I would pack my bags and go home. I meant it too. At that point, I did not care whether anyone thought I was overreacting. I had spent the whole night terrified, and now I knew I had not imagined it. I was not going to simply lie down in that bed again and hope for the best. In the end, things improved. I stayed for the final month of national service, but after I reported what happened, the nights changed. Every night after that, I could hear people patrolling around the area. I could hear conversations outside, the sounds of movement, boots, voices, and people staying awake nearby. Maybe it was done to reassure me. Maybe it was done because they took the matter seriously. Maybe they had heard enough stories already to know it was better not to ignore such things. Whatever the reason, those sounds gave me something I needed desperately: peace of mind. I could sleep better knowing people were awake and moving nearby. Even if the thing returned, I felt less alone. Sometimes fear does not need a perfect solution. Sometimes it only needs enough protection, enough company, enough sound in the darkness to keep it from swallowing you whole. That was what those patrols did for me. They did not erase what happened, and they did not make me forget the sight of that black floating figure, but they helped me endure the rest of my time there. Even now, when I think back to that period, I still say that overall national service was a good experience. I do not let that one incident erase everything else. But that night remains one of the clearest memories from my time there. The cool dark long house, the rows of beds, the heavy stillness of the early morning, the sweat on my skin, the black shape floating over my friend's bed, the helplessness of trying to wake the boy beside me. The hours of fear, and then the next morning, hearing another person confirm that it had come to sit beside me and stare at me all night. Those details do not fade easily. It is one thing to hear stories about possessions and ladylike figures under banana trees. It is another thing entirely to wake up in the middle of the night and become part of the story yourself. A year ago, when I was still a student at a local university in a small town called Kampar, I went through something I still cannot explain properly, no matter how many times I think about it. Even now, when I replay that night in my head, I do not know whether I should call it a haunting, a warning, a nightmare, or something else entirely. But I know one thing for sure: whatever it was, it felt real enough to terrify me in a way I had never experienced before. It happened in my rented room, late at night, in a town already known for strange stories, and although it only happened once, that one time was enough to stay with me. Kampar is not a place without history. People who know the town well will tell you that it carries more than just roads, buildings, shops, lakes, and student hostels. It used to be a tin mining town back in the late 19th century, and many people lost their lives there while working. Hard labor, dangerous conditions, sudden deaths, and forgotten suffering became part of the land long before the town turned into what it is now. These days, Kampar is growing fast because of the university and college there. Thousands of students come from all over the country, and because of that, the town feels busy, young, and full of movement. In the daytime it can seem like any other student town, crowded with motorcycles, hostels, eateries, late assignments, sleepy lectures, and people trying to balance studies with social life. At night, too, the place often feels alive because students are always out doing something. Some stay up late with friends. Some hang out at restaurants. Some drive around. Some study through the night. It is easy to believe that the constant noise and activity of student life have pushed away the old darkness of the town. But I do not think that means the old things are gone. If anything, I think they have simply learned to stay quieter. There have always been stories in Kampar. Some students say they feel watched even when they are alone. Others say they have seen strange figures around certain roads, corners, or water. Some even claim to have seen human-like shapes floating in the middle of the nearby lake at midnight. Like most students, I heard these stories, but I did not build my life around them. In university, people tell all kinds of stories. Some are made bigger each time they are repeated. Some are jokes. Some are misunderstandings. And some maybe are true. At that time, I listened but did not take everything too seriously. I was more concerned about assignments, classes, daily routine, and surviving student life than about spirits. Still, when enough people from different backgrounds tell the same kind of stories, a part of you keeps them in mind, even if you act like you do not. My own experience happened one late night in my rented room. It was not during a dramatic storm. It was not after I went to some haunted location. It was not after I tried to challenge anything supernatural, or talk about ghosts for hours. It happened on a normal night when I had simply decided to sleep early because I had an early morning class the next day. That is one reason the whole experience shook me so much. It did not happen in a place or time where I was expecting fear. It happened in the middle of ordinary student life, on a regular night, in a room where I had no choice but to keep living afterward. That evening had been uneventful. I remember feeling tired, but not in any unusual way. University life can wear you down even when nothing dramatic is happening. Classes, deadlines, lack of proper sleep, and constant mental stress have a way of making all your evenings feel similar. I think I went to bed earlier than usual that night because I wanted to make sure I was awake enough for class the next morning. There was no strange feeling in the room before I slept. No unusual sound. No cold breeze. No warning. It was just a normal night, and I climbed into bed expecting nothing more than rest. Then I started dreaming. At first, the dream was violent and disturbing. I dreamed that I was being attacked, beaten by a few guys, and then thrown into the lake. The whole thing felt chaotic, rough, and full of fear, the kind of dream that leaves you unsettled even while you are still inside it. There was panic in it, confusion, helplessness, and the ugly feeling of being overpowered. I do not know where that dream came from, because I had not spent the day thinking about anything like that. But dreams do not always need reasons. Sometimes they simply arrive and take shape from dark corners of the mind you did not know were open. Then the dream changed. Suddenly I was no longer being attacked. This time I was sitting beside the lake with a friend. The scene had changed completely, but it still felt wrong in a quiet way. Lakes at night already carry a strange mood. Even in dreams, there is something unsettling about still water and darkness, especially when you are close enough to feel how much depth and silence it holds. In the dream, while I was sitting there, I noticed a girl in the middle of the lake. At first, I only saw that she was there. Then I realized she was moving toward us. That was the moment the dream became frightening in a different way. It was not loud or violent like the first part. It was quiet, but wrong. A girl should not be in the middle of the lake at night. She should not be moving toward us across the water in that unnatural way. The closer she came, the more the dream began to feel like a warning instead of just a dream. That creeping fear woke me up. Or at least, I thought I had fully woken up. I opened my eyes slowly. I remember feeling disoriented for a second, the way people often do when pulled suddenly out of a strange dream. My body felt heavy with sleep, but my mind was trying to climb quickly back into full awareness. The first thing I noticed was that I was sweating. That itself felt wrong. The ceiling fan was running, and the room should have been cool enough. Yet I was damp with sweat, as if the dream had dragged some real physical fear out of me. I remember feeling my skin and thinking that I should not have been sweating that much. Then I saw her. There is no better way to say it. I saw a girl floating in front of me. Even now, writing that feels unreal, but that is exactly what happened. She looked like a young woman, probably still in her 20s. I did not get a full, clear look at her face, and to this day I thank God for that, because I honestly do not know what it would have done to me if I had seen it properly. Sometimes not seeing fully is a mercy. There are some images that once seen can never be removed from the mind, and I have always believed that maybe I was spared something even worse by not seeing her face. But I saw enough. She was floating. Not standing. Not walking. Floating from left to right across the room. The movement itself was one of the worst parts. If she had simply appeared and stayed still, maybe my mind could have fought harder to explain it away as a trick of waking from sleep. But she moved. She drifted from one side of the room to the other in a smooth, unnatural way that no living person ever could. There was no sound. No footsteps. No effort. Just that impossible motion, calm and horrifying at the same time. I remember what she was wearing too, and perhaps that is one reason the memory still feels so real. She had on a white top and a black skirt with white dots. That detail may seem small, but strange experiences become unforgettable partly because of these sharp, ordinary details. If it had only been a vague shadow, I might have spent years arguing with myself about whether I really saw something. But clothing makes a figure feel real. A white top. A black skirt with white dots. Those details are too specific to forget. They made her seem more like a person and somehow less like one at the same time. The second I saw her, I could not breathe. That is not an exaggeration. It felt as though all the air had been knocked out of me. Fear tightened everything inside my chest. I was breathless and terrified at once, and in that moment I could do nothing but stare. She did not rush at me. She did not scream. She did not speak. In some ways that made it worse. There was a terrible calmness in how she moved. She floated in front of me, crossed the room, and then passed through the wall on my right. Passed through it. Not opened a door. Not turned into a shadow and disappeared into darkness. She went through the wall itself. And the moment she was completely gone, I could breathe again. That detail has always stayed with me. While she was there, my breath felt trapped, stolen, frozen by fear. The instant she vanished through the wall, it was as if something released me. My lungs worked again. My body loosened just enough for me to move. I do not know if it was the terror alone that stole my breath, or if her presence itself carried that suffocating effect. I only know the timing was exact. She was there, and I could not breathe properly. She was gone, and breath returned. I did not stay there trying to be brave. I did not try to reason with myself. I did not wait to see if she would come back. I got out of that room as fast as I could. I grabbed my phone and my wallet, because even in terror, some practical part of my mind knew that if I ran out into the night, I needed at least those things with me. I left the room immediately. I remember checking the time, or at least becoming aware of it very clearly once I was out. It was exactly 3 a.m. That hour has stayed in my mind ever since, almost burned into the memory of that night. Once outside, I had only one thought: stay away until morning. So I went to the nearest McDonald's and waited there for the sun to come up. That part may sound almost strange next to the rest of the story, but anyone who has been frightened enough in the middle of the night knows that public light and human presence become a kind of shelter. I did not care whether I looked foolish sitting there at that hour. I did not care if I seemed restless or out of place. I only knew that I could not go back to that room while it was still dark. McDonald's felt safe because it was lit, open, and ordinary. People were there. Workers were there. The world there followed normal rules. No one floated through walls. No one moved across the room without sound. It was the kind of place that gives you back your connection to everyday reality when something impossible has just happened. I sat there waiting for daylight. But waiting for morning did not solve my real problem. That was the hard part. I was still a student. I was still renting that room. I did not have another place to stay. I could leave for the night, yes, but I could not leave forever just because of one terrifying experience. Student life is not that simple. Rent still has to be paid. Classes still happen. Life does not stop and rearrange itself just because you saw something impossible at 3 a.m. So eventually, when the sun came up, I had to face the fact that I would go back. And I did. That may be one of the strangest things about fear. Even after something terrible happens, people often return to the place it happened because ordinary life leaves them no other easy choice. I went back to the room because I had to. I told myself I had survived the night, that daylight would make everything feel different, that maybe it had been some strange mix of dream and reality, some half-awake hallucination brought on by stress, stories, exhaustion, and the dream about the lake. I tried to reason with myself. I needed to. If I had fully surrendered to the belief that a floating girl had entered my room, crossed in front of me, and disappeared through my wall, I do not know how I could have slept there again at all. And yet, despite everything, nothing like that ever happened there again. That was the one and only paranormal experience I had in that rented room. No repeated sightings. No footsteps in the night. No shadows at the corner of my eye. No whispers. No cold touches. Nothing. That somehow makes the memory stranger instead of easier. If it had happened repeatedly, I could have built a pattern around it. I could have said the room was haunted, that something in it appeared under certain conditions, that the town's old stories had followed into student life more directly than people realized. But because it happened only once, I am left with one isolated memory that refuses to fit neatly into any explanation. Still, that one time was enough. Even now, I sometimes think back to the dream before I woke. First being beaten and dumped into the lake. Then sitting by the lake and seeing the girl in the middle of it moving toward us. I have asked myself again and again whether the dream was just a dream, or whether it was somehow connected to what I saw after opening my eyes. Was the dream preparing me? Was it already part of the encounter? Did I dream her first and then see her? Or did her presence somehow enter my sleep before my waking mind could face it directly? I do not know. But the way the dream shifted into the sight of the real figure has always made the whole experience feel connected, like one long thread instead of two separate things. The town itself makes it harder to dismiss too. Kampar is full of history, and history leaves marks. People say the nearby lake is one of the places where strange things are often seen. People claim to have spotted floating figures around it at midnight. I used to treat those stories like background noise, the kind of tales university students tell each other because every town needs its ghosts. But after that night, I could not hear such stories the same way again. Once you have seen something for yourself, even if only once, every old story begins to sound a little less like entertainment, and a little more like warning. What frightens me most, even now, is how ordinary the beginning of that night was. I slept early. I had a normal reason. I had class the next day. I was just a tired student in a rented room. That is all. Nothing about me was inviting a haunting. I was not asking for proof. I was not hunting ghosts. I was not sitting up telling scary stories until dawn. I was simply sleeping. That is what makes the memory so disturbing. It came into ordinary life without permission. It took a regular student night and turned it into something I can still replay in my head years later. Another thing that has never left me is the relief I felt when she vanished through the wall, and I could finally breathe again. That may sound strange, but the timing of it is important to me. It suggests that the fear was not only in my mind. It felt like her presence itself had weight. Not physical weight exactly, but some kind of effect that locked my breath until she was gone. I still do not know how to explain that. Maybe terror alone did it. Maybe the human body reacts that strongly when faced with something impossible. Or maybe there really are presences that carry that kind of power over us, at least for a moment. I have also often wondered what might have happened if I had seen her face. That thought has followed me for a long time. I did not get a chance to look at it clearly. I saw her body, her clothes, her movement, but not her face. And somehow I have always been grateful for that. When people tell ghost stories, they often speak as though the face is the worst part, the image that stays with them forever. Perhaps if I had seen it, the memory would have damaged me more deeply. Perhaps it would have followed me into sleep for months or years. Perhaps I would not have been able to return to that room even in daylight. I do not know. But I genuinely thank God that my eyes did not meet her face. In the end, I stayed in that room because I had no real alternative, and life went on. That may sound almost disappointing from the outside, but that is the truth of many frightening experiences. They do not lead to dramatic endings. They lead to people carrying on because they must. I still went to class. I still lived like a student. I still used that room. And because nothing like it happened again, part of me was able to fold it away into memory rather than live in active fear every night. But it never disappeared completely. It remains there, just under the surface, ready to rise whenever someone talks about Kampar, ghost sightings, floating figures near the lake, or the idea that some places never fully forget the people who died there. That one night was enough to change the way I hear such stories forever. I still would not claim to know everything. I cannot say with perfect certainty what I saw, only that I know what I experienced. I know the dream. I know the sweat. I know the sight of a young woman floating from one wall to another. I know the white top. I know the black skirt with white dots. I know the breathlessness. I know the wall she passed through. I know the panic that drove me out of that room at exactly 3 a.m. And I know the long wait in McDonald's for the morning light to return some sense of order to the world. That is enough for me to say that something happened there. And even if it happened only once was enough. Danny and I had just been dropped off from school by one of the carpool moms. It felt like a normal day at first. We were walking up the driveway together, tired from school and ready to get inside, when we looked through the front window and saw my brother Ren sitting in the living room with one of his friends. I do not remember his friend's name now, but I remember the way they were leaning over the coffee table like they were busy with something serious. At first, I thought they were just playing some game or messing around with cards, but the moment Danny and I opened the front door and stepped inside, I saw that it was not a normal game at all. There was a board sitting on the coffee table, and in the middle of it was a glass. Ren and his friend both had their hands resting on top of that glass. They were asking questions in low, focused voices, like they expected someone to answer them. But nothing was happening. The glass was not moving. No one was speaking back. It was all quiet except for their voices and the small sounds of the house. Ren finally looked up at me. He seemed a little annoyed that we had walked in and interrupted them. He quickly told me not to tell our parents about the board. Even though I did not always get along with him, I agreed. Back then I was still young enough to think keeping little secrets from parents was normal, especially if an older brother asked. I did not really understand what I was agreeing to keep secret. I asked him what the board was and why they were using it, but he would not explain it. He brushed me off like it was none of my business. At that age, I knew almost nothing about the paranormal. I did not know what a ghost really was. I did not know what demons were. I had never looked into any of that stuff, and I had no reason to think anything strange or dangerous could come from a board game sitting on our coffee table. To me, it just looked weird and a little creepy, but I had no idea what it was supposed to do. So I let it go. Danny and I stayed out of their way, and after a while the whole thing slipped to the back of my mind. Later that evening, the house felt normal again, or at least as normal as it ever did when our parents were not around. It was around 7 o'clock, and I was helping Danny with her math at the table. Paul was in the living room watching television, and Ren was off in his room doing whatever he usually did. Our parents worked late shifts and were almost never home before midnight, so most evenings it was just us kids managing on our own. Paul, being the oldest one still at home, acted like he was in charge of everything. Sometimes he really did take care of us, But other times he let that little bit of power go to his head and acted bossy just because he could. After a while, I got up from the table and went into the living room. I wanted to sit and watch television with Paul, maybe just relax for a while after helping Danny. But the second I tried, he told me to go away. He said he was in charge and acted like my being there was a problem. I remember rolling my eyes and feeling annoyed, but I did not want to argue with him. So I turned around and went to my room. The strange thing happened the moment I stepped inside. I had only been in the room for a second or two when I stopped cold. The air in there felt wrong. It was not just a little cool. It was freezing, like all the warmth had been pulled out of that room and nowhere else in the house. In the hallway it had felt completely normal, maybe even a little warm. But in my room it felt like I had walked into a place where the air had turned to ice. I could feel that cold all over my skin. It was sharp and sudden and made no sense. I stood there for a second, trying to understand it. My room was the same as always. Nothing looked out of place. But that chill was so strong and unnatural that I felt nervous right away. I did not want to stay in there. Without saying a word, I turned around and walked straight back to the living room. I did not tell Paul. I knew exactly how that would go. He would laugh at me or tell me I was being dramatic. At that age, when something happened that I could not explain, I often kept it to myself because I was afraid of sounding stupid. So I sat down and acted normal, even though I could still remember that cold and the way it had made my stomach tighten. That night I did not sleep well. The next morning was Saturday, so none of us had to go to school. Usually Danny was the first one awake. She always got up early, and if she had not come out of her room yet, that felt unusual. I got up and went to check on her. The house was still quiet in that sleepy early morning way. I walked into her room and sat down on the edge of her bed, trying to wake her up gently. It took a little bit, but when she finally stirred and opened her eyes, something changed in the room. I heard breathing. At first I froze because I thought maybe I had imagined it. But no, it was there. It sounded like someone breathing behind me, somewhere toward the corner of the room. Slow and real. Not loud, but clear enough that I knew I was hearing it. Every hair on my body seemed to stand up at once. I did not want to turn around. I did not want to see what might be there. I just sat there with this terrible feeling that someone was standing in the corner, watching me. Danny heard it too. I saw the fear hit her face the same moment it hit mine. She looked past me, toward the part of the room where the sound was coming from, and her expression changed immediately. She went from sleepy and confused to completely terrified. Neither of us said much. We did not need to. The sound was enough. The feeling in that room was enough. We ran. We jumped off the bed, rushed out of the room, and slammed the door behind us as hard as we could. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. Danny was frightened enough that she could barely speak. We went straight to our parents' room and told them there was someone in Danny's room. They did not believe us. They barely even listened. They were tired, irritated, and probably thought we were just being silly because it was early. They told us we were hearing things because we were not fully awake yet. Then they told us to leave their room and stop bothering them. That made everything worse. It is a terrible feeling when you are genuinely scared and the adults who are supposed to protect you act like you are making it up. Danny and I walked out of there feeling even more alone than before. We went into the living room, turned on the television, and sat on the couch together. We were hoping the noise and light of the TV would calm us down. Neither of us wanted to be alone, not even for a second. Danny stayed pressed so close to me that our shoulders touched, and I did not move away from her. I was just as scared as she was. For a while we sat there in silence, staring at the screen but not really watching it. I kept thinking about that breathing. It had sounded too real. The feeling in the room had felt too focused, too aware. It was like something had been there with us, something we could not see but could still sense. A little later, Paul came into the kitchen and noticed us sitting there looking terrified. He asked what was wrong, and this time we told him. We said there had been someone in Danny's room watching her. He got himself some orange juice, then came over and sat beside us on the couch. Unlike our parents, he did not laugh right away. He looked at us seriously, almost too seriously, and then told us that if we saw something strange, like a moving shadow or anything scary, we needed to tell him. The way he said it stuck with me. He did not say, "If you think you hear something," or, "If you get scared again." He said it like he already believed there was something real that could happen in our house. At that age, Danny and I still did not understand what he meant. We had no clue why he was talking about moving shadows. But we nodded anyway. We were scared enough to listen to anything. The rest of that day dragged on. Even when nothing happened, the house felt off. I cannot describe it any better than that. It just felt like something had shifted. Every room felt a little too quiet. Every hallway seemed to hold more darkness than it should. Even when sunlight came through the windows, the house did not feel bright the way it normally did. Later that day, after our mom and dad had left for work, it was just us kids in the house again. Ren decided we were all going to watch a scary movie. Danny and I did not want to. I was already nervous from what had happened that morning, and I had always been the kind of kid who got scared easily. But with my brothers around, I hated looking weak. I wanted to seem brave, or at least not like a total coward, so I agreed. We all gathered in the living room. The movie was ready. The television was on. For a brief moment, everything felt almost normal, like maybe we were just being dramatic and nothing had really happened at all. Then the TV switched off by itself. It happened only a few seconds after being turned on. The room immediately went still. Ren frowned, got up, and turned it back on. He acted like it was no big deal, maybe just some glitch. But only a moment later, it turned off again. That was enough to make Danny and me panic. We were already on edge, and now even the television was acting strange. Ren stood up again, but this time he stopped. He had seen something in the dark screen. Because the TV had gone black, it worked like a mirror for a second, and in that reflection Ren saw a man standing behind us. I will never forget the look on his face. It changed so suddenly. He had been irritated and confident one second, then completely shocked the next. He backed away from the TV, staring hard at the screen. The man in the reflection was behind all of us, just standing there and looking directly at Ren. He spun around. No one was there. The space behind us was empty. Ren backed himself right up against the wall. He looked pale, frozen, like he wanted to scream but could not make himself do it. Danny, already crying, ran toward him. The rest of us turned, looked again, and found nothing. But it did not matter that we could not see anything now. Whatever Ren had seen had terrified him, and that terror spread through the room faster than anything else. He said he had to get out of the house. The moment he said that, panic took over all of us. If Ren was scared, then whatever was going on had to be serious. We did not stay to think about it. We did not check the hallways or try to act brave. We ran. All of us rushed outside and piled into Paul's car. I remember how helpless I felt sitting in that car. The house stood there behind us looking exactly the same as it always had. It was just a house. From the outside, there was nothing to suggest anything was wrong. No broken windows, no strange lights, no visible figure standing inside. But I knew something was wrong. We all knew it. In the car, Ren finally started talking about a ghost in the house. That was the first time anyone really explained anything to me. He told Danny and me what a ghost was. He said it was the soul of someone dead who was still walking the earth. Hearing that made my stomach twist. The idea itself was too much for me. I was already frightened, but now fear took on a shape. It was not just weird noises or cold rooms anymore. Now it was the possibility that something dead was inside our home, watching us, following us, making itself known. I sat there in the car feeling numb. My mind could barely hold the thought. I was too young to process it in any calm way. Once someone tells a child that a ghost is in the house, every dark corner becomes dangerous. Every sound takes on a new meaning. Every quiet moment feels like waiting for something bad to happen. Eventually we had to go home. We could not stay out forever, and when our parents found out what had happened, they were furious. They grounded us for a month with no television. We tried to explain what had happened, but they would not listen. The more we talked, the angrier they got. To them, we were making up nonsense, maybe acting out, maybe trying to get attention or avoid trouble. They sent us to our rooms like the entire thing was just bad behavior. That night felt endless. I lay in bed staring into the darkness, trying not to think too hard about everything that had happened. But it was impossible. The cold in my room from the day before. The breathing in Danny's room. The reflection on the TV. Ren's fear. The word ghost. All of it kept circling in my head. Every tiny sound in the house made me tense up. Sometime in the middle of the night my door opened. It was Ren and Danny. They came into my room looking frightened and exhausted. Ren said that something had started shaking his bed. He also said he had heard whispering noises. Seeing him that scared changed everything for me. Ren was not the kind of person who gave in easily. He was older than I was, rougher, more confident, and not someone I expected to come looking for comfort. But there he was, at his limit. He told me he wanted to call an investigation team while our parents were gone. I did not even fully understand what that meant, but I agreed right away. If there was any chance someone could help us or explain what was happening, I wanted that more than anything. Later, when Paul heard about it, he agreed too. At that point it felt like we had crossed some line. We were no longer just scared kids telling stories about a creepy house. We were children who truly believed something was in the house with us, and worse than that, we believed the adults around us were refusing to see it. The next night, things moved even faster. We called Lorraine Warren. Even now, remembering that feels strange to say out loud, but that is what happened. We told her about the attacks, the sounds, the cold, the figure, the fear in the house. We described as much as we could. And after hearing it, she told us that this was not a human spirit. She said it was a demon. That word landed harder than ghost ever had. A ghost was scary enough. A ghost, at least in my child mind, had once been a person. Maybe sad, maybe trapped, maybe angry, but still understandable on some level. A demon was different. A demon sounded evil in a way I could not measure. It sounded ancient, cruel, unnatural. It made everything we had experienced feel much darker. Suddenly the freezing room, the breathing, the moving shadows, the figure in the reflection, the shaking bed, and the whispering all seemed connected by something far worse than I had imagined. I do not remember exactly how much of that explanation Danny understood, but I remember feeling like the walls of the house were no longer safe. Every room seemed claimed by something else. Even daylight did not make me feel better. The fear did not leave when the sun came up anymore. It just hid under everything, waiting. That same night, when our parents got home, something happened to them too. For so long they had dismissed us. For so long they had acted like we were being silly, dramatic, or childish. But whatever was in that house did not stay focused only on us. That night, our parents were attacked too. They never told us exactly what happened. To this day, that silence may be one of the most frightening parts of the whole story. If they had laughed it off again, maybe I could have doubted myself. If they had explained it away, maybe I could have tried to believe there was a normal answer. But they did not do that. Instead, something happened that frightened them so badly they changed completely. They packed up our things. They took us and left the house. We were not given some long explanation. No one sat us down calmly and told us the details. It all happened with the kind of tense urgency that children notice immediately. Their faces looked wrong. Their movements were too fast and too sharp. There was fear there, real fear, and unlike before, they were no longer pretending there was nothing to be afraid of. That alone told me everything. Whatever they had seen or experienced was horrible enough that they did not want to speak about it. Adults do not usually abandon a house in the middle of fear for no reason. Parents do not sell a home over childish imagination. Something had happened to them, something severe enough to destroy their certainty and replace it with terror. We fled that house. And later they sold it. Even though I was young, That part stayed with me deeply. Houses are supposed to be the place where you are safest. Even when school is hard or life feels confusing, home is meant to be the place you return to. Once that safety is gone, something in you changes. After what happened in that house, I no longer trusted silence the way I used to. I no longer thought every dark room was harmless just because the light switch worked. I learned that fear can build slowly, one moment at a time, until it takes over your whole sense of reality. Looking back now, the beginning of it all feels so small. It started with Danny and me coming home from school. That is what makes it even more unsettling. There was no thunderstorm. No old abandoned mansion. No warning. Just a normal house, a normal afternoon, and a board on the coffee table that I did not understand. A glass in the middle. Two boys asking questions they probably had no business asking. And from there, everything seemed to change. I still think about how Rin had told me not to tell our parents about the board. At the time it seemed like a simple favor, one of those harmless secrets kids keep from adults all the time. But later, after everything that followed, I could not stop thinking about it. I wondered if that had been the moment something was invited in. I wondered if whatever answered them had been waiting for someone to open the door. I wondered if our home changed the second they placed their hands on that glass and started asking questions into the silence. Maybe if I had told our parents, they would have thrown it out that very day. Maybe nothing would have changed. Or maybe it was already too late. That uncertainty stayed with me for a long time. It is one thing to be scared by an event. It is another to wonder whether the event could have been prevented. As a child, you do not always know what matters and what does not. You do not know which moment is just a moment, and which one will become the start of a nightmare. When I remember the freezing air in my bedroom, I still feel a small knot of fear in my stomach. There was something so wrong about it. It was not the kind of cold that comes from weather or event or a window being open. It felt alive somehow, focused, like a warning that I did not understand at the time. If I had been older, maybe I would have recognized it for what people later described in stories about hauntings and dark presences. But back then, all I knew was that my own room had suddenly felt like a place I did not belong in. And then there was the breathing in Danny's room. That sound is still one of the clearest memories in all of this. You can doubt things you half see. You can talk yourself out of strange shadows. But breathing is different. It is intimate. It means presence. It means something is there, close enough to hear, close enough to feel. The idea that something unseen stood in the corner while I tried to wake my little sister is still deeply unsettling to me. We both heard it. We both felt watched. That was no dream, no sleepy confusion, no trick of early morning. When our parents dismissed us, I think some part of me learned not to expect immediate help from adults when fear sounds unreasonable. Children know when they are not being believed. They know when their terror is being treated like noise. That morning Danny and I were not just scared of what was in the room. We were scared because no one else would take us seriously. That kind of helplessness leaves a mark. Paul's reaction did too. At the time I did not fully understand why his words mattered so much, but looking back, I realize he must already have sensed something in the house. The way he told us to report shadows or other frightening things sounded like someone who knew we might really see them. Maybe he had noticed things and stayed quiet. Maybe the older boys had already had experiences they had not fully explained yet. Maybe by then the strange atmosphere in the house was already impossible to ignore. The television incident was when everything broke open. A black TV screen is such an ordinary thing, but in that moment it became something else. A mirror showing what should not have been there. The image of a man standing behind us, visible only in reflection, is the kind of detail that burns itself into memory because it should be impossible. Even though I did not see exactly what Rin saw in the same way he saw it, his reaction told me enough. Fear that real cannot be faked. Something about that moment convinced all of us that we were no longer dealing with random creepy feelings or isolated events. The drive away from the house felt like the start of a different life. Before that day, the world still mostly made sense to me. Strange things had happened, yes, but I was still trying to fit them into normal explanations. Once we were all in that car, hearing my brother say the word ghost, the world no longer felt stable. It felt like there were things just outside ordinary life that could push their way in whenever they wanted. When we came back and were punished instead of comforted, the house became even harder to bear. Not because we lost television for a month, but because it confirmed that the people in charge of protecting us still had no idea what was happening. Or if they suspected something, they refused to face it. Either way, we were left inside that place with whatever was there. I often think about Ren's bed shaking. That was another turning point. A cold room or a bad feeling might be ignored. A reflection might be questioned. But a bed physically shaking while someone lies in it crosses into something much more direct. And the whispering sounds he described only made it worse. Whispering suggests intention. It suggests intelligence. It suggests something trying to communicate or intimidate. Seeing Rin come into my room that night, stripped of all his usual confidence, made the threat feel fully real. Calling Lorraine Warren felt like reaching out beyond the world we knew. We were children in a house we no longer trusted, trying to get help from someone connected to things we barely understood. When she said it was not a human spirit but a demon, that answer somehow both clarified and deepened the fear. It named the darkness, but it also made it bigger. Once you call something evil, you stop wondering whether it is just misunderstood. You start wondering what it wants. The fact that our parents were attacked afterward and then immediately left is the one part of the story that has always stayed surrounded in silence. They would not tell us what happened, and maybe that was because they thought we were too young. Maybe it was because they were still trying to protect themselves from the memory. Or maybe what happened was so disturbing they could not bear to put it into words. Sometimes what people refuse to say is louder than anything they do say. I remember the tension of leaving more than the exact details. Bags. Movement. Urgency. The feeling that there was no time to waste. We were not calmly planning a move. We were escaping. Even as a child, I understood the difference. After that, the house was no longer ours. It became the place we had fled. The place with the board. The freezing room. The breathing in the corner. The man in the television reflection. The shaking bed. The whispering. The thing our parents finally could not deny. And eventually they sold it. I have thought many times about the family who may have lived there next. I have wondered whether they ever felt anything strange. I have wondered whether our parents told anyone the truth about why they were so eager to leave. I have wondered whether the house stayed quiet after we left, or whether whatever was there simply waited for someone new to notice it. For me, the story never became just some childhood memory I could laugh off. It stayed sharp. It stayed heavy. It was one of those experiences that changes the way you understand fear, family, and the unseen world. Before that, the paranormal was not even part of my thinking. After that, I could never hear people dismiss those experiences so easily. I know what fear sounded like in my sister's voice. I know how my brother looked when he saw something impossible. I know how the adults in my life went from disbelief to silent panic. That is why I still tell this story the way I do. Not because I enjoy reliving it, but because it happened. It started with a board in the living room and a secret I was too young to understand. It moved through our house one room at a time, making itself known in cold air, unseen breathing, reflections, movement, whispers, and fear. It terrified us as children. It shattered our parents' disbelief. And in the end, it drove all of us out of our home. I was only 11 when it happened, but I remember enough to know one thing for certain: whatever was in that house was real to us. Real enough to frighten every one of us. Real enough that we could not stay. Real enough that my parents sold the house rather than spend another night there. And even now, after all this time, when I think about walking up that driveway after school and seeing Ren and his friend by the window, I sometimes wonder whether that was the last truly normal moment we ever had in that house.